The world has changed. Game development has changed. In 2019, GDUX was created as a platform to give a voice to all game developers. It is a virtual conference made by game devs for game devs. It was a groundbreaking idea. However, this year, everybody and their mom is throwing a virtual conference. But what sets GDUX apart from all these copycats is that we have presenters telling their story not just about their wins, but also highlighting their hardships to become successful. For 3 days straight, from June 1st to the 3rd, anybody with an internet connection can tune in to arm themselves with the best tools and advice to not only survive the industry, but thrive.
We have speakers that will teach you how to survive long term and demystify marketing. Come and learn how to protect your own work and your brand. We review a case study from an indie game and understand the conceptual process behind it. Overall, look at the game industry and move forward with a business mindset, and teach you how to navigate that world through the lens of an artist. We will discuss important topics like the emerging market of user-generated content and what that means to us developers from a legal standpoint. Furthermore, take measure the tools that we have thus far and talk about how to move across different industries outside of games. We will acknowledge how game development is evolving and how we can remove technical barriers to make games faster. But that's not all. We have amazing developers that will be streaming gameplay live and provide behind-the-scenes commentary of the development of these games, such as Sky, The Children of Light, Figment, Creep Valley, Anew, The Distant Light. Finally, to cap off the best virtual game conference ever, we'll be doing technical breakdowns of amazing personal art projects to get you to approach your projects with a bigger purpose.
For your own well-being, I hope to see you there on June 1st. This is an official call for all game devs to report to gdux.me immediately. Blue Champs, over.
Good morning. The time has come, and GDUX has finally begun. I am your host, Brandon Pham, and for the next 3 days, I will be here moderating our panel of amazing presenters that will be bringing you raw truths about the game industry and telling you about their hero's journey. This will detail their guide to success and highlight what their hardships were and how they overcame it. So, welcome from wherever you are streaming us from. This is day 2 of a 3-day live streaming event. I would like to remind you at this time that we do have an active Discord channel open throughout the 3 days and thereafter. So if you want to conversate with each other, with other viewers, or interact with the presenter themselves after the presentation, feel free to jump in there and check it out. You can also, in addition, if you like to be part of GDUX history and be part of the show, I will be opening up the caller hotline, which is located within the Discord channel throughout the day in between speakers to chat with you directly, bring you on the show, and kind of conversate and have a discussion of what is like out there in the real world. As always, you can ask questions in any of the social channels that you are in right now. I do have my moderators out there doing recon to get those questions over to you or over to me and get you those answers. Another way to help spread the word and stay engaged is to tweet at GDUXME and Blue Champs. So you can see all the information here on a nicely one of a kind desk plate. So please go ahead and tweet at me and I will read them. Also, as part of the fun, I want to mention the good fellows at Masterpiece VR, who is sponsoring this event. They are VR software that makes game development a lot easier for you and quicker. So if you want to check them out and enter a raffle that we are partnering up with them for the next 2 days, where we're going to have 10 indie licenses for 1 year handed out to you guys. All you need to do is go to gdux.me, and look for the instructions there where you can sign up to our mailing list and just tweet at both GDuxME and Masterpiece VR and go ahead and tell them how much you're enjoying the show. And then winners will be announced at the end of the show. So that's a lot of instructions. So I know, go to the website and they're clearly written there, so for you to kind of look at and follow along. So it's been about a couple days. 1 second here. This is part of, I'm starting to hear something. 1 sec. Anytime I do that magic cut, it's because I'm fixing something. So I'm still here with you. I'm not closing the door on purpose on you guys. I'm just making sure that we're running a professional show here. So lastly, I am truly a one-man army. What you see is built by my blood, sweat, and tears. So if you can't tell, GDux isn't controlled or backed by any major corporation. I'm in a motel room, for God's sake. So any donations greatly appreciated. So put into the organization of the next GDux event. So go to gdux.me and hit the Make It Rain button. And at any point in the live stream, cash will literally fall from the sky and into this room. Seriously. So $1 goes a long way, $2 goes a bit further, and so on and so forth. So throughout the day, in between our great presenters, I'll be displaying. Oh, 1 sec. Throughout the day, I'm in between our great presenters. I'll be presenting and sharing information here with you guys to see what the landscape is looking like using how game tools are moving across different industries. And more than ever before, game developers are using our knowledge to work in enterprise companies. So I'll be sharing some Unchained reports with you guys, which is what's our next clip, right? So hopefully you guys are hearing me just fine. And as I am introducing this, keep those questions going, and so on. You know, the game industry, or game tools specifically, are being used in all these other industries like architectural or animation, movies. We were seeing The Mandalorian using digital sets of Unreal to kind of help not bore the actors, right, in front of a green screen. So we're seeing like these revolutionary ways to work now, and being integrated so importantly in these industries. Are you seeing like this influx of other developers that have been coming into substance tools that are not used to it, or now like loving it and discovering it, along with all these other tools that we game developers have been using for years now?
Francois, we can't hear you.
Oh, yeah, we got cut off. So I'll go ahead.
Sorry.
There we go.
No, I'm here. I was just muted. Do you want to go to give some examples to dive into that, Jeremy? Or
sure, there's a ton of examples. I don't know if I can talk about any of it because a lot of things is confidential. But there are tons of, we see tons of like Francois said, industries that that come to video game because that's where, if you want the best visual quality with the best feedback iterative loop, you need to go with real-time solutions, and all those real-time solutions come from the gaming industry. So we see tons of other industries picking up Unreal, Unity, game engines and game tools to build, for example, VR experience, but not only. Also, they use it, as you said, for VFX, even in the design process of consumer goods. Of like a lot of luxury brands, for example, use or car brands will use real time in the design phase while they build a car, they conceive, they design a purse, and so. The game technology allow them to reduce those iterative loop extremely to an extremely fast turnaround. And obviously it looks better, but also just save them money just because of the fact that instead of designing a purse, instead of actually having to source the leather and build that purse in real life to see what it looks like, you can just design it in Unreal or any other package and see it pretty much as close as possible to reality. So you pretty much every kind of industry in the world is looking at real time to basically save money. Oh, I can't hear you anymore. Sorry.
Sorry, I muted myself. Our poor Francois. It definitely helps, with eliminating, well, not eliminating completely, but at least limiting the post-production process in what these industries or other industries are pretty much used to, and they're kind of changing the workflow and stuff. In my experience too, I want to kind of throw this back at you, Jeremy. Like, our game development tools have been evolving for the last 20, 30 years, going through, I always track it to the Sony console generation. It's just easier to track it. PS2 to PS3 with normal mapping, and then moving on to lighting and rendering and ray tracing now. Game developers have been kind of there every step of the way. But like now these industries are kind of they're kind of have to fast learn all these tricks, basically. How have you been wrapping their head around this concept of just game development? I mean, how challenging has that been?
It depends on the industry, I guess, and each industry is different, and each player in the industry is different. We'll see some companies picking up those new technologies super fast and creating stuff that is really crazy quality in a short amount of time. And you'll have industries where we've been trying for years to bring to kind of evangelize real-time 3D and game tools, and it's still hard. It really depends. I think it depends on how critical that transition to digital is for each industry, and how far they were in the first place. We see some, like in the design industry, there are people that are just really very proficient with 3D already, and that are picking up these tools just because, again, it's a pipeline issue and a cost issue that they need to address now. Other industries, like, for example, architecture, are a little slower because they've been doing 3D for a long time, but kind of an old school 3D. And for most of the time, it still works fine for them because it's static, and then they may not need, or they may not feel the need to have real-time 3D in this industry. So it just depends. They're all kind of more or less slow to adopt or fast to adopt. But I think in the end, every industry and every single company in the world will likely use 3D, real-time 3D, that is.
Definitely. I kind of want to throw this back over to Francois. I think you're about to start, but I want to hear your thoughts about this.
Yeah, sure. My take is that there have been 3D in other industries for a while, but mostly for manufacturing processes. And of course, automotive or architecture have been using 3D for dozens of years. But it was for a completely different purpose. And today they are discovering that visualization in 3D is something that is using different methods. And if you really want to achieve high quality and interactivity and be able to reuse easily your assets for a lot of different purposes, you have to do that using the techniques coming from the game. And also what it brings, the real-time thing that is happening these days, as you were saying, with the new console generations and all that, is that in the past, interactivity was at the cost of visual quality, but it's not really the case anymore. For a lot of use cases, you cannot, unless you're a specialist, you cannot really make the difference between an offline rendering and real-time rendering, depending on the use cases, of course. But for a lot of use cases, the difference is not that big anymore. The gap is not that big anymore. So it means that previously, as a creative professional, you had to work in a kind of abstraction, and you were working all day long on something that was an abstraction of the final product, the final media, the final sequence. Or it's not the case anymore. Now, with real time, you can iterate directly on the final product, and it is changing everything. And this is also why Adobe is embracing 3D today, because if you look at the other tools at Adobe, they are all real-time tools, I would say. When you're working on Photoshop, you're not working on an abstraction of the final image, you're working on the final image. And if you change a pixel, you change a pixel in the final image. In 3D, until recently, you were working on something that was an abstraction, lower quality, simplified geometry, simplified lightings, simplified materials, and then you had to render. And this abstract phase, they meant that people who were not specialists were unable to predict what the final result would look like. It's still completely the case for very advanced 3D like VFX, and you were talking about Mandalorian, or of course, when you're at this level of extreme quality, you still have a difference between the final product and the different steps before. But for more everyday purposes 3D, I would say, now you can go real time and you can iterate in real time. And we see this happening in many industries, in the game industry, obviously, but also in the other industries. And it's changing everything.
Well, speaking of changing everything, I kind of want to dive a little deeper on that. Of course, increasing workflows, increasing speed can mean two things, right? It means that we can get quality faster, but it can also mean that producer want more things at once, right? And so I kind of want to talk about that, like what type of workflow changes that this is creating for all industries right now. Do you think the quality of product, of course, with large teams, are going to get better, but that being even truer with the smaller teams, even because now tools are so accessible, and you're using essentially the same tools at bigger studios to produce the same level of art. It just depends on your time. I want to hear you guys' thoughts of how the last 2 years, especially, just influx of great tools like Substance and other tools. How has the changes been from your perspective?
So I would start rapidly with saying that at Substance, we don't differentiate our tools depending on the level of proficiency or on the cost of the tool. It's very important. It's a very important choice we made, and students today get Substance for free. And it's exactly the same product as what AAA studio would use. So there is absolutely no differentiation in the product. So the accessibility of the tools is key to spread them, but also to make sure that the industry has enough people to hire, and that the know-how can fluidly go from the bigger studios to smaller studios, from students to studios, etc., etc. I think this is an important choice we made on the substance side, and this is something that is part of our success probably today. And the result is that small studios have exactly the same tools as big studios. So creativity wins in the end.
Yeah, that's pretty good news for everyone for sure. So I want to ask you, Jeremy, like, with all these tools being better, and we're talking about, the oncoming new consoles that are basically going to up our quality and output at the end of the year, right? So my question is that with all these tools coming out, and especially every console generation, let me kind of go back a bit. Every console generation is defined by the lighting and rendering pipeline and texturing, right? From the normal map to ray tracing now. So what is the next leap that we're going to be seeing with the next console generation? Is it going to be more quality stuff, or are there different techniques that you feel? And I see Substance being at the forefront of defining what our quality and next leap is. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there are some just obvious things, like we'll have higher resolution textures, obviously, and higher poly counts and more complex meshes. But I think we'll probably truly differentiate this new generation. And I think we saw it with the very few images that we've seen of next gen stuff is first the shading. I think the last generation we had the PBR shader, the advent of PBR shading, and that kind of caused a big leap in the realism of materials in general in games. But it's in most games today in the current generation, it's still fairly limited. You basically have a color, a roughness, a metallic, and a normal map, and that's pretty much all you have in your shader, unless there's some specific cases. I think the next generation we're going to see materials get much more complex with much more complex material reaction, like sheen and clear coat and thin film. There's all sorts of physical properties to materials in real life that the simplified PBR model we use in the current generation does not account for. And I think this will really bridge the gap between the rendering you see today and what could be seen as like a real life object or photo. That's one thing, and especially applied to characters and that kind of object. I think we're going to start to see characters that have a quality at least in cinematics, maybe not in gameplay, but in real-time cinematics, they will have the same quality as what you would find in VFX today. The second part is also I think linked to characters is I think we're at a point where we finally have the power and the knowledge and the algorithm to do proper hair, fur, and clothes simulation in a very realistic way, which was kind of we had some of that this generation, but it was very kind of approximations and tricks and kind of cheating. I think we're going to we already see that with there's some papers from in Unreal and in Frostbite. There is already some interesting work on that. I think we'll see in the next generation characters that are really lifelike. I think that will be the big leap.
All right. I go to try to tell me if I'm too loud sometimes because I tend to like lean into the mic too much. So my next presenter is Matt Burns. He's a writer, composer, and game developer, and he will be discussing his studio Zachtronics' latest game, Eliza, the research, design, and writing process. In this talk, we'll take a look behind the scenes at how IGF Grand Prize nominated visual novel Eliza grew from an initial idea into its final form. We'll take a look at creative inspirations, the research stage, initial prototypes, and the writing process, with plenty of insights and takeaways for how to approach complex topics and overcome creative challenges in your own games. So, Matt, you are live. People should be able to hear you now.
Awesome.
How you doing, man? Great.
Doing okay.
So,
doing all right.
All right, man. Thanks for being at least kicking off the day 2 event of GDEX. And whenever you're ready, I'll let you take it away.
Certainly. All right. I will. I'll just get started. So today I'm going to talk about Eliza, which was a visual novel that I made with the team at Zachtronics. First, who am I? I've been in the games industry for about 20 years now in a variety of different roles. I didn't really join with necessarily a specific role in mind, but over the course of my career, I've found myself drawn time and time again to sort of the narrative side of things and the sound side of things and performance side of things. So I've been really interested in story and narrative design and the ways that games and interactive technologies can can explore this kind of stuff. So that's what I am. I've been in a lot of different roles, like I said, in a lot of different studios, AAA and indie studios, and other play. And the game that we're going to, or the topic that we're going to talk about, is Eliza. As Brandon said, the inspiration for it, the initial attempts that I made to try to talk about this subject matter, how it was eventually really made for real, and then kind of like the personal stuff that I took away from it, which I think, I hope is useful for people to see, because I think that a lot of times we talk a lot about technical aspects of things, and I think it's important also to talk about our journeys as creators and as creative people, and think about the work that we do from that lens of, like, why are we doing this, and what's important to keep in mind as we move on in our careers. So, what is Eliza? This is a little write up of the premise, but basically it's about, it takes place in a very realistic world, a very modern day world in Seattle, where I live, and it's about an AI powered therapy program where people go and get therapy from this AI. If you have something like an Amazon Alexa in your home, that something like that might not be too far off. Like, you might come home one day and just be like, oh, I don't, hey, Alexa, I don't feel very good. And Alexa might be like, that's interesting. Tell me more about that. Like, that kind of app for these kinds of things doesn't seem that far afield. One of the twists that I use is that the therapy is actually read to people by other human beings, which is sort of how I am able to get players to participate in those therapy sessions. Anyway, so this is about kind of this topic, which is technology for mental health. It's told in the form of a visual novel, and it has a lot of different characters in it who kind of come at this from different angles. Like, there are some technology executives, there are normal people who use it for everyday life, and sort of the ultimate goal is to sort of help this main character, Evelyn, decide what she wants to do with the rest of her life, basically, and how she wants to contribute to the world, knowing what she does. This is a kind of the typical screenshot of the game when you're in therapy mode. You can see the player, have donned this sort of AR headset, and you're giving therapy to this guy who's under a certain amount of mental distress, and you have these metrics on the right side of the screen, and this sort of debug view on the left side of the screen. But you don't really necessarily have much. You basically don't choose what you get to say to him. You have to say what the system tells you to say, and that is a choice that I made that I'll get into later, of why that's the case, and why this is a very linear visual novel for most of its duration. So what inspired me to make this story, which is that in 2014, I actually saw a demo for this technology that really was an actual virtual therapist. There was a real person sitting there in front of a screen, and there was all this like kind of face tracking stuff that was going on their faces. There was like body, all this computer vision stuff, and then there was this computer therapy avatar person who is the kind of Sims-esque, Second Life-esque character you can see sitting in that big chair, who would say, "That's interesting. Tell me more about that." And this is a really interesting and kind of striking use of technology. And when I saw that demo, I couldn't get it out of my head. I was just like, that's such a therapy. We talk this kind of things a lot of the time, and then we're kind of like run up against this like weird technology that may or may not actually understand what we're talking about. So this made a deep impression on me, and I just kind of had it in the back of my mind. I wanted to tell a story about it, and so I started researching the history of technology for mental health. And so a bunch of the research that I did, one of the things that it led me to was the Eliza chatbot program, the original Eliza chatbot program, which was created in the 1960s by a man named Joseph Weizenbaum, who is a professor at MIT. That's a whole history in itself that I could go on for a very long time. But suffice it to say that like in the 60s, this sort of like technology for mental health therapy idea got started. And then throughout the rest of time since then, it's been this idea that goes on and on. And you can see in the lower right of this is just kind of a funny image from some of the research that I did of like investigating what if you could like touch someone and get like virtually touch something, and would that help you? Just a bizarre image from the history of this type of research. And so while I was trying to develop this into a story that I wanted to tell, like a creative story, I used Twine. Twine is a great text-based tool for anyone who's interested in interactive narrative. It's kind of this choice. It's this, choose your own adventure sort of style thing where you can you make these nodes, as you can see on the graph on the right, and you go in between them. So depending on what choices people make or locations people are in, you can move them around between these nodes. And it's easy to use and actually pretty powerful once you start getting into some of the scripting and stuff like that. And so I've used Twine for previous personal projects that I made, just like short stories, basically, one of which was called The Writer Will Do Something, which was about playing as a game writer in a meeting. And so I decided to explore the idea with Twine. This was my first attempt at it's like doing this therapy thing. As you can see, it's very dystopian. It's got this like Apple II sort of look with the orange font on black and stuff like that. And it's I didn't think that I would get any art support or any kind of like budget to do this. So this is like me thinking that I'm going to make a small Twine game with no resources. And that was kind of interesting for a little while, but it was hard to keep it up for more than like 15, 20 minutes, because it sort of like gets the point across really fast. And then you're like, okay, but then what? It's hard to keep it complicated. This was my second Twine prototype. And if you look carefully, you can see this is actually, if you're familiar with the way Eliza actually turned out, this is actually pretty close to the format that Eliza is in. There's a scene that starts here on the left with you on the train. You can look around the train, and then you can continue to work. And then you can see, maybe you can see on the right side there, then you're at work and you're in the office and you can like look at the emails that your work sends you, or you can do a therapy session. And so this was where I sort of teased out the structure of how the game would operate, with these scenes that you could maybe look around in a little bit, and then these therapy scenes where you basically couldn't really do much. And so I started writing, and I was just kind of wrote since from 2014 to 2019. I guess it's like a period of 5 years. I was just kind of like working on this in the background between my day job and other things that I had going on. I tried to start with the characters that I wanted to tell stories about, and sort of generate their whole outlook on life and what they want, and then go from there. And so the conflicts in the game come from what the different characters want and how they sort of butt up against each other. And what I did was once I had kind of the format of like what the different scenes would be in, I started putting everything in Trello as a Trello card. So every little piece of narrative information is a Trello card. So whether that's a scene or an email or an IM conversation or a moment to explore, that became its own Trello card. And that was really useful because that let me sort of drag around the cards in I needed in order to be able to like make the narrative work from there. So it became very flexible. I could say, oh, that scene should probably take place before that other one, drag it around. Like I see the players have this information at this time, then they get this email about this, and so forth. And so it was very useful for like kind of structuring the entire information flow and narrative. And so this is where Zachtronics comes in. I have been working with Zachtronics since 2015, maybe even earlier. I contributed music for their game Infinifactory. And then I started contributing more narrative design and writing and music and sound design for their more recent games, Shinjin.io and Opus Magnum and Exapunks. And I was talking with Zach Barth, the founder and creative director of Zachtronics, and I was telling him about this idea that I had. This is always going to be about like therapy, and I'm thinking it could be done as a visual novel, and it's about this virtual AI stuff. And Zach said, "Why don't we do this as a Zachtronics game?" And that was first of all kind of surprise to me. The Zachtronics is not known for this type of game. It's not this sort of very narrative heavy game. Zachtronics is if they're known at all, they're known for these very hardcore PC programmer puzzly types of games that have a very niche audience, I would say. Like some of them, like TIS 100, you have to like actually just do programming in order to solve the game. So they have a pretty good audience for that type of game. But again, it's very different from the type of thing that I was building in the story of Eliza. But very much to his credit, Zach was just like, well, let's give it a try. I mean, you never know. Like, this is something new for us. None of us wants to just do the same thing over and over. And I think that here's where we come to one of the maybe the key lessons of what I'm talking about today. Like, this is something brand new for Zachtronics. This is brand new for me too. Let's try it. Let's see how things work out. And so Zach's kind of openness to trying it was a huge key reason for why Eliza exists. So having taken the story and themes and the writing that I was working on for Eliza and then bringing it to Zachtronics allowed us to do two really important things. And the first one was use art resources and put professional artists on the game. And the second was the voiceover resources and doing the voiceover recording. And so the art process was really about like working with the Zachtronics artists to find a style that kind of worked with the type of game that this was. Visual novels, I think a lot of times, are associated either with like anime style art, if they're Japanese visual novels, or this sort of more cartoony style of art. Even in Western visual novels have a more abstract cartoon sort of look to them usually. And so because Eliza is a serious story, we were thinking it needed a more serious style of art, but not necessarily like this photorealistic style either, because it's definitely a fictional story, and it's telling a story that takes place in not necessarily exactly real life, but a kind of like a version of real life. It's like an interpretation of it. And so we spent a good amount of time, and I think it really paid off, of like finding this art style that's like painterly, that's realistically, based, but not necessarily anime or cartoon like either. It's sort of like tries to weave all of that together. And I think it really pays off in the characters. One thing you'll also notice when you play the game is that the character portraits don't have emotes. Something that happens in a lot of like more anime style games is that like they have lots of different faces, and their facial expressions change based on what line they're saying on a line-to-line basis. But these don't, and that's a deliberate decision on our part. We tried to put all of the characters' kind of expressions and meaning into their singular portraits, into the way that they look. So you can see like Soren. Dr. Soren Lloyd Rose, who's the second from the left down there, he's kind of eyeing the camera with a slightly wary, slightly superior look to his face, and you can see Gabriel on the left, or on the right, I'm sorry, with that look on his face. And I think that these are very expressive looks that sort of encapsulate these characters, and I think that worked very well. And then the other half of the Zachtronics resources was doing the casting and recording. This is a fully voiced visual novel, and we've gotten a lot of great feedback on the voice acting in the game. And I think the reason why the voice acting works is we just invested a lot in it, into trying to make it work. We did an open casting call with our wonderful casting director, Chris Brown. She sent us over 1,200 auditions to listen to for all the different characters, which was an enormous amount. That, you know, it took me like a week to listen to them all. And then there were a lot of like really excruciating choices to have to make when you have so many amazing auditions and reads for these characters, and you can only pick one. And one of the reasons we were able to get these really great actors, people ask, you know, like, wow, how did you get such and such actor? There are several actors who are pretty big in games who decided to work on this. And I think part of the reason is that the material that we had for them to read was really interesting, I think, for if you are an actor. Here's an example of Dr. Soren Lloyd Rose's kind of monologue that we sent out to people, and you can see it's a very juicy monologue. You know, you can really get into like performing it, and I think that actors respond to chances to be able to perform. So if you're interested in working with actors, which I encourage everybody to do and gain some experience with, you know, give them a chance to perform, give them a chance to show you what they can do and where they can take the material, because they'll really add to your material in ways that maybe even surprise you in a very positive way sometimes in a negative way, but oftentimes in a very positive way. So now I want to talk about the narrative design choices that I made for this game. Eliza, a lot of people notice, is very linear almost the entire way through the game, with some very limited choices for probably the first 2/3, and then the last third opens up a little bit more and you can make more choices. As you can, I just included this screenshot from Shibuya Scramble in the lower right there, just to show kind of the norm is that to tell players that like you are affecting the story by making these choices, like you are deciding where the story goes. And that's kind of not the case in Eliza. Eliza takes you along a very long path and then at the very end says, all right, so what are you going to do about it? And that was a choice that I deliberately made. There wasn't like this big web of like cause and effect or anything like that. What I was really trying to do was I wanted to set up a complex situation that you know, had a lot of different facets to it. And one of the best ways that I thought of to do it was just to show people when we have like when we take on complex subjects in things like novels, for example. Novels are entirely linear, but they can represent very, very complex systems and entrenched systems. And I was sort of inspired by the way linear works like that are able to do that. I did that knowing fully well that some people would criticize it, that as a interactive work, as a visual novel, you know, it should have more choice in it. But I was kind of suspicious of that, and I thought like maybe like choices in a visual novel are kind of like fake choices because they're not really choices, you know. I don't know. You can argue about that a lot. There's a lot of discourse about that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's a choice that I made with this game, and we'll talk about how that turned out. Of course, making Eliza the way we did meant that it was kind of like this weird, it was this weird thing. It was not necessarily a very gamey game because it's this linear narrative, you know, listen to people talk kind of game. And you really just have to like click through a lot of conversations. You have to be on board with what I'm doing. You have to like kind of be like, all right, I'm ready for this. And, you know, place yourself in my hands. It's also not a visual novel that's like really for conventional visual novel fans. You know, it takes the visual novel format, but it does stuff that most visual novels don't do. If you're familiar with the genre, you know that, you know, many of them are straight up pornography, or they're about like dating. They have this kind of like lurid, pulpy approach a lot of the time. Not all of them, of course, but many of them do. And so here's this like kind of like serious visual novel about real people talking about their lives and AI and therapy, and like, will anyone respond to that? And so while I was working on the project, I was convinced that that it was important, but I also was afflicted by a ton of doubt. Like, why am I doing this? Like, am I making a game for nobody? It was the phrase that kind of kept popping into my head. And you can see self-doubt, Matthew, over there on the right. And I think this brings us to maybe my second major point, for people who are working on their own games, like this moment of doubt, which is like, I don't know why I'm doing this, or like, who is this for? I'm not necessarily quite sure. But the game came out in August of 2019, and it actually did end up connecting with people, and that's, I think, was really nice to see. There were some really, really wonderful write-ups of it in publication, Rock Paper Shotgun and Paste and Giant Bomb. There were a lot of people who wrote in to me and to Zachtronics who just said, hey, this was really, this gave me a lot to think about. I felt seen by it, which is really, really amazing. The criticisms that I knew were going to happen were there. It's too linear. You don't really have any choice. It's boring. You just hear people talk about their problems all the time. One of the ones that I didn't anticipate was it doesn't have a viewpoint, which I don't know. I think, I wanted to talk about a complex subject and I wanted to include many viewpoints in my work. That doesn't mean I agree with all of them or none, or that I don't have my own viewpoint. And personally, I believe that my viewpoint is all over this game. But I guess if you don't know reading comprehension, you might not see that. So what did I learn from making Eliza? Well, I want to keep kind of making new things. Like, this was a good experience in trying something wildly different. For me, I'm not like a visual novel person who's been making lots of visual novels. This was the first one I've ever tried to make. And I want to keep trying like things that are new to me. I think it was a great experience to just dive into something that I wasn't necessarily familiar with, a format I wasn't familiar with, and just see how things work there. And I think that I'm emboldened by my choice to make a very linear visual novel. I think it was the right thing for this game. Like, it's not going to be the right decision for every game or even every visual novel, but I think that like leading people along this path for that amount of time is the only way I could get the sort of effects that I do get in the later part of the game. So I think it was the right choice. I know that some people didn't like it, but I think it worked out in the end. And so I think it's important to make that trade-off. I think it's important when you are being creative to say, look, this isn't necessarily like this isn't going to please like 100% of the people, but this is important for us to do. This is important for us to make. And then the other kind of insights come around like what kind of creative that I am. I think even though I've been working in games for about 20 years now, I'm still kind of figuring out who I am as a creator. I'm still figuring out like where my whole deal comes from. And I think that Eliza really helped me realize this, that I'm not necessarily the person who's going to make the thing that's like this huge hit. Probably not. Because I'm too interested in like sort of slightly more obscure things. And but the flip side of that is that when people do connect with Eliza, they let me know, and that's really important to me. And so even if Eliza wasn't necessarily like, it wasn't this huge commercial success or anything like that, many people still haven't heard of it. I absolutely appreciate all of the recognition that it's gotten, but it's not necessarily like a big indie game or anything like that. But I think that the experience of like having those things has helped me realize like what's actually important, and that my biggest goal is to make these things that wouldn't exist otherwise, and that have a big impact on the people who do experience it and who are in the right frame of mind to experience it. So that's my brief description of how Eliza was made. Eliza is available on Steam and itch.io for PC, Mac, and Linux. You can also get it on the Nintendo Switch on the Nintendo Store. And here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me if you have questions or anything like that, to talk further about this. Like I said, I could go on about how this game was made for a very long time. So, and I'm always fine with people reaching out about it. So thank you very much for listening to me talk about Eliza.
All right, man. Thanks a lot, Matt. And we can leave the screen on so people can reach you throughout the question portion of this. And this is actually a perfect opportunity for reminding anyone that is watching this to ask your questions throughout the social channels wherever you're watching this from. We do have our moderators in there to kind of pull these questions over. So to kind of get this kick started, I'll go ahead and ask my own questions, man. And I want to thank you for your time for coming on to GDUX and sharing your story. And one of the best parts of GDUX and meeting so many presenters with a different background is that they define success in different ways. And I feel like that is very important, because in the end, if your first reason for making a game or a piece of entertainment isn't about, self-serving in a way, it's like, does that make you happy? Does that feel, what level of success really makes you feel successful? I think you're already setting yourself up for failure if you're going for other reasons other than that. I mean, has this realization, was it realized in what stage of your career where you felt like, there's a certain part of me as a game developer where I actually appreciate the ability to wake up and just make games and not be starving on the streets?
When I started in games, I wanted it all, right? Like I wanted monetary success. I wanted to make a game that everybody loved. I wanted artistic success. I wanted to make a game that was like artistically important. I wanted everybody to know who I was. And I think that over time, I started to learn that that's kind of an unrealistic goal. You can make something that a lot of people like, but isn't necessarily, the biggest money maker, or you can make something that is like very broadly popular, but doesn't necessarily have much to say. It turns out there's a lot of trade-offs in terms of like what success actually is. You can make something that you personally don't believe in, but that the market likes. In a lot of indie spaces, a lot of discussion is about like, what's a game that I can make that a lot of people will like, so I can stay in business as an indie. And it took me a long time, actually, of like being in games and working on games, for me to kind of like start to settle on how I define success for myself. Like what are the actual most important things? Because like I said, when I first started, I wanted all of them, but sort of working on many different games in many different capacities, I've started to kind of like realize what's really important to me. And it turns out that like making something on my own terms that has artistic integrity that I personally believe in turns out to be a little bit more important than building a business or whatever. But that's me. I think that that's something that everybody has to decide for themselves, like what where the balance is for them. There are some people who work on like AAA games who are just fine with it, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like they would be fine with just making like cars for Forza or Gran Turismo, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So again, I think it comes down to like, you have to like figure out what success works for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that totally makes sense, man. This is a question from Chroma Cat.
What was the biggest challenge in the development of Eliza? Was the story change throughout the development?
So the story actually, very luckily, kind of was developed in such a way that it was pretty well set by the time we went into producing the assets and like making all the art. So that part was actually pretty smooth. I think really the biggest challenge was just getting to that point where we could like say, okay, this thing is ready to be made. And that was really just like doing a lot of the writing and sort of getting my head around what this thing was going to be. Once we had the idea of like, it's a visual novel, it has this, the specific these specific beats and these kinds of assets, and we know we need this to finish it. I think it was pretty smooth, although there was a pretty big load on me to both finish the story, get all the voiceover in, do all the voiceover sessions, and then I was also the composer for the game, and so I wrote all the music for it as well, and that was tough finishing
It's a lot
all
of
of that
heads.
in the summer of 2019, and that was yeah, it was tough, and so that was tough, but it wasn't horrible, actually. I don't want to like be dramatic about it or anything. But of course that's from like, crunching. I've experienced crunch like in AAA settings early on in my career, and I kind of like learned very quickly that that's a bad way to do things, and so I tried very hard to like pace myself and work in smart ways as opposed to killing myself, which I think if I hadn't had that bad experience of crunch on AAA, I might have gone overboard on this.
I definitely empathize with you. I think even though crunching and the tough parts of being in the industry is something I feel I think we can all, for future generations, for the younger generation, we want them to avoid, but there is a certain line that I feel like most developers should experience to know the limits, right? I think it is healthy to kind of know, all right, that's too far.
Yeah, honestly, I think like even indie developers end up sometimes crunching themselves
Yeah.
in unhealthy ways because they want to get things done, and hopefully everyone gets that learning experience of like, okay, this is pushing myself too far, and I think it's okay to try to find what that limit is for yourself, because like different people have different limits, and so I think if you push yourself a little bit and you're just like, okay, wait, that's not healthy, that's okay. I think you just have to like pay attention to yourself, pay attention to your body physically, you have to pay attention to your mind, your mental state, and all these things, and just keep an eye on it. Try your best to pace yourself and be healthy about it. You might make a mistake, that's okay, but yeah, sometimes it does take experience, to really know, to really understand.
Definitely. So this is a question from God's Plan. Good name. Can Matthew can you talk about the use of the phone in the game? How you chose what apps to include, scope of the phone functionality?
Yeah, I can. The phone in the game, I think, came from wanting to. So I was thinking about, when I thought about this visual novel form, I was thinking about all the different ways you can get information. One being the just a scene of two people talking. Another being like the therapy session. Different modes. And Eliza's hardly the first game to have like an in-game cell phone. That's a pretty common trope these days, to have like your little cell phone in game. And I wanted to have corporate emails and stuff. And you'll notice even in the Twine prototypes, there's like a terminal you go to and you get email from your company. And that's sort of based on my experience of like working in companies, like the specific voice and tone of corporate email that you get from your bosses or whatever. And so the phone was a way to sort of consolidate all the emails that you get and the IM conversations that you have. And then once we had the idea of the phone, it was like, oh, well, we should probably have like some extra app icons on there to make it look like a real phone. And then we thought of like, so what are some like extra little apps we could do to build out the phone so it feels like a real phone. Zach loves to build solitaire variants. So every recent Zachtronics game has Zach has designed in it as a mini game. It's just kind of like a hobby for him. He'll just make a new solitaire. So that's where the solitaire came from, and we themed it with the Japanese kabufuda cards because an ongoing theme is Evelyn kind of like thinking about her Japanese heritage and integrating, where to go with that. That's just a personal thing that I built into her character. And then that kind of relaxation app that she has, and then these other apps that don't do anything, that are just there to kind of like fill out the rest of the phone, that if you try to go into them, there's just a message that she's like, oh, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't play that anymore. One is this like very obvious, like kind of like match 3, just play more of it, compulsive, free to play thing. And she's like, okay, I'm done with that. And so that became like a way to both fill out the phone and make it feel more real with more app icons. And then also kind of tie that in with the story, which was like, she used to be like just compulsively playing this app, but now she's like moving on, so that helps sort of reinforce where things are with the story. I hope that answers the question about like the phone and stuff. The phone was a little tough to figure out too, because like phones are vertical, and so the screen is like this, right? But the phone is like that. So like how you can fit enough information on there and make it feel real was kind of tough. And doing all the fake UI stuff. Phone UIs are actually very complicated, and doing that actually took a fair amount of time to figure out. I hope that answers your question about the phone.
Yeah, I think it does. If not, follow up in the questions. So this is some Shadow Monarch. In the 5 years of developing Eliza, how did you overcome your doubts about the game and that it might become a game for nobody? What made you overcome those doubts?
Well, when I was first, the first whole like 3 years was me just working on it as like a toy game with no stakes. Like I was just thinking it would be like this text game that I put up on itch.io, just like my other free Twine games. And so there were no stakes to it. So I didn't have that doubt coming, because it was just like, well, I'll just put it up for free and people will react to it or not. And that actually was probably a pretty important time, now that I think about it. Like that was important for me to be able to develop it without worrying, like, is this commercially successful? Like, will people like this or not? It was really when we started spending money on it, or when Zachtronics started spending money on it, that I started to be like, oh no, like now we're like paying people to do stuff, and now we're like spending money on this game. That means like there's this expectation that the game is going to make its money back. And that's when the pressure started. So I think it was actually very lucky that Eliza started as just this weird idea that I wanted to do that didn't have that pressure on it. And I was able to develop it a certain way and then say, here's the thing that it could be if we spent some money on it. And then Zach was like, okay, let's do that. Then that's when kind of the doubts set in, especially toward the end when it was coming together as a product. I wanted to believe that it was really great, but I was also just like, I'm not sure. But by that time, the game was already going to come out. Like it was already well on its way. So I couldn't just say like, hey, let's stop making the game, because we had already made it. So in a certain way, it was more like just hoping for the best and kind of stoically, using stoic philosophy to prepare myself for the worst, I guess, is how I dealt with it.
Mm-hmm. This is a question from Nightwolf. How can you pitch a visual novel or have it up for review without a non-disclosure, since it is mainly selling a story? Or is it best to self-publish in the genre?
It really depends. I mean, I was lucky in that I knew Zach, right? So we had a previous relationship. So I was just talking to him very casually, and I knew that Zach wouldn't steal my story because I knew that, you know, Zach isn't going to make his own visual novel about therapy and stuff like that. I'll say that in the case of Eliza, if I had brought it to other publishers or developers, I would not have asked them for an NDA personally. And the reason for that is because even if they did steal my idea to make a game about therapy and AI and stuff like that, one, that's a really weird idea to steal in the first place. Like it's so off the wall. Like I can't, it's hard for me to imagine someone else like taking that idea and doing it. But then two, even if they did take the idea, they would have made a very, very different, would have made a completely different game out of the same concept. Recently, there were two indie narrative games that came out about driving a taxi cab. One was called Neocab and one was called Night Call. There's actually a third one called Birds of Tokyo or something. It takes place in Tokyo. I forget the third one. I have this premise of like being a taxi cab and slightly noirish dark streets and things like that, but they have tremendously different approaches and different subjects and things like that. And so I think that your basic premise of a visual novel, you know, if you make it, it's going to be yours. And so this is just my personal sense of it. Like I wouldn't worry too much about NDAs as far as like this is like the basic premise of my story, you know. Sure, people can steal your basic premise, I guess, but they won't know what to do with it like you know what to do with it, if that makes sense.
Yes. So this is a question from God's Plan again. Who made the decision to include the game in a humble bundle? Did that casual audience that wouldn't normally seek the game out have a positive effect or not?
So the humble decision was mostly Zach's, since he's the head of Zachtronics and he's kind of acts as the publisher of the game. Though he did ask me, you know, if I had any objection, and I didn't. And I think the humble deal was actually really good. It really did put the game in front of a lot of people who wouldn't have normally played it. And in fact, we got several emails, and there are a few reviews on the Steam page that you can find that say, if it hadn't been for the humble, I wouldn't have played this, and I'm glad that I did. It also put the game in front of a bunch of people who are just like, "What is this? I don't know what that," you know, like they didn't know how to deal with it, and because they weren't properly ready for the type of thing that it is, which is fine. I think that like there's a certain amount of that when you put something in front of a large number of people. Some people aren't going to know how to react to it. I think the humble deal was largely very positive because a lot more people saw it and were able to experience it, and many people, at least from what I could tell, had a surprisingly pleasant experience with it.
This is my personal question. So this is I always like to poll people, especially our presenters and guests, who've kind of moved across big and small companies and kind of felt out, you know, what the industry is like out there. And I would love to kind of hear your expansion of that, of your opinion of you know, what have you seen in smaller studios that you can do at bigger studios, and vice versa, what at bigger studios in terms of resources that, you know, you're stretched thin on smaller studios?
That's a really good question. One of the cool things about a small studio is just that you can wear multiple hats. Like I mentioned, I was doing the music for Eliza as well as like all the other stuff that I was doing for it. And I think that while it was a lot of work, it was also very important for me creatively. And it was cool to be able to write a line and then write music for when the actor is performing that line. That's not a chance that you get often in larger budget productions. So I think that like there's a creativity and a kind of a flexibility that you get in really small studios, which is really nice. It's very difficult for a large studio making a big game to kind of have that kind of flexibility. Working on a big AAA game is like, to me, the feeling is like being a really large ship in the ocean. You have to build a lot of momentum to start going some in a certain direction, and then it's very hard to steer the ship. You can't just necessarily just like zip into a different direction if things aren't working. You have to start pulling the ship in a certain direction, and there's tons of momentum going. As for the things that they can learn from each other, I think that there are many things in common with respect to like how creative things work out, whether they work out or not, how long to pursue something that is working or not. But it's a little bit harder to coordinate all that in a larger studio. Just to be completely honest, like there's so many more people, there's so much more communication that has to happen. It's just a little bit slower. So I think that like for larger studios, I would say, a big question that I would ask is like, how small can you be and still make the game that you want to? I guess that's a good question for a studio of any size, but like keeping it small, I think over the course of many years, like keeping things as small as possible has turned out to be something that I think is actually pretty important. Because just throwing people on a project is not necessarily the best thing for the project or the people, and it certainly doesn't speed up the production of it. But that's what a lot of studios do. So I guess that's one thing. What small studios can learn from large studios, I think stuff like, don't be afraid of doing stuff like voiceover. Don't be afraid of doing stuff like working with an outside artist, or like bringing in that resources to really punch things up. This is the opposite of what I said with like make it with as few people as possible. But what I do mean is like work with other people who really know what they're doing in their domain, like we did with the Eliza voiceover, and bring that in, and you can do even more amazing things than even you thought. So don't be afraid to like reach out to other professionals and have them add to your work.
Okay. The next question is from Jerushi. So I think he's saying how impersonate, but I think how do you balance many viewpoints with consistency and staying genuine across those viewpoints?
So when I was writing the different characters, I mean, I think one of the characters in Eliza is named Ray, and she works for the large tech company in the game, and she's pretty gung-ho about technology and working for this large tech company. And that's kind of, a lot of people think she's going to be like super evil because she's like pro big tech company. But over the course of the game, she turns out to have a little bit more of a nuanced perspective. And that's kind of based on just like people that I know in Seattle. Like there are a lot of people who work at, Amazon or whoever, that if you live in Seattle, you might meet in a bar or something, or at an event or whatever. And they're nice people, and they have like, outwardly good politics and things like that, and they say all the right things. But then at the end of the day, they work for Amazon or Facebook. And it's like, so how do they reconcile that? How do they think about what they do versus like what they're contributing to? And so that's kind of the thing that I tried to represent, which is that like people are people are pretty complex and they're not always internally consistent. And so when I represent these people in the game who have like different viewpoints, I'm not trying to make everyone's viewpoints 100% consistent. And I think that that's realistic because people in real life, their viewpoints are not 100% consistent with each other. So just, saying that these people haven't resolved these differences in their own characters, I think makes them complex already. And then balancing them was just a matter of like kind of making sure that they didn't overlap each other, that like these different characters all came from their own place of what they wanted to do and where they wanted to go. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I don't know.
of course, man. You always make sense. This is a question from Green Gift. Sorry, I mean, some of these are so small. So, what lead to the decision to make a game and not a short web series? If it is as linear as you say, do you think that this decision limited your reach?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And if you look at the negative Steam reviews, of which there are thankfully only a handful, but if you do look at them, some of them are like, yeah, why wasn't this a novel? Whatever. And I did think about that. I honestly did, because when I was making the decision that I was talking about in the talk of like, this is going to be pretty linear, so then why couldn't it just be a linear story? And ultimately, I think there's a difference between playing the game, playing Eliza, and clicking to get the next line, and then seeing therapy from that first person viewpoint. You wouldn't really be able to get that in a film. In a film, we would see the main character interview the other character, right? Whereas in this visual novel, it's this first person perspective. We're talking about you are sitting in this position. And so there's that idea in a game where it's like you are playing as this person. You're not just like watching it happen. If like filmed entertainment that's like all first person perspective is a little bit weird. And so games allow us to say you are experiencing this in a way that I think film doesn't. And so I think it's slightly qualitatively different to experience in the form of this visual novel, even when it's completely linear.
Yeah, take that. Okay. This is from Nightwolf. Again, how important is music to a visual novel? Can it be a large draw?
I think so. I mean, I think music is important. I think music is tremendously important to games just in general. And I think that music in a visual novel can be a huge draw, the Danganronpa series, if you're familiar with that, is I think a great example of like amazing music in a visual novel. Phoenix Wright, if you count those as visual novels, like tremendously good music, I think, in those series have become such an important part of them. And so, having good music and paying attention to it is super, super important, I would say. I'm biased because I do music, but I think it's super important.
So this is actually a pretty good follow-up question to that. And I do want to dive into your music background because it sounds very it's unique, man, compared to all the other unique brothers. But this question specifically, let me ask this one, is from Shaquille101. He asked you what kind of software to use for your music.
Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about my history too, and then like fold that in with the technology question. I've done music, like I always had music as a hobby for a really long time, and then I never really did it professionally until quite recently, actually. It was always like a thing that I did on the side as a hobby. I always had like some synthesizer I was playing with and stuff like that. And it came into my job a little bit once in a while because like when I worked in AAA, I worked in the production department as like, you know, a producer. And so sometimes I would be working with the audio department, but I never like made music for AAA games or anything like that. It was more like I could talk to the people in the technology and stuff like that. So then when I started working with Zachtronics more, I was able to just like start doing music. And then I think developed some more skill just because like I had to, in order to figure out how to make all that music. And that's how I ended up starting making music for Zachtronics titles, and then eventually Eliza as well. As for what I use right now, I use Logic Pro on a Macintosh, and I have a bunch of like Native Instruments stuff, and Spitfire audio libraries. Those are, I think, all the main things that I use.
So I'm
not too fancy.
Wow.
What? Sorry.
You being a musician on the side of being a writer is a lot of hats already. So it's pretty impressive. I do want to ask you, is obviously is music something that you've always grew up with? And what specific instruments did you start with, and you play a little bit of everything now?
No, I'm a keyboardist now. I started with piano lessons as a little kid. I think that's a pretty common Asian kid thing, but you know, started with piano lessons and kind of, you know, didn't really go very far in terms of like the performance of piano, but became much more interested in like composition and like making your own music. Then from piano, I started to get into like electronic music. I got very deeply into like synthesizers and analog synthesis and stuff like that. Doing all that can be very expensive, so I usually do just plugins and software. The hardware side takes too much room and costs too much, but I do like all that stuff. So it kind of went like piano, like classical piano, typical that stuff when I was a kid, to like being into electronic music and synthesizer stuff, and then getting more into like scoring, you know, that like kind of combines that sort of classical and electronic stuff, and other, of course, many other influences.
I always like to dive into your hobbies and now your profession, aside from game development, because I feel like it's those experiences and those combination of experiences that makes your output, your expression, that much more interesting. Being around game developers at big or small studios, have you noticed your input have been a little bit enough different to kind of add into your games?
Yeah, totally. I think that, you know, all games are kind of like end up incorporating something of like the teams that make them. I think on indie games that have smaller teams, you see that a little bit more readily. You know, you see like the kind of a quirky, whatever, like sense of humor that the developers have end up in the game in some way, or whatever their worldview is. I think that's actually also true of AAA games. It's just a little bit harder to see, but even AAA games have these kind of moments of personality that come from the team that make them, whether that's like an animation that somebody made, or just like a weird turn of phrase that a character ends up using, or the way something is laid out in the game, or the way something looks. Games are just the sum of the output of the people who make them, right? And the people making things put themselves in the game and kind of encode their personalities in the game, almost even when they can't help it. You know, even when you're just trying to make something neutral that doesn't say anything, you end up saying stuff just because of the choices that you make. You know, like, do you think that like this character should be just like wearing all black? Do you think that like someone should say something in a certain way, or what is true about the world that you're making. It's all based on like your personal worldview, whether you want it to be or not. You kind of end up showing who you are when you make stuff.
Definitely. Well, I want to thank you, Matt, for coming on and kicking off day 2 for GDUX. And it's always a joy kind of talking with you. You have a very soothing voice, and you make me feel calm. And it's a perfect way for me to kind of get this thing started. So
Awesome.
as a send off, I want to remind everybody that I know there's a lot of questions still coming in, that maybe Matt can hang out with you within our Discord channel, and I'll just go over to Matt's TV here. The Discord link is actually right underneath his face. But if you can't type that in real quick, you can go to gdux.me and you'll be able to join Discord that way and conversate with him. In addition, I want to hand over the mic to you, Matt, to kind of give attention to, shout out, and tell people how to continue the conversations besides Discord and speak with you directly.
Yeah, like I said, I think Twitter is probably the easiest way, to get in touch with me. My Twitter is Matthew Seiji, MattheJi. There's also a contact form on my website, which is matthewseiji.com, and you can email me there. I can participate in the Discord as
You
well.
don't have to.
Which is
we're not forcing you to.
This is here.
But they can ping you if they feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ether,
yeah.
If anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I enjoy talking with people, and don't feel bad about reaching out to me if you have questions or things like that. Yeah.
Right. I want to thank you again, Matt, for coming on, and we'll be in touch, man. I feel like I check in with you every 6 months or so. So we're gonna continue the conversation. And what else?
Yeah, sounds good.
Quarantine. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I hope everyone stays safe, and I think now more than ever, like, it kind of shows this is we can make games that speak to real world issues. I think that's an important thing to think about and keep in mind. So if I leave you with anything to kind of think about, that might be something to consider.
All right.
So I'll hang out in the Discord for a bit. I think I'm gonna end the video stream, but I'll be in the Discord if anyone wants to ping me there, and I'll be able to answer people's questions if they have them.
Man, next time, man, we're gonna bring you on and play some music, dude. Maybe that's part of the program. It'd be nice.
I'm a bad performer. I'm more of like a lay the notes out, on the grid kind of guy these days. I used to practice, and I was bad at practicing. Like, I didn't become a great performer.
I'll do interpretive dancing. I'll be the visual.
Okay.
Music then.
That sounds good.
Collaborate. All right, man. Have a good one, dude.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. So before I introduce our next presenter, in between each presenters, if you are just joining us, I like to do an Unchained report. These are pre-recorded interviews that I've conducted the last 6 months to kind of integrate within GDUX to talk the biggest topics. So the Unchained report theme of today is mostly centered around the rise of the solo developer and how the future of game developers are actually getting younger and quicker and faster and pumping out amazing quality. So the next Unchained report is about Zhang Shengcheng. He is from China. He's a 23-year-old developer that created a AAA quality game all by himself and has been getting a lot of notoriety for his game Bright Memory Infinite. He's created a studio called FYQD Studio. This is a game that easily became a highlight for the recent Xbox Series X gaming press event and easily won fans over through The gameplay demo and his unique story, Zhang's story, ushers in a new generation of game developers who literally have no barricades to create whatever they want at a caliber of AAA quality. It is both scary and exciting to watch his incredible success, and I spent the time last month learning about his work and his process. Did you try to kind of put a small team together before going solo?
你有没有试着去找一些人来帮忙你做一个找一个团队来帮忙你，或者是找一些人来帮忙你做这个游戏？
对，这个想法当时有过，但是当时我开发 Bright Memory 是在工作的业余时间，所以说会更偏向于独立制作一些。当然后面还比如说类似下一款作品的话，可能会去寻求一些其他的一些团队人员去帮助。但是 Bright Memory 这款游戏的话，尽可能是由我个人去独立完成剩下的工作。
I thought did cross my mind, but when I first already started making the game in pre-production and in the early development, I was already doing it by myself, and I figured I'd see that through. For bigger projects or for the larger parts of the future of the games I will probably branch out and look for a team or individuals to come help. But for Bright Memory especially, I really want to see it through on my own.
So as you were beginning this project, what was your focal skill set and what did you have to branch out and learn to complete this project?
你开始发展这个游戏的时候，你本身有的那些你本身知道的东西有哪一些软体，或者是知道用哪一些软件，然后你有需要去找什么，或者是学什么新的东西？
对，这个问题其实是一直存在的，就是难题这个问题是一直存在的，所以也是通过了将近9年的游戏开发。对，我是在2011年进行游戏的首次的一个开发创作，然后在过程中也遇到很多问题，然后对，可以先说这些，后面再细说。
好，it has that's been a constant. It's been very difficult in terms of picking up new skills. I do have about 9 years of development since 2011. 你说
2011年。
Since 2011, I have about 9 years of game development background. So I did have some preset skills already, but it's still been a pretty difficult path learning new things.
对，所以之后在学习，比如说 Unreal 的时候，会遇到了很多问题。然后当时也是在 Unreal 的论坛进行一些浏览，看一下别人是如何解决的。然后其实最多的问题主要还是在于是边选边做，就是有很多东西你不知道怎么去解决，因为你是第一次接触Unreal 这个引擎，所以就是需要经过很长一段时间的开发，然后从中获得一些解决方法的一个渠道。对，之后就慢慢的把这款作品给开发出来。
A big part of it was kind of learning the ins and out of Unreal and that particular game engine, and kind of troubleshooting and learning how to do the ins and outs of that engine, and essentially figuring out a lot of problem solving issues with it in terms of scripting and the like. But that's kind of been the learning process of kind of learning what works and what doesn't work with Unreal.
Was Unreal from the get-go the engine that you had in mind, or you think of Unity? And if you were thinking about other engines, why Unreal at the end?
你开始的时候是知道你要用 Unreal， 还是你要想到用别的软体发展这个游戏？
然后刚开始的话，可以说最早我接触过 Unity 3D， 这款引擎，但是我个人是学美术，就是我是一个美术生，然后对于 Unity 它需要写很多的代码，写很多的那个 code， 所以就不太适合我美术生。之后就找到了 Unreal 这个引擎。 Unreal 它拥有蓝图系统 Blueprint 蓝图，然后它可以帮助开发者很轻松的去实现一些功能。
I initially looked at Unity 3D, but a lot of Unity requires a lot of really complicated coding. Unreal, I ended up settling on because it has a lot of the built-in blueprints and a lot of like kind of the ease of use that allows an indie developer such as myself to really go through much easier and with a much easier barrier for entry.
As you were looking at that, can you kind of paint a global picture of the development of Bright Memory, just in terms of how long was pre-production development and to a point where you're finally able to share and promote? Like, what was that timeline?
你可不可以跟我们介绍一下你做这个游戏的每一个怎么讲？做这个游戏有哪一些部门，一直到你可以介绍这个游戏让大家知道这个游戏是什么种游戏你这个从开始到现在，你有哪一些地方？
是说开发的流程，还是说工作的
流程？对，
流程是吧？流程 OK。最早的话是先接触的场景美术这一块，然后之后才学习的level designer 关卡设计，然后到后面的程序，然后这一块是进行一个循序渐进的一个学习方式吧，就是先保证自己能把游戏的场景给搭建出来，然后之后再考虑游戏的玩法，然后最后去进行代码的一个编写，然后融入到这个游戏中。所以说因为我刚刚说是作为美术，所以说在场景上面我会下很多功夫去刻画。对。
So it initially started with a lot of the environmental stuff, making sure we can get the environments right before we moved into the game, the actual game side of it, and then making sure that all that worked together as well as the coding for it. Before I'd really kind of narrowed down the idea of the characters and everything else. A lot of my focus was on the environmental aspect, as that has taken up the largest portion of my of the production schedule. Before I was comfortable with kind of showing off the game, making sure everything looked the way I wanted it to and interacted the way I wanted it to and played the way I wanted it to.
So what was the main inspiration for Bright Memory that as part of your pre-production, I'm sure this was an idea that you had for a while and finally wanted to just go with it, right? What were the games that really heavily influenced Bright Memory?
做这个 Bright Memory 这个游戏，你有哪一些别的游戏是你拿来用你的启发、你的想象者做这个游戏？
首先是我最喜欢的游戏 Call of Duty， 然后在 Call of Duty 上面我会去参考它的一些射击手感，就是开火的一些反馈。然后之后我会融入一些，因为刚开始 Bright Memory 它的定位是一个first person shooter game 加 action ACT 动作类型的一个游戏定位，所以在后面参考了像子弹风暴就是 Bullet Store 以及那个 Shadow Warrior 这些游戏受到了很大的一个启发。对。
Probably all started with my favorite game, which is Call of Duty, and I really looked at a lot of the shooting mechanics of that game and the gameplay mechanics before I started looking at other aspects of games like Bulletstorm and Shadow Warrior, and kind of brought in a lot of the different elements of those games that really inspired kind of the way Bright Memory ended up becoming.
I see. My next question is, of course, the biggest thing, especially this year, right? with everything COVID related. Has it affected your marketing plans and development plans? It seems like Bright Memory is pretty much done at this point. Did it make you pivot to another strategy because of this unexpected thing?
因为今年真的是很多很奇怪的事情开始啊，很多那个 corona 的那些问题在中国 especially， 然后我们想问你一下，那个 corona 现在有没有发出什么困难对你，或者是要你想象的中变什么？你要卖这个游戏，或者是跟人家介绍这个游戏，corona 有没有把你那个你本来要做的变？
就是病毒对游戏的一个影响是否会有，对吧？
对，有没有什么影响？
这一块其实有好的也有坏的。像好的一方面的话，就是更多人的在家中可以在 Steam 上面购买到我们的游戏，就是在这个新型冠状病毒就是在中国爆发的时候，我们的那个 Steam 的销量是成倍上涨的。然后这一块是一个比较好的一个趋势。当然另一方面，这是坏的方面的话，就是可能我们的海外发行商像那个他们在 GDC 的时候有一个线下会展，在那个 GDC 的那个会议酒店旁边，像这个问题的话就已经取消掉了，所以说我们没办法去在那个线下进行媒体的一个游戏展示，只能在互联网上发布视频。对。
I think there has been both good and bad. One of the good things about it was that more people have to stay at home and have more time to essentially be exposed to and play the game. In China, after the initial quarantine, the amount of Steam users rise almost quite exponentially. So it's a lot more exposure and time online for people to be exposed and play the game. However, the bad, of course, would be our in-person exposure at conventions like GDC. That has all been canceled, and our inability to really market the game in that way has really hindered the marketing of the game in that particular sense. So there's been a greater focus on the online space in terms of the marketing.
Hey, what's up, everybody? So, I do see Larry. They don't hear you yet, but we might have to do some technical. Oh, there we go. I think I see it now. Oh, then it's gone. So while he reconnects with us, I do want to remind everybody that give me a sec here. That this is a perfect opportunity to tell you guys that you can connect with us on Discord. If you want to donate to this free event at any point, go to gux.me and see money and cash fall from the sky. And this is going to help me and the team to contribute to the next GDUX event. So at any moment, you can press that. If you don't believe me, feel free to contribute. So I will take a small break while I help Larry get the screen up. We do see you, Larry. Oh, there we go. I think we're good now. Okay, let me kind of pipe you in, and let me introduce you to the audience here. So we'll be discussing the business of games. Larry, a 20-year veteran of the game industry, will explain how a business mindset can help you be more successful. This presentation is about more than making wise business choices. It is about developing a framework for financial decisions. All right, everyone, buckle in. So I believe I am ready on this side. So whenever you're ready, Larry, go for it.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Are we all good? Audio good on this, Brandon?
Yep. The show floor is yours.
Perfect.
Man.
Thank you. So let me start off with an introduction. Let me start off by telling you what I don't do. I haven't written a line of code in over 40 years. I'm possibly the least talented person in the world when it comes to graphics. And let me also just offer a confession. I'm absolutely laughable when it comes to online gameplay. Yet over the past 20 years, I've been pretty successful in the games industry, and I can honestly say that that I have fun at work every day of my career. My goal is to teach you what I have learned in the hope that it contributes to your success. Let me start off with the next portion of the presentation by telling you, I'm hoping you're asking, who is this guy and why should we bother listening to him? So my credentials. From 2001 to 2011, I was part of the team over at Stardock. We shipped games including Galactic Civilizations 1 and 2, Sins of a Solar Empire, Demigod, Elemental. During that time, we built up a Steam competitor called Impulse. If you were involved in the gaming ecosystem at that time, you may remember it. In 2011, that was sold to GameStop, and I joined GameStop as the business development manager for their PC digital sales, which was a great opportunity. It got me to work with every major game company. As I used to say, I worked with everyone from Activision to ZeniMax. In 2013, I joined Night Dive Studios. My reason for that was in part because I wanted to get back to a studio that was creative, that actually made things. My title is Director of Business Development. We have over 100 titles published on Steam, GOG, Xbox, Switch, soon PlayStation, including the System Shock and Turok games. Last year, working in cooperation with Atari, we did Blood Fresh Supply, and then most recently, working with our friends over at Bethesda, we released Doom 64. At the very bottom of this slide, I have my education. I have a Bachelor of Science degree from New York University. I have an MBA from Detroit Mercy. I was a MBA Scholar of the Year when I graduated, a member of the Business Honor Society, et cetera, and so forth. So the reason that I put that in smaller font and at the bottom is, truth to tell, I have never gotten a job in the game industry because of my education. So if you're concerned with either getting a degree or of not getting a degree, it is neither a guarantee of success if you get one, nor a barrier of success if you don't have one in the game industry. With that said, I am kind of proud of my education and what it means, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. I always describe this slide as star of stage, screen, and podcasts. One area that I've been pretty successful is in working with the media. And if you follow Night Dive Studios, particularly our latest release of the demo, the alpha demo of System Shock, we get a lot of media exposure, most of which is pretty positive. So there we go. So that's my role in the media. Probably the thing that I'm most proud of is the work that I do outside of the company, stuff where I volunteer. So I'm co-chair of the Las Vegas chapter of the IGDA, International Game Development Association, and I work as a mentor, a regional coordinator for them. And I was actually the first person that was acknowledged by the IGDA for my volunteer efforts supporting services like the Red Cross and the World Health Organization. Not so much a plug for my company, but with the virus being on everybody's mind, I just want to tell you that since the beginning of this year, Night Dive has helped raise $500,000 through various efforts working with Humble Bundle, among others, for kids in hospitals and for N95 masks for healthcare workers. So that's pretty important to me. title of my presentation is business mindset as a philosophy, and I want you to think about this. Not just the pure business itself, but as an approach to problem solving, as something that you can employ on an everyday basis to help you overcome problems that you're facing. That it's analytical, it's data driven, which are things that are often very appealing to people in development. It's a guide for making decisions, ranging on everything from game design to hiring practices. It is not just about profitability, but profitability is an important aspect of the business mindset. And putting this into practice, we're going to go through an example, something that I think every developer, particularly new studios, face, which is answering the question of how long should I work on my game, and how long can I work on it and still be profitable. So again, it's about a framework that will help you to make choices. So why should you care about profitability? Well, if you want game development to be a career, not just a hobby, if you want to be happy in the business, the primary source of dissatisfaction cited on various game development forums is a lack of compensation, specifically the disconnect between the amount of effort that it takes to make a game and the reward and how you get compensated for that game. What defeats this is very often a lack of a business focus at the outset. And what I'd like you to do when you start thinking about your next title is to ask yourselves, how do we expect our games to generate money? How much money should we expect? Where will we sell them, and what will we sell them for? I tell people all the time, when you start out to make a game, deciding on the business model should be as important to you as what platforms you're going to launch on, or what engine you're going to use. You should probably spend as much thought on that part of it as you do on any other aspect of your game design document. I help out on game development social sites. The single most common complaint that I hear from developers is that the amount of money that they will make from selling their game does not justify the effort that they have to put in to create the game. And yet when I ask them, how did this align with their business plan? Did you meet expectations for your business plan? Did you expect something different? What changed? Very often they say that they didn't have a business plan. It needs to go alongside all the other aspects of your development roadmap. So I actually pulled this cartoon from the Indie Game Developers Facebook page, where several thousand people liked it, saw it, retweeted it. So the cartoon shows a developer saying, well, making our game took over 2 years. We barely paid ourselves. It seems reasonable to price the game at $15. And then when they post it up, when the game actually goes on sale, they're accused of being greedy, of not having enough gameplay, etc. and so forth. And the reason it's funny, or the reason it resonates with game developers, is because there's an element of truth to this. The developer figured on pricing of the game based on how long it took him to complete it, not the other way around, and not the content of the game. If that sounds depressing, let me lighten things up a little bit. I'm guessing everybody is familiar with the Underpants Gnomes from South Park. They come up with a 3-phase plan for success. Phase 1 is they're going to collect everybody's underpants. Phase 3 is they're going to profit. Phase 3 is always profit. And all that they need is phase 2. So I don't know anybody in the games business that does not know this cartoon, that this does not resonate with. The point is about this is that your business model needs to be well thought out in advance, and it needs to be realistic. So there's a basic formula. Costs, most especially development time, equipment, licenses, marketing spend, etc., must be less than revenues. And revenues come from sales revenues, ad revenues, etc. Net of whatever platform fees, Steam, Nintendo, Play, Apple, whatever those guys take out, and any other deductions like taxes, VAT, returns, that kind of thing. Usually you see this the other way. Usually you see somebody saying, well, revenues must be greater than costs. And the reason I kind of flip this on its head is because you have less control over revenues than you do over costs. Costs is the one thing that you have real control over, and revenues is something that requires outside influences to generate that. So let's talk a little bit about that. How do you determine costs? Well, developer time, the amount of time that you spend in creating your game, is going to be your single largest component. But I urge you from the very beginning of a project to track everything. All the time you spend coding, all the time you spend creating art, discussions, meetings, all of that stuff. And you're going to need this information not only for your presentation in the current game, but to talk about how you're going to work in the future. Be aware that in a very, very real sense, time is money. And we'll talk a little bit as we move on to how do you assign the value to that. One of the things that you're going to hear me repeat over and over again is ask your fellow developers. What's the going rate for game developers with similar experience, similar skills? It's the best way to get that information. So, talking about asking your developers, asking your fellow developers, I'd like you to really pay attention to this slide. If you get only one thing from today's presentation, this should be it. Build your business network. You may not want to think of it as your business network. You may want to think of it as social, as developmental, but it is a valuable and relevant source of information, particularly information about wages and values. You should be able to share resources. You may find that you have a lot in common with other developers and are working towards common goals. Depending on your situation, you might end up getting a job offer if that's something that you're looking for. And then it's probably the single best way to combat loneliness, which is a really serious issue in the world of game development. So what I'm going to urge you to do is begin to find game developers. Start off looking for game developers in your area. And one of the reasons why I emphasize in your area as a starting point, particularly when you're looking at the value of time, that varies. Going wages vary depending on areas. So if you're comparing, for example, how much a developer makes in Warsaw, Poland, you probably don't want to use what a developer is getting paid in San Francisco as a comparable. The guy in San Francisco is going to make multiple times because the cost of living, because of a number of other factors. So you really want to start off building your network by looking at people in your area. Well, how do you find other developers in your area? There are a couple of great tools, one of which is find out if there is a local IGDA chapter in your area. Participate in game jams. There are all kinds of events going on in areas that are a great place to network. A very prosaic, very simple lesson that I have for developers, but that often needs to be repeated. Make up business cards with your contact information and keep them with you at all times, just in case you run into somebody that is a fellow developer in your area. If you can't find anyone through a local IGDA branch and there aren't any game jams going on in your area, well, there are a couple of different ways that you can still find people out. You can do searches. I actually, when people ask me about how I got my job at Night Dive, I actually cold called Night Dive after my time at GameStop, and I did a search based on companies in a specific area. Ended up talking to the CEO of Night Dive, and the rest, as they say, is history. So use search engines. You can use social media. LinkedIn is actually my preferred path, and I know a lot of developers don't use LinkedIn, but you should. One of the reasons why I favor LinkedIn is because you can do searches based on multiple criteria, people in game development in a certain area. You're able to do that via LinkedIn. There are other ways of getting in contact with people in your area. Twitter always works. I tell people that if you're going to approach others on any kind of social media, if you're going to do any kind of cold calling, the primary thing that you want to bear in mind is be candid. You might want to start off by saying, I'm a game developer just starting out. Would you have a few minutes to answer some questions for me? Be frank about your experience or your lack thereof, and the nature of your quest. If you're like so many developers and kind of an introvert, this can kind of be hard, but it is so worthwhile. If you find people in your area that are also doing game development, there are so many benefits aside from shared resources, shared information. It opens up social contacts. I mean, there are just so many positives. So again, if you're going to take one thing from this presentation, it's to build a business-focused network. So the cost equation. It's value multiplied by hours. So let's use an example. You and two friends work on a game for 2 years. You each devote as much time as possible, but it's uneven. So you want to track the numbers that you have, and then you can do some conversions. The number of hours in the average work week, it's no longer applicable, but we still use these for calculations, is 40 hours. That's 5 days of 8 hours of work time each. That's kind of the basis. A man month is the number of hours generally worked in a month. There's some variation here. The EU defines a man month as 140 hours. The US definition is closer to 160 hours. But again, we use that. It's important for you to know the term man month. And then there's annual time. Again, there's some variation, but generally, and this number is kind of rounded for convenience sake, we look at 2,000 hours, 50 weeks at 40 hours per. So these concepts are very often foreign to developers. I mean, we think about working as long as it takes to do the job. So why is this important? Well, you're going to need this for your own growth and your professional development. You need this for your other team members. But there's another reason for this. If you're going to be pitching your game to publishers, publishers want to know how much you have invested in creating the game. And the majority of that investment is going to come in the form of time. If you're going to pitch your game to a publisher, the expectation is that you will not only be familiar with these concepts so that you can talk about average work weeks, about man months, about annual times, but that you will have this information at your fingertips. My local IGDA branch, we just hosted a presentation from Justin Berenbaum of Exola. Exola often provides funding for indie developers. One of the first questions they ask is how much have you invested in creating the game? And if you say, gee, I don't know, that kind of is not the answer that people are looking for. So some revenue terms. And again, I want to make sure that I define some of the basic stuff for you. Gross revenue is the sale price multiplied by the number of units sold. So an example, you sell 1,000 units of your game on Steam at $10 each, and your gross revenue on the title would be $10,000. The net revenue is the amount that you actually get paid. It's gross revenues less allowable deductions, which include store fees. So Steam charges 30%. As an example, returns, fraud, etc. In the case above, so while your gross revenue would be $10,000, your net revenue would be $7,000 or less, depending on how many other deductions beyond the Steam 30% fee. Other allowable deductions that will come up. Taxes, VAT are standard. If you sign with a publisher, there's often a paragraph that defines these deductions. I'm going to urge you to read that paragraph very carefully. This can include things such as marketing. In the old days of retail, MDF or marketing development funds were a big deduction. So again, standard platform fees are 30%, Epic charges less, mobile free-to-play revenues are harder to predict. So let's just use a PC game that would be sold on Steam as an example. If you're truly independent, that is self-publishing, you need to understand that your net revenue is going to be your gross revenue minus at least 30%. The other part about this, about your negotiations with publishers and about what's allowable, again, I'm going to urge you to spend a lot of time on this. The second time that I signed a game with a publisher, it was back in my time with Stardock, so in the early 2000s, we agreed that marketing was an allowable deduction. But I didn't really have a definition from my publisher of what marketing was. So my company ended up paying the salary for their marketing manager, who actually did very little, if anything, to help our sales. So I learned an important lesson there about be careful with what's getting defined under that section. Okay, so forecasting revenues. Remember at the beginning I said that your costs are much easier to predict. You can track that, and revenues are harder to forecast, but you still want to get some idea of that as you go into it. So how do you project the number of units you're going to sell? Well, the easiest way is to find comparable titles, same genre, similar sized developers. There's a fair amount of data that's available online. Steam Spy, if you're making PC games, is one example of a tool. But you know what? The best way to come up with realistic sales projections is through that network, through your network of business contacts. So in order to forecast how many units your game is going to sell, both for you to make a sound business decision and as a key part of any pitch that you're going to send over to a publisher, you need to gather that data. Easiest way to do it is to say, well, games in this category typically sell so much. So how do you find that out? Well, if you go out there and you start looking for people who have done similar projects and you're able to develop a relationship with them where you can ask them, you can create a spreadsheet and say, well, at the high end, it's so many copies should sell. At the low end, so many copies should sell. And this is an average for a game in this particular genre from a team our size. So the example that I will use, and I'm trying to make this very pertinent to people, but the example that I use is a visual novel. And you're going to be pitching that visual novel to a publisher. Well, the first thing you want to do is make sure you don't compare that game to something completely in a different genre. You don't want to say, well, my game will sell as many, will generate as much revenue as Fortnite did, right? So let's get down to basics and talk about how we develop the projection on this. So, okay, I'm hired as a consultant for an indie company working on a visual novel. I really know very little about visual novels, but I do know how I would attack the problem. I'm going to head over to Itch.io, and I'm going to look at titles that are similar to what I'm looking to develop, and I'll find the one that's closest to my clients. So I click on that title, and it gives me a link to the developer studio. In some cases, I actually get contact information, maybe the developer's Twitter address. Maybe I get a Twitter handle on there, and I reach out and I begin by asking them if they can spare some time. And again, what I had said earlier, I'm completely candid, and I make sure that my request is clear. My email might say, "Hi, I'm an indie developer working on a game similar to your title," and I always mention the title of the game that they've already done. Would you be able to spare a couple of minutes to help me by answering some questions? So in that statement, I've explained who I am. I've explained what I'm going to be asking for, and I've explained the reason that I'm asking for it. My game is similar to yours. I'm trying to gather some data. I'm looking for your help. Let me talk to you a little bit about cold communication. Always be clear what you're asking for. Always state if you're asking for help, and then be clear that you won't take up too much of the other person's time. Time is always precious. Get to the point and don't waste time. I'm not going to stop with one title. I'm going to go through it. I'm going to click on every title that I can find that's in a similar genre from a similar size studio. I'm going to get as many of them as I can and make the assumption that not everyone will answer me. If I get lucky and I establish contacts with all the developers, I'll have a great network. If I only get some of them, I should still get enough information to be able to make a forecast. And you don't need to begin by browsing itch or Steam. If there is a particular title, and this is almost always true for developers, if there's a particular title that influenced you, that made you want to create the game that you're working on, that's a great place to start. Reach out and explain how influential the developer was to you and see if they'll be willing to give you some help. Flattery is always good if it's sincere. So, okay, we've now got the 2 points in our equation. We've tracked all of the time and effort that we spend in a game. We've got all of the other resources laid out for us. And so we learned through our research and networking that the best price for the game that we have that we thought was going to be a $10 game is actually $5. And we learned that because people said, well, gee, I didn't sell very many copies of my game at the full, retail price. We use the term retail, even though it's no longer in a retail store, but at the full price. But boy, when my game went on sale at 50% off, that's when I really started moving units. So we find out that the low end of sales for a title like ours is about 2,000 units, and the high end is about 8,000 units. So, if you add that up, you come to an average of about 5,000 units for our model. And we further decide that the best place to sell our game is on Steam. So the equation becomes 5,000 and times $5 times 70%. Remember, Steam is taking 30% off, so all you're getting is 70%, or $17,500 in projected net revenue. So with this information in hand, we can now answer the question, how long should I actually spend developing the game and still be profitable? Let me emphasize again, I hope nobody's taking notes on this. These are completely made up numbers. And I used the $5 and $10 price points just because it makes multiplying easier, easy calculation. But the point being on this is that you can now forecast what your expected revenue is going to be. And as long as you're investing less than that, you're gonna show profitability. So the equation part 2. So now we have a budget of $17,500 to work with. If our costs are less than that and our sales projections are accurate, we'll be profitable. It turns out that all the tools that we need to create our game are free for use. We're fans of Doki Doki Literature Club, and it turns out that the tool that the developers used on that was RenPy. There's no cost, and even support is free via the forums. Further, it conveniently turns out that the going rate for developers with our level of expertise in our home location is $17.50 per hour. So we want to create our game in 1,000 hours or less. Again, I'm going to emphasize that these are numbers that I just picked for their convenience factor. Okay. So you can now say that if we make our game, if it takes us less than 1,000 hours or less, you're gonna be able to show profitability. And again, this is a part where the business philosophy helps you make decisions about every aspect of the game, including design. We want to bring the game in at under 1,000 hours, so you now examine your work habits. It turns out that you average 20 hours a week working on your game as a one-person studio. That means that you want to complete the game in 50 weeks or less of working time, right? Now that you have the start and the end points for your development schedule, you can develop milestones to fit those goals. Milestones or goals that are tied to specific times are key to staying on track. So the milestones will give you a couple of things. 1,000 hours is a concept. A milestone, in contrast, is a goal with a time limit. Say you're going to spend 20 hours a week for 4 weeks to help learn the software, and that some of the Python that you'll use is something that you can keep track of. Having these milestones helps you stay on track and measure your progress. They guide you to help you stay focused. Again, you're setting it up that way and saying, okay, here are the 6 milestones, the 6 intermediary steps. Maybe you're going to spend 4 weeks in learning the software and setup, and that's your initial milestone. At the end of 4 weeks, if you're not done with that, you've fallen behind, and you need to be more focused. If you're ahead of schedule, great, you can use some of that unused time on your next milestone. Couple of things on this. Not only do milestones help you in the development process, not only are they beneficial to your own internal work, but boy, if you show this to a publisher and you're coming out there saying, well, this is the first game that I'm working on, and you have a schedule with milestones and key dates and what you're going to complete by that time, you're going to look way ahead of many of your competition. So some tools and resources to help you. Twitter. Looking to build up your network, probably Twitter is the easiest way to reach your fellow developers. Unfortunately, until you're better known in the community, your DMs may be ignored. But once you gain that, it's great to build up a network of people that you work with, and where you can amplify each other's social signal. So again, some true life stories. Night Dive has worked on more than one. We specialize in restoring classic games. We are certainly not the only company in there. So people that I regularly talk with and sometimes actually work with, guys over at 3D Realms, who have a long history of restoring and publishing classic games, and the guys over at New Blood, whose games are new but are in a classic style. 2 things on there. Number one, we're able to help each other because we're kind of playing in the same space. But secondarily, I actually really like those guys, and we chat about just a lot of stuff. I mean, it is certainly not all business there. Last night we were talking about early days of punk rock music, so something that is near and dear to my heart. That said, Twitter is a useful tool. LinkedIn. Many developers ignore LinkedIn because it has a business focus. That is its very strength. You can search by company, you can search by name, you can get the person's title and background before you reach out to them. Also, and do not ignore this, this is really important. Once you've built up a network, once you have some contacts on LinkedIn, you can get referrals to new people. So you might be looking for somebody at the XYZ company, and you find the right person, and they're a C-level executive at XYZ, and you're a little bit afraid to cold call them. But what you find out is that you have a friend already at the ABC company that's already connected to them. All through LinkedIn, you can ask your friend at ABC for an introduction to XYZ. Last thing I'm going to call out here is email. And it might seem funny that I'm shouting out email as a tool, but writing a business email that gets a response is becoming very much of a lost art. That said, know your audience. Do not write generic emails. They are spam. Be focused. Get to the point. Use the person's name. Nothing catches person's attention so much as seeing their name in the email. Use keywords. Help, advice, referral are attention grabbers. And then the subject line is your friend. As an example, I would pay attention to an email that was entitled "Larry, new developer seeks your advice." I'm going to tell you a true story. I was meeting 2 young developers that I mentor in this area for dinner. I received an email that had to be 6 paragraphs of closely written text, no spaces between the paragraphs, so that when I looked at this on my phone, all I saw was this single block of text. I'm going to tell you that if I was not waiting at the restaurant for my friends to arrive, I probably would have just deleted the email. I had no idea what the sender was asking me for. I ended up replying saying, I'm sure that you're asking me for something, but I don't know what it is. So it was actually from a kid. I'm old, so everybody's a kid to me. It was actually from a streamer who had moved on to Mixer, and he was asking me for a key for one of my games. Now, I'm going to tell you, if the email had gone to the point and said, hi, I'm a streamer with an audience of X number of people, and I'd like to ask you for a key, I would have responded immediately to it and said, sure. As it was, we ended up getting into a discussion about why he felt he had to tell me everything about his background to justify himself. And he said, well, I'm really not known. And I said, well, I get that, but all the things that you're telling me really aren't relevant. If you told me that you're a new streamer and you don't have much of an audience, but if I would give you a key, you would be sure to promote my game because you don't get that many keys, I would have responded to that. Even if you had said, hey, you're only starting out and you just needed my help, I would have responded to that too. Okay, some websites and tools. I mentioned the IGDA, and this is not a commercial message for them, but there are often more developers in an area than you might think of. So the Las Vegas IGDA had grown really quiet, had kind of gone dark. I moved out here 2 years ago from Michigan, and I met a great group of people here in Las Vegas that were really excited to get started, to get it back on track, and were willing to give their own time to make it happen. And we began to reach out to schools and universities in the area, University of Las Vegas, College of Southern Nevada, when there was still a branch of the Art Institute here. And we put it out there that it was free for our students. Well, you know what? Students graduate and they become developers in some cases. We began doing some sponsorship of game jams. Anyway, long story short, we have over 500 members. If you're a member of my local IGDA and you're looking to gather the kind of business information that we're talking about being so important to your success, you're going to find plenty of resources that'll help you. Steam Spy, I mentioned that before. Steam Stats, it's a great way to at least begin with some comparables. Gamasutra.com. So Gamasutra is the site that is devoted to game business and to blogs related to game development business. Again, if this is going to be more than a hobby for you, I urge you to read Gamasutra as part of your morning ritual. PowellGroupConsulting.com, online business matchmaking events. This connects indie game developers with publishers. It has been a highly successful event. It was successful before the virus, when there were still GDCs and E3s. Now that those kinds of in-person events are canceled, it's even more important. And that kind of concludes my my presentation. I'll be around for questions.
All right, Larry. Why don't we just keep the slides open for your all your information for everyone to kind of see, just in case they want to reach out to you.
Sure thing. I can do that as well. You can actually also catch me here on Discord. I'm online all too often, so.
So this is I got a good reminder for anyone that wants to kind of pull in questions while we're on stream here. I'll kick it off with my own questions. So I'm still very new to the business world, and at least thinking and approaching game development with a business mindset. And what I'm learning and a lot what you're talking about is kind of building a relationship with whoever you want to work with, right? Which makes a lot of sense. I think as a game developer, by default, we don't think that way.
Outside
of our discipline.
That's true. Yep.
So,
and even within the discipline, yeah. But go ahead.
But I think you're kind of getting the hint of my question here. It's just like, can you kind of expand on that a bit? What you've seen for game developers that are initially hesitant to kind of think that way, or just simply do not know?
Absolutely. The first thing is that making that first contact, that initial contact. Brandon, just before I start answering, is my slideshow showing?
Yes. So
I'm not sure.
Yeah, if
okay,
you want to
good.
just go to your last slide and just have your contact information, that'll be great.
Actually, I'm terrible. As a business person, I should be shot. Because I did not include my contact information on here, but you can find Larry Cooperman at Night Dive Studios pretty easily. But let me answer your question on there. So it's really challenging for people to make that initial reach out. You need to understand that the game development community is largely populated by, what's the word that I'm looking for? Oh yeah, game developers. That as shy and introverted as you may be, the person at the other end is likely to be just as shy and introverted. That does not mean that the relationship is going to be uncomfortable. It means that you need to spend some time to be sure to break the ice on there. But once you make that contact, the people in our industry, not only are they mostly really nice and willing to help, but they're also like you. And let me also say that in talking about building your business relationship, I suggested that you reach out to people in your area. That's obvious because you can meet with them. Again, if there's an active IGDA branch over there, if there are game jams, or if there are those kinds of activities, you can meet with them in person. But a number of our IGDA communities and a number of just development communities have regular meetings at bars, at restaurants, at kind of social venues, simply because it is really difficult for people in our business to find other people that are like us, that are interested in the same types of things that we're interested in, that speak a common language with us. However, when you do find somebody that aligns with you on many of those things, it's really exciting, and it's really mutually beneficial. Let's talk, for example, about people that write visual novels, and I use that as an example. People that write visual novels are going to face the same challenges. Again, somebody introverted, somebody who is not necessarily outgoing. When they find out that you are working on a similar project, and you ask them about what software they're using, challenges that they faced, how you get past developers' block, you will find very often that they will get really excited and really animated, because how often do you get to talk to people that are interested in the same kinds of things that you are? Brandon, is that a fair question? A fair answer to your question?
I'm on mute. What a new mistake. My bad. So as we're waiting for questions to kind of pull in, I do have.
I saw your lips moving, and
I was
please go ahead.
Giving you some anticipation. So my question was,
let me back up 1 second. Let me back up 1 second. Did I answer your earlier question fully about
yes,
making those initial contacts with other developers? Because that's really important. Okay, then I'm
Yeah.
ready for your next one.
yeah, the networking is definitely an important side of it. My next question is more for like a personal reason, but a lot of game developers out there are spending their time or half their time, well, most of their time building the product, right? What resources
Right.
do you recommend to get them started in this path of approaching their games with a business mindset? And then on top of that, how much time and resources, let's say given a day, should they dedicate just towards thinking like that, besides making the product?
Perfect question. The place that I start off, the thing that really helps me get focused, I really, really like Gama Sutra. In particular, on Gama Sutra, there are the articles in Gama Sutra, and there's always something that's really interesting to me. But there are also some great blog sites, and the blog sites do two things. A, it allows the author to be a little bit more personal and to expand on their ideas. But number two, very often there's contact information. So if I read something that's just a jewel, I'll reach out to the author of it. I start off my mornings by before I get into the business stuff that I deal with, and my life is not necessarily as exciting as you might think. I spend a lot of time on spreadsheets and contracts. There's a line from an Ian Fleming James Bond that it reads better than it lives. But I always start off my morning by getting caught up on the news. So I hit the usual sites. I usually start off with PC Gamer. I will hit Kotaku, although Kotaku is less interesting to me since Jason Shearer has departed from there. I will look at IGN, but then I go over to Gama Sutra, and Gama Sutra really helps me to get my my business face on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a constant visitor to that site myself, and it definitely makes it an easier digestible approach than diving into the library or a bookstore and just going through that section and not knowing where to start.
And the other thing is, do not hesitate. If you read an article, particularly a blog article, that is interesting to you, something that seems innovative, do not hesitate to reach out to the author and give them some props for what they wrote, and certainly see about making a contact with them.
Yeah, I feel like how much of it, and we kind of touched this a bit with networking. How much of that should be part of your lifestyle to build the product, to talk about your product, but then meeting not even about the right people, because a lot of the times I feel opportunities just come out from outside your peripheral sometimes, and it's a lot about just waiting or keeping those doors open.
So, great story on that. I was staying in Seattle for one of the events. Steam used to have Steam Dev Days. We were staying at a hotel right down the block from where the meeting was being hosted. We're in the elevator there, and I noticed the two gentlemen that were riding in the elevator with me had passes on for the show, but I actually could not see either their names or their company, just because of the angle that was at. But I could see that they were wearing the passes, And the elevator stops, and I see the guys kind of looking around. I said, "Are you looking for the show?" They said yes, and I said, "Well, I'm heading up there. If you guys want to follow me, it's only a couple of blocks away, but I'll be happy to show you." Where you can get in and all that stuff. And we head up there, and, just being friendly. Those two guys were the publisher that I had my first meeting with. Mm. So yes, it should always be a habit. It really was pretty funny. As we're walking there, once we get inside, we're both heading over to the same conference room. But it should just be a habit for you. The other thing that you will find is that, like many things, with repetition, it gets easier. You refine your elevator pitch, what your company does. You get all of those things. The first couple of times that you do them, they're awkward and they are they sound unpolished. But through repetition, it just gets easier to say, and it becomes a habit. So the other thing that I tell people all the time, just the easiest thing that you can do to help build your network, is once you have your business cards, carry some with you everywhere you go. Stick a couple in your wallet, just in case you run into somebody at the store, at the, wherever. And it turns out that they're wearing a hoodie from a game development studio that you love, and you're able to pass your card off to them.
Business cards are very effective. I think in this age of just exchanging information through the phone, people tend to really forget that step of putting some production value behind your business card and carrying them around.
Yeah.
Because especially at these conventions, they're very handy because you're meeting people so fast, and you're passing by a lot of people. Handing them out, at least for me on the other end, I just keep it in my pocket, and after the event is over, I kind of go through them and actually do, and I feel like a lot of people do the same.
One of the things that I do, I have done at various times, and it depends on your personal preference, but my personal business card, because I also less so now, I'm just too busy, but there have been times when I've done some outside consulting for people. I have my photograph on there. It's a small one, and as flattering as it can get. And the reason that I do that is because, particularly at a GDC or an E3, you'll come out with a wallet full of business cards, and you'll say, "Wow, which guy was this?"
Right.
And just having that picture will help. Of course, it's easier for you because you're young and handsome, and I'm old and not handsome.
You'd be surprised. People throw it in disgust and out of jealousy.
See what I make up for it with, and there are things. I actually have a whole closet behind me full of suits. This is not my first career. I had a very exciting career in healthcare finance. If you're ever having a hard time falling asleep, I'll be happy to tell you about that, because it will put you to sleep in seconds. But I wore suits and ties for decades of my life. Now I'm notorious for wearing my T-shirts. The one that I'm wearing today says, "No, you're right. Let's do it the dumbest way possible because it's easier for you." I wore one yesterday that says, "I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you." I probably wouldn't want to wear that to a business meeting, but one of the few advantages about getting old, and I'm not even going to say old, about getting old, is that I've gone from rebellious to eccentric.
That's great qualities to have throughout your career. So this is a question from Nightwolf, and the question is, this is back to the business card portion.
Yep.
So how would the business cards work now that we're pretty much all virtual, since we're all online now?
So first of all, while we are still online, the version of that becomes part of your arsenal of weapons is the signature part of your email. So my signature on my email, Brandon, you've got my emails. My signature on my email has my name, my title. It has my email address, which is kind of dumb because you just got it in an email. It has my cell phone number. It has my Skype handle, which I use less and less, but some people do use Skype. And it has Discord, which is probably the easiest way to get a hold of me. So that becomes the answer to the question is the signature on your emails, which you should set up every time, becomes the online version of your business card. So that's one part of it. The other part of it, particularly if you're a one-man studio, and the speaker from Zachtronics just before was talking about this. If you're a one-man studio and you have, whether you're one man or a small studio, and you have a web page for your game or for your studio, there should certainly be a means of contacting you directly from there.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to have a contact section. And those would become the electronic equivalent of your business cards.
Yep, definitely. So this is a question. Is there any advice on creating great relationships during networking events that makes a person stand out from the others?
Yes, be honest. Very first thing, be honest about who you are. One of the things that comes up every once in a while is somebody will embellish a story about how long they've been in the business, or will not get to what they need. And those things become memorable and can really tarnish a relationship. So if you're a young developer starting out, at some point in every one of your conversations, you want to say, I'm a young developer starting out, and I'm really looking for somebody to help me. I'm looking for somebody to be my mentor. So honesty and candor on there. The second thing that that becomes really, really important about networking is get to the point. If there's something that you're asking for, and this goes into how you introduce yourself, if you're looking to find help for your game, if you're looking to get business analysis, if you're looking to get analytics, get to the point of what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. And coming from like a business side of things, you were talking about how most of your day is being drowned out, and in contracts. And I feel like if anything, especially in your small development team, you have the whole side of just making the game, but on the business side of things, I feel a lot of it is just having a team of great lawyers, finance, everybody to kind of help you on that side. I mean, what is the minimum that you recommend to kind of get a small group together that you totally say this is where you should put your money at if you're going to spend any to make sure you avoid any issues?
So a good lawyer is great, but you know what? There is no substitute for being willing to read it yourself. Anytime you get a proposal, anytime you get, before it goes to the lawyer, you sit down with your, whatever tools you use, whether you use a pen or a pencil, use a yellow highlighter, whatever, whatever tools are easiest for you to use, and force yourself to read through that contract. Circle the parts that you don't understand. Those are the ones that you're going to ask your lawyer about. I pretty much guarantee you that on the first contract that you read, when you get up to the section on indemnification, your eyes are going to glass over. It's something that you get past the first time, but be willing to do the work and to read it yourself. You're every bit as smart as the lawyer. You may not be as expert in the same things, but you're that smart. Then again, and I'm going to answer a lot of the questions the same way. If you've developed even the beginnings of a network, a local network, you now have resources. If you know one person in the area that's done a game successfully, that feels good about it, ask them who they used as a lawyer. Get that referral. If they say, well, they've done it all themselves, then ask them whether they'd be willing to help you or give you some advice. And you don't have to show them the whole contract, but you can ask them what does indemnification mean? But again, approach a contract, approach all of that business stuff the same way you would a coding problem. Go to Google, look at look up definitions, look up templates for stuff. When when Night Dive started out, we were using pretty standard templates that were freely available that we then took and we made them specific to what we were doing, but it gave us a starting ground.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is the referral thing is definitely a huge thing. I think if you find someone within your network that you trust that is working with you for a long time, what has helped me at least is just asking them, if there's a certain part of the business that you need filling. That has worked out really well because chances are they're connected with great people as well in these other departments.
Well, we optimistically we hope that they're going to say, "Oh, I'm working with a great lawyer," but at the very least, they can say, "I worked with this one guy and he was terrible. Don't go to him." It's great to learn from your own mistakes. It's even better to learn from other people's.
Exactly. Another question that I have, and maybe we don't have to go into too much of the details, but if you don't mind kind of like sharing, not a complete horror story when a business goes bad, but like maybe just more like the steps of why it went bad, like why things didn't work out the way it was intended because of these common mistakes that could have been easily avoided.
So I'll tell you two stories. First of all, the common mistakes that could have been easily avoided. If they're common mistakes, there's a reason that people make them over and over again. The one that I start off with, and I referenced this article. This was an interview with a whole team of us, but I was the first person that spoke for the Escapist and was talking about our misadventures in the development of System Shock, which I'm going to begin by saying is very, very happily on track. If you haven't played the demo, you certainly should. It's on Steam and GOG, and there are plenty of walkthroughs and gameplay trailers, commercial message in there. But so we began by doing a demo of what we thought was going to be the game direction built up in Unity. We launched it at GDC. We put it online at GDC. We had an announcement in PC Gamer, and we had something like a 250,000 views the first week on the trailer. We knew we had something very exciting, and we announced that we were doing a Kickstarter to raise funds for the development of the game. Well, the Kickstarter was really successful. We raised quite a bit of money, and we were flush with our own success. The interview that I'm referencing began with the words, "The longest journey often in game development often starts with the words, you know what else would be cool?" And we feature creeped. No, we said it to ourselves. You know what else would be cool? And that's how we start off on the longest journey. We feature creeped our game to the point that it was no longer recognizable from the original concept. So first thing that I would tell you is when you have a plan, stick to the plan. Avoid those, you know what else would be cool kind of things. That's number one. Be leery of your own success. We thought we were better than we were. And that's not a knock on us. It's just that we became, we had some real good initial success. We ended up going off the track that we wanted to go on. It was a painful process. We got back on track, and now we've returned to the original vision. But it was a costly series of mistakes that we learned from. The second thing that I would tell you is don't put all your eggs in one basket. So a horror story from my early days in game development. First game that I sold or that I did a licensing deal on. We're really lucky. We worked with Take-Two. It was a great relationship. It was very successful, and things went quite well. And we got paid, and we were quite flush with the money, and we thought that was great. The second game that we sold, we had almost the opposite experience. Our game did very, very well. But the publisher that we were working with went into bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is an amazing thing. It basically says, well, we sold your game and we made a lot of money and we're not giving you any of it because we had other debts. And that really happened to us. We had sold, by a conservative estimate, 60,000 copies of a game at retail, and we basically got zero in terms of payments on that. And there was a whole lot of horror stories on that, but that really hurt. But the one thing that was a saving grace was, and this was at the very beginning of the 2000s, we were selling our game digitally. That is what saved Stardock from going into bankruptcy in the early days.
That is that's one of the scariest things a game developer would hear, that it did well, but you're not getting any of it. And it seems like it's one of those, because I'm sure you guys at least seeked out legal ramifications, but I feel like there
absolutely
isn't much to do. Is there, when someone files
not
bankruptcy?
not much. And you end up going to a court and fighting over the crumbs.
Right, and then that itself.
That's it.
Probably, yeah. Drive you more into debt than anything, right?
Yeah.
You probably, in most cases, you're spending more than you're actually going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Larry, we are at the end of the hour, and I want to thank you for coming on and sharing an important topic that I constantly want to learn more about, because business and the business side of games is something I'm quite new to, and a lot of game developers who are watching and will be listening to this later, it's the same story. We just have no idea how to approach it.
I'll give you one parting thought on this. You can't possibly know everything. So one of the things that you can do is to try to find experts on a particular topic, develop relationships with them, and ask them questions, and never be afraid to ask questions.
All
right, guys. Brandon, thank you so much for hosting this. This was absolutely great, and I'm glad that I got an opportunity to reach out to your audience, and we'll stay in touch.
All right. Thank you, Larry. Have a good one.
Cheers. Bye-bye. You too.
Bye. Okay, I would like to remind you guys at this time that we do have an active Discord channel where you can meet Larry and talk to him past the presentation, of course. You can find the link on the website at gdux.me. Feel free to drop in to conversate with the other viewers and even interact like people like Larry and other presenters themselves throughout the conference. So in addition, if you would like to talk and conversate and stay connected, you can go to gdux.me to help with that and make a donation to help with the next production of GDux. So give me a second here while I get this set up. All right. Every time I do those camera cuts, I got to fix something. Another way to help spread the love and stay engaged is to tweet at GDUXME or GDUXME or at Blue Champs. I spent my whole kid's college education on buying these nameplates, so make and please justify by tweeting at me. I will read them. It's what I live for, your tweets, and as part of the fun, I want to mention the good folks at Masterpiece VR. They are the 3D application software centered around using VR technologies to make game development easier and faster. They happen to be our sponsor for this year, GDUX event. For the next 3 days, or the next 2 days, we'll be giving away 10 free one-year indie license for Masterpiece VR. All you have to do is go to gdux.me to sign up to the mailing list, and then tweet at gduxme and at Masterpiece VR and how you are enjoying the show. The instructions are pretty simple. However, feel free to go to gdux.me and give it a read, and to make sure you don't mess that one up. Lastly, I am truly a one-man army, so what you see is built by my blood, sweat, and tears. If you can't tell, GDUX is not controlled or backed by any major corporation. I'm in a motel room, for God's sake. So any donation is greatly appreciated. to put into organizing the next GDUX event. So go to GDUXME and hit the make it rain button at any point of the live stream and literally make your hard-earned cash fall from the sky into my motel room. Seriously, $1 goes a long way, $2 goes a bit further, and then so on and so forth. All right. If you don't want to make a game all by yourself, oh my God, keep cutting away. If you want to make a game all by yourself and are having a difficult time finding the right people to be as committed as you are, maybe you should follow in Richard Q's footsteps and work with his family to deliver their studio's first game, Kuka Games' first game, Mage Hunter. Richard comes from a background of a decade of working at prestigious studios like Blizzard, Riot Games, Wargaming, and Tencent. I sat down with him a couple months ago, earlier in the year, to learn more about his jump into indie dev with family. This is a pre-recorded Unchained report, so don't be confused, but we will be following up with the next presenter shortly afterwards. So please enjoy.
So it's weird because I would never consider myself an industry expert, but then like I realized that I turned 39 like more than 4 months ago, so I guess I'm by default an industry. I don't know. It feels weird. I think like that's one quality about trying to make games that's really important, is always to sort of stay humble and sort of like always look to like learn how to do stuff. I like really enjoy learning how to make things and how to create stuff that's fun and innovative and like interesting. So that's sort of like, you know, in trying to bring my wife and my brother to build this game, like it was pretty easy to say, hey guys, like, what are some games that we want to make that are that we've always wanted to like make, or stuff that we grew up playing that really inspired us, that, you know, when you're working for like a large company that's trying to like make a mass appeal game, like you have to think of you have a huge XX $1 million budget. You've got to think of this target audience. You've got to plan out your development for X years. And, you know, a lot of things are done very top down, for lack of a better word. Whereas when you're trying to come up with something with a small group of people, it doesn't matter if it's your friends or family, or if your wife or partner or husband. It's like you got to think a little bit like, you got to percolate the ideas from the bottom up too, because you have that freedom to sort of think about it that way. And that sort of turns into top down, because it's like, all right, so what do we want to actually accomplish in the core gameplay? And then we can actually plan out like the bigger picture, which actually is one of the ways that we did stuff for several of the projects I worked on. But those were like within well-established frameworks and stuff. So like, oh, it's a sequel to StarCraft 2, or trying to make like a competitive RTS MOBA, or whatever, like the stuff that you and I worked on, Brandon, which I'm not sure we're allowed to say yet. But the main thing that is important to, because like, you know, for my wife and brother and I, like I have the most experience, so I am like the de facto leader. So there's a lot of things that go into making a business that you just sort of want to protect from the team, because it's really important that like when you're working on the day-to-day, especially the creatives, that you sort of like protect them from like thinking about stuff that doesn't really matter for the stuff that they want to do, because you have to still treat it like a normal game development team, where it's like, hey guys, so let's like come together and talk about what we're going to do for the week as opposed to every day. And there's advantages to that, but also disadvantages to it. But then it's like, you know, in the background, I have to think about, well, my lawyers contacted me about having to register trademarks for this, and you know, we need to get the website up, or I'm going to be talking to some guy on the podcast about like the game development with family. So what should I say and not say about like the trials and tribulations of making games and stuff with family. But yeah, that doesn't really cover it, Brandon. Can you throw me a question so I can latch onto something?
No, I mean you're starting to get into like the meat of the topic here. You're talking about working with family and kind of playing. Well, I mean it's always going to be a blurry line of like of a team and then how you talk, which I feel is part of the conversation that's interesting. Where how do you separate that? Well, let's talk about physical space or remotely, right? Do you guys work remotely mostly when you do these stand-up meetings, or do you guys hang out in the living room and talk?
So
like paint that picture for us. How does it work?
Oh yeah. So like a kind of like a day-to-day sort of thing. Yeah. So as I guess like to kind of tie it back to your original question, as the most experienced person, like there's importance to like the daily rituals. Like in our case, it's more weekly rituals because we can get a lot of stuff done when we are together. And so we figure out what we're trying to do for the week. And every month, like we plan for like, the next couple months or figure out what the high level goals are and stuff. Sorry to be a bit rambly because I think like one of the things about working as a family is that you don't have to do a lot of retros and stuff. Like it kind of just happens organically. So like to answer your question about like the day to day, like it's we already know what we're going to do. My wife and I split duties with like taking care of the kids in the morning. So it's not like we'll go down into the living room and sit down and work. My in-laws, my brother-in-law actually lives in Anaheim and we live in Long Beach, so we can actually go and visit him like pretty often. Like after this podcast, I'm going to go grab some food and just go drop by and sort of see how he's doing with like some of the stuff that we've already planned. So I think like part of, I guess, like a lot of the experience that I have is just like in making sure that you stay connected. Like so it's not really remote at all. Like if I need to ask him questions, I'll ping him on Discord or Facebook or text or whatever. There's like different response times I found out, like if I use like Discord versus Facebook, and so you got to like sort of measure that as well. And like I'm with my wife pretty much like all the time, so you have to like always you have to again treat it like work-life balance. Like that's really important to not like talk about work after like some time like past like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. But even then, that's still sometimes like we have something important that we need to talk about that we couldn't talk about because during the day we're like taking care of the kids or like running around doing errands and stuff. I think the big secret about this is that our parent, my in-laws actually can take care of the kids on Friday evenings and all of Saturdays. So that actually gives Annie and I time to like go out on a little date for just the two of us so we can catch up with each other, but then also like work all day on Saturday and some of the time on Sundays so that we can actually get a lot of heads down work. My brother, since he doesn't have any kids yet, I don't know, he can actually work on the project like pretty much full head of steam, like almost every day. But he even balances it out so that he only works from like around 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning to about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And then he just sort of like chills for the rest of the day and like plays music, plays games, hangs out and stuff like that. And that's where we usually can catch up with him. Like after the kids are done school in the afternoon, we'll go like we're over Anne's parents' house and we're like talking to him and talking to like sort of just catching up on the project. But if you think about it in a normal work setting, like you have all of these like and sorry, like I'm usually better at structuring all this. I just haven't thought about it in a long time. So I guess it's interesting. You'll have like daily stand-ups. You'll have like a set lunchtime. You'll have like weekly Scrum meetings and stuff. You'll have like monthly company meetings and whatever, right? In this case, as a family, like you're just sort of like figuring out ways to balance doing work with your normal life as it is, and you're sort of like the way our family works, like we're always like with each other, like very often. So it's not really a question of how to do it in a way that works for day to day. For me, I realized that it's better to plan week to week and sort of just let, Annie and Vic figure out like how they want to do stuff, because I don't want to micromanage them. Like that's actually generally what you don't want to do anyway, which is something you learn in nowadays. People are very empowered to just do their work by X date, and it works really well with family because we don't have to spend time talking to each other trying to resolve issues or anything like that. We're a family, and we're all in this together. So we're not worried about whether someone's like committed or not, or whether someone's passionate about a thing. And we know each other's strengths and weaknesses like inside and out, because like we live with each other and we can talk about things. And like my brother and I used to work together at Wargaming. Andy and I have worked together on a lot of creative projects before, so it works out pretty well like that.
I wish to hear.
Oh my god, I was on mute the whole time. Oh my god. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
hello.
That's my fault. That's my fault. Oh my god. All right. Give me a sec. Let me reintroduce you guys. I wrote like a whole awesome introduction. Let me redo that real quick. I'm gonna put you guys back on mute. All right. You gotta listen to it. All right. For one sec. Oh. All right. Let's just erase what the last 5 seconds looked like. My next presenter is with Hugo and Niels from the Bedtime Digital Games Company. They will be demoing Figment Creed Valley. And we will be taking breaks in between certain areas to unravel the thought process behind concepts, as Figment Creed Valley is an emotional, touching on mental health and the human experience. We'd love to share, and well, they love to share, how we came about with the project, concepts that will explain what areas of Figment Creed Valley are based off of, and what the bosses symbolize in the creation of their theme songs. All right, now I can hear you. How you doing?
Good.
All right.
Way better introduction without the lip reading.
I know, right?
Now there's
so we're, how you guys doing, man? Well,
Thanks a lot for having us.
Of course. I at this time am playing the music, of course, from Figment Creed Valley. Seems to be piping in just fine. I'm just double checking with the team here to make sure that it's not too loud, but it seems like everything is good to go, guys. So let's just start with I did a minor introduction of you guys, which of course doesn't do it complete justice. Why don't I just throw it to each of you to kind of talk about yourselves a bit before we start the demo. Let's start with Hugo.
Yes, I'll start. Oh, I get stab in the heart. So I'm currently the art director on the project, which I joined, what was it, a year ago now?
Yeah, I guess so.
These guys were already like well into pre-production. A few concepts have already been done even, and I've kind of taken over the whole visual aspect of the game. And and I'm trying to wrap it up now with the team.
You're doing great, though.
Oh, thanks, Nils. I wasn't fishing for compliment here. And that's my implication, like with Figment. And I joined the company 4 years ago now, for a little bit of context, and it's actually my first time working on a project like this as in that position
as a lead artist.
Yeah. Well, I'm in charge. I get to call the shots. So if it's ugly, it's my bad.
Yeah.
And, I'm Nils. I'm the.
Go for it.
Yeah, sure. I'm the game director and the music composer on the game. And that's it.
Well, the audience and viewers out there are definitely listening some very smooth and calm music as we are watching the intro. So Figment, of course, has been out, but this is a new introduction to the game, right? To a lot of viewers out there. Do you guys kind of mind talking about Figment Creed Valley just a bit?
Yeah, sure. So Creed Valley is like we call it an encore to Figment. Figment was released some time ago, and now we're kind of doing a follow-up that try to explore some other themes. First of all, like the original Figment takes place inside the head of a person and kind of explores different things in here, among others, depression and other things that we try to get around in like a lighthearted manner. And in Creed Valley, we kind of take this concept and try to expand upon it and try to explore other things inside this mind and some of the struggles that this guy we're inside of is dealing with.
Beautiful. So let's go ahead and get started. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little easier to talk about it once we get into the world.
Mm-hmm.
I think you just pick it up.
What? Oh, that's terrible, right? You smart like that.
So I've had the pleasure to talk to a couple years ago, and but like as a reminder, can you kind of like as we're going through this, maybe Hugo, you can talk more about the size of the team and how long it took to kind of follow up Figment with Figment Creed Valley.
Well, actually, Nils was the one who took over first, so I think he might be the best to.
But I want to hear from you. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, go for it, Niels.
All right, sure. So press the wrong button.
Did I?
Yeah. So Creed Valley is we sized down a lot for this sequel. Like on the original Figment, at the end of the production, we were around 12 people. But for the most part, for this game, we've only been 3 or 4 people working on it. So it's Hugo and myself, and another designer and a programmer, basically. And then I had a few other people like join in from time to time to help out with some more technical stuff and some animations and stuff like that. But basically a very, very small team where we communicate from day to day. And that's the team thing. And the thing has been going, like Hugo said, for about 2 years. So let's not talk on top of this.
So at least on my side,
Sorry?
No, I'll let the audio go through before I talk over it because they are talking.
Yeah, so here we see the little green guy that Hugo is controlling around is Dusty. He's like a representation of the courage of the mind. The whole idea with this world is that it's like a visual representation of the different concepts inside your head. Like if you could walk around inside the mind and actually see how it looked, if you could go around and explore it, right? So this guy that you're following around is Dusty, and he's the courage of the mind. And his usual role in the mind is when when for example a fear enters the mind, like a nightmare creature of some sort, that maybe the guy that you're inside of is afraid of the dark for some reason. So the fear of the dark enters the mind as a physical enemy that you have to fight. So Dusty, he's this guy that he's like this god that runs around in the mind and keeps all the fears and traumas and at bay, basically. And in this installment, Dusty has entered Creed Valley just here and sets out to explore it. Creed Valley is the part of the mind that kind of handles all your ideas and your morals, like your moral compass. Like the moral compass is an actual place that you can visit in this world. So all these ideals and like the creed, basically your own creeds, they're managed in this world. But something has gone wrong here. Like usually the Creed Valley part of the mind can switch between open and closed-minded by itself. Closed-minded is the state we're in right now. But something has gone wrong, so suddenly the mind can't switch. So Dusty is sent out to try to figure out what's going on here and see if he can do anything about it.
Was his role in the mind?
Sorry.
Sorry.
So like
all right.
Exploring the mind and the game being based around mental health is a very unique stance, coupled with where I feel Bedtime Digital Game has always been, just by a glance of a screenshot, we're able to tell that it's from you guys because you have a very artistic vision behind every product that you guys put out. So
thanks.
When it comes to ideas and creating a game, I mean, what drives the vision first? Is it the design or is it the art? I guess I'll talk to the art director, Hugo, on how you want to comment on your process and approaches when designing something. I mean, who talks first? Who comes up with the idea first?
I think what came first was the story, like because Figment is not like. So the idea of being in somebody's mind stems from the first project that Bedtime made before even I and Niels came, and so the setting stems from there, and then from that point on, it's about like getting the story and what we want to tell first, and then I would say that gameplay and art kind of evolve at the same time. It's really like a back and forth kind of thing, and that's why, like, you know, working in such a small team is really great. It's because I get some like the designers tell me kind of what they have in mind, like how that area should play out, and then I come up with some ideas of how it should look. Then I get feedback from that. Maybe it triggers some new ideas for the designers, and they take over. They develop on the initial concepts with the first draft of visuals, and then I get it back, and so on and so forth. And basically the iterations like don't stop, and it's really like a cooperation. And since I'm kind of like the only concept artist in the team, like I can draw, but as far as ideas, like I like the other guys in the team are just as productive, I'd say. And yeah, that's what, like, that's basically the process, like team effort, even though I'm the one like painting the last brush strokes. What's this, Niels?
Yes. Yeah, this guy is an opinion. So like I told you before, the whole manifestation of everything you imagine inside the mind is here. Or the things we at least imagine being in there. So opinions are actual characters that you meet throughout the game and can talk to. And yeah, this guy is the opinion on music, and he's currently in the closed-minded state, like the mind is closed-minded. So he has a pretty closed-minded idea of music, and he doesn't like his new neighbors who are playing loud music. So you have to do something about that.
All right then.
You guys have such a, as I'm watching and listening to this, have such a whimsical style to not just the art, but like the sound and the design. It reminds me a lot of like
Alice in the Wonderland-esque approach, especially with dealing with the mental health aspect of it. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we try to pick up on heavy things. Like in this game, we focus maybe a little less on like stuff like depression and these things, and try to move the focus onto other things. But yeah, we definitely want to keep like the serious topics, but at the same time try to kind of deal with them in a more lighthearted way, or also let people have fun while doing this, but still have these more serious topics as a foundation of everything.
And visually, I think it also draws a lot of inspiration from traditional illustrations. So like ever since the moment I joined the team, and even on the first Figment, the idea was that it should always look sort of like a painting, like a traditional painting. And my background is actually also primarily in illustration and comic books, and I think that we kind of try to hold onto that illustrative look, and like old like books and that kind of stuff, and I'd say that's maybe why it like evokes some other mediums than video game. Shit.
I do want to comment on something while we're kind of going through this, because I noticed that you guys are sitting right next to each other and not doing 6 feet of social distancing. And I'm not kind of hating on that, but I am jealous, because when Hans kind of helped me kind of get set up with you guys last week, I was like, well, are you guys like going to be from your homes, or how does this going to work? And I was very surprised to hear that you guys are already at the studio and already set up. And from what I read, Denmark is in a much better position than the rest of the world. Can you kind of talk a little bit about background? Because people are very, very jelly right now, seeing that you guys are hanging out on a couch playing games again.
Wait, is there some clever VFX?
Yeah.
No, yeah. Denmark. I think Denmark is definitely in a pretty good place at the moment. Like we're starting to open up a little bit and we're not our office is not completely open yet, but we can go in smaller groups and be here. Like, so we're more people at the office than the people working on this team, so we kind of try to split it up, but we're able to be here. I think the limit right now is 10 people at the same time. So
and we never more than say 5 or 6 at the same time in the office.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, just for like a bit of context, I guess Denmark's got into this lockdown situation 3 months ago. So it was one of the first countries in
Europe, at least.
in Europe, yeah.
You guys acted pretty fast compared to other countries, which
guess
means that you guys
too.
are more responsible. Which definitely helps.
Is this political?
I don't think you should give us any credit for that, at least.
But thank you. As a foreigner in Denmark, I agree. What did I do?
Yeah, so you put in the wrong battery.
Oops.
So the idea with these battery sockets is that if you put different colors in them, the behavior of the different objects will change. So just need to put.
So this demo right here, how long did you guys, as we're playing through it, how long is it? How long did it take the team to kind of put this together from beginning to end, just to give a idea to the viewers out there, some context of what it takes?
We started basically just doing the game, and this was the first level that kind of came into fruition, or what you can call it, and like, I don't know, we worked on the game for 1.5 years before this was ready to play as it is now. But I think a lot of that work has been, as Hugo said, been put into concept art and so on and so on. So it's a little hard to say exactly how long it took, since we're kind of doing everything at the same time.
If I had to put a number, I would say like a few months of actual production on that one. But of course, there's a lot of pre-production that came into work before that.
Yeah.
I'm a zoom if you want to reach the end before.
It's fine.
So I think usually people, a development team such as yours at Bedtime, when creating for Figment, which was the first game, that coming up with concept, coming up with idea, the execution, people assume that would be the toughest part of making the first in the franchise. But the second one, in my experience and on talking to others, a follow-up can be just as daunting. Can you guys talk more about what made it more difficult, or maybe in your experience easier than the first one, taking on Creed Valley?
Yeah, sure. I think one thing that makes it way harder is that you actually know what you're going into. It's a bug here.
Whoops.
Bug. Oh, anyway. I think one of the, as I was saying, one of the harder things is that you know all the aspects of what you need for this game to be completed. Like if you want it to be at the same level as it was before, as the first one, for example, you know we need all these things done. So as soon as you start making a plan and coming up with all kinds of crazy ideas, you kind of just it's just gonna whatever. So I lost my train of thought. So it becomes way more overwhelming to know all the tasks that you need to do compared to when you're first starting out, where it's basically just, I have this cool idea, let's just go for it. And you make one level and then, let's put in this feature, let's put in this thing. And you just basically keep on going until the game is done, but you never really have the same sort of, what you call it, like idea of how long everything is going to take. Like the first Figment took us around 3 years to create, and I think that's way more than we initially expected. We just kind of started out and saw where it took us. But this time around, we have a way better understanding of I mean what it takes, and at the same time, we also in the first production, we spent a lot of time just we can say.
Sorry, just for context, there was a little little oopsie,
no
like a rare bug. First time ever seen.
I mean, I think
I'm gonna zoom through the level.
No worries. Well, while you get that up and running, I'll throw some questions.
I think we're back.
Yeah. I mean, you guys should make me part of your DLC.
I mean,
where I'll make the challenges, the game, playing through the level even harder by just asking 10,000 questions while you try to get through the puzzles. We'll make this part of the fun.
But on the other, like what I was just saying is, on the flip side of that, we have a lot of things already laid out for us this time around. Since we know which kind of game it is, and we know like the base mechanics, and we know the art style and so on. So there's also a lot of things that are given to us. But at the same time, we also want to up our game for that, of course. So at the same time, we challenge ourselves and try to rethink what we can do with these mechanics this time around. So to keep it interesting for ourselves, we kind of try to put in a lot of new ways to use the game and different kinds of gameplays to put on top of what we already had on top of the foundation. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but at least I got to rant for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it totally answers it. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's completely true. There's in my experience, when creating the sequel or a follow-up, it can be very intimidating because you're trying to up yourself and make it worthwhile for the fans out there. It's like, why are we making a sequel? What are we doing? How do we come from a different angle that reintroduces the idea but making something innovative, right? I mean, to me that feels a lot more challenging than coming up with something originally.
I don't know, because like on the other hand, like once you're done with the first the first game, which is basically the first of its name, is like the beginning of a new IP. there's always some things that you left unfinished for because you had to release the game, right? And getting back to it basically gives you a second chance to fix everything you to basically finally do everything you couldn't do in the first one. So at least in the beginning, I feel like it's very exciting and not that frightening, because you know what you're going, because at the end of the first one you already have a list of you have a wish list basically. Oh, I wish we had time to do that. I wish we could have done this and that. And you can't, like, and that's the first thing you do. It's like you address that list and you get to work on all those cool things.
That's true.
At least that's how I felt when I came in.
Yeah, but I think that like that consciousness that you have in the first one, we had to think a lot about the mind and this whole concept. So I think it's true that you get a lot of things that you can take for granted because it's already established. But at the same time, like you say, it's working with those things and making it interesting for yourself one more time is definitely also a big challenge. At least that's how I feel. And I feel we maybe even discussed, like, how can we visualize these metaphors even better this time around, and so on and so on. Way more, actually, this time. Maybe we had way longer discussions about what does things mean, how should things look, and all these things to represent the things that we're actually trying to communicate, and make sure we have this like additional narrative, that layer that kind of lies on top of, like, the story of Dusty and how he walks around and beats up nightmares. But at the same time, we want this extra narrative that lies on top that tells the story about the guy that we're inside of. And I think that layer has been discussed way more this time around. So.
But what I feel like is that we get to those discussions because of the first game.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So what I'm saying, I guess, that we have just as many problems when we get into production, like just as many dilemmas and just as hard. But I personally feel like the question we ask ourselves are like, on kind of next level, because we already solved the basic ones. And like, that's what personally keeps me going, is that I know, and I want to believe that we're already, like, that we're improving ourselves, just because we're continuing we're taking the good things from the first one and we put them into the second one, and then we create new problems for ourselves.
And I also think there's we also got a lot of feedback from the first one, which we couldn't get it in this amount since before the game was out. So people have a lot of opinions, and we take the game to different places and let people play it and hear people's opinion on it. And we're also able now to kind of take those things and put it into the game. Like take for example, I don't know, some of the things we weren't too happy about in the first one, we were able to take those and try to improve upon those too. So there's a lot of way more things to take into consideration for the second time around, both in terms of production, but also in terms of the whole creative process.
But I guess that if the first game had gotten like 10 out of 10, perfect game, on every on every platform, on every, if everybody was unanimous best game ever, then making a second one would be very hard, to live up to that hype. But fortunately, wasn't the case.
It's been broken.
Yeah, that thing is broken. It's
So the underlying theme of mental health is a huge, heavy topic to kind of take on, especially expressing it within a game. At least in the States, it's still quite a little bit taboo. I think we're starting to open up to kind of recognize and embrace it a bit. But it feels like, is it any different on that side, where you guys felt like it was a subject worth making a game around? And of course it is, but like, what's the atmosphere in mental health over there in Denmark or even in Europe?
That's a good question. I definitely think it's a subject that you should not be afraid to touch as a what? I think as the reason I'm getting a little frustrated here is some weird bug. But it's definitely a topic that that should be discussed even more. I mean, that's mental health is something you can never get too clever about, I guess. So I definitely think it's worth discussing and trying to get to know yourself and know others, I guess, through art. And I think that's a lot of both games I played and other kinds of media that I consume, like deal with, like when it deals with these kind of things, it helps me understand myself better too. So I think it's definitely something that's worth talking about in different manners. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the games that you guys
Important.
make, and it's very important. I completely agree, because even with me, I'm in at least an unfortunate position that I never really had to deal with it firsthand, but I know a lot of people around me that struggle with it almost on a daily basis, and it's very hard to talk to because a lot of people don't understand that perspective. And a lot of it's like, well, are you eating right, or are you doing all these different things? I mean, that's how an ignorant person like myself would ask it, but a lot of it's just like, this is something they're born with, and it's very difficult for them to function without really diving too detailed.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, having art that kind of shed light on these kind of things is extremely important, and definitely I think helps have that conversation, and also not, as you talk about it, make it such a taboo as it can sometimes be to talk about these kind of issues. Knowing that other people made art that kind of reflect upon this and have opinions about these things and so on is definitely something that help ease this conversation that we definitely need to have.
And when it comes to how to approach that dialogue, I feel like, I mean, the way I think about it is that if we're like sincere enough, and like and we cannot trust like our that we well enough intention, then I hope that it comes across as something that is sensitive and sensible and not, you know, we're not trying to shove our opinion on anybody's face.
No, and that's also one of the things we got from the original Figment. It was like we have a lot of people come to us and tell us that they've been like deeply touched by our game and some of the issues that we talk about. I don't know exactly what my theory is, because we actually take that slightly more lighthearted and, like you say, whimsical approach to these topics, that maybe it gets under people's skin a little more sometimes when you allow yourself to be fun about it and human about it also in some ways. Like it's when it doesn't get too heavy, it's maybe a little easier to take in and talk about it. And at least that's what many people told us, that like we've seen streamers that cried through the ending of the game and things like that. And it's just like, it's extremely rewarding as a developer to see the things you spend so much time on can really touch people that way. And I hopefully also, like you say, maybe help make a change in people and how we talk about these things.
Yeah, I'm sure the feedback from your fans and anybody that comes across this, it opens up a lot of conversations openly to talk to the friends and family and actually relate to each other.
Exactly.
If anything, I think it's a great undertaking that you guys kind of put out with Figment Creed Valley to kind of make a statement that this is what everybody's kind of going through. It's not a very unique thing. It's very common actually across the world. And
yeah, exactly.
And if anything, as developers, I think it's actually really good that you guys are expressing yourself, and still it's a very unique subject. If we're just talking about the subject of not just entertainment, but in games, it's not a lot of games kind of take over and talk about this in a way that is approachable and whimsical and relatable to everybody that plays through it. And if anything, it's an educational device for people to kind of be aware of this issue.
But it should still be enjoyable, right? That's kind of like the whole point what you're saying.
I guess so.
It's still lighthearted. Like I think it touches people when it comes at like a sudden time in their lives, maybe. But some other people, and I think it's also a lot of players. They're just here for the jokes and the universe. So that's also what we kind of hope to achieve is to create different layers. Again, on which you can appreciate hopefully the story and the visuals.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of substance here as we're playing through the demo. It takes a lot of time and effort for sure. Not just make, but to talk about.
Believe me, there's more if we go.
All the good stuff. If it allows us.
He's like half your team didn't finish the other
This
half
is one
of
of
the
the
level.
most frustrating things as a developer.
Bugs?
Well, this is the
just
fun,
seeing-
right? Yeah. So sorry if I missed this
never
from
happened.
earlier. So how big is the team over at Bedtime Digital, especially for this game?
I mean, for this game, like I said, we're like 3, 4, sometimes 5 people working on it full time. And then, like the whole company, how many people are we?
Let's say 14,
Yeah,
because I'm not
That's
sure.
incredible. Yeah.
Yeah,
around that.
yeah.
And they work on other things.
Yeah.
Among others, like porting the original Figment, but also other projects, and we can kind of use each other in that regard. Oh, it works now. Thank God.
Look at that amazing puzzle.
Yeah, so
You guys
that's
have
why
seen it
the number is
10,000
kind
hours.
of going up.
Yeah, you guys probably can tell what's different, but for me, I'm watching it over and over again. It's to me, it seems to be working just fine. So
But let's so we can get through now.
But now we can get through it and actually get to the fun part of the level. This
Okay.
was but the introduction. Did I? This made that puzzle.
so you guys mentioned.
I solve for you.
I'll try not to mess you
You got it.
while you're going through
I'm
this.
smart too. I'm the brain.
You're the brain. You can concentrate on both. I'm just gonna bite my lip here until you make it through the puzzle. But
I'm actually arguably the worst player in the office.
Don't be so hard on yourself. You're right. We played through this a lot of times.
okay, so the initial idea usually comes from inspiration from a person or a couple of people, but we kind of talked about how the education with mental health issues can be quite new to some people that aren't aware of it or know people about it. Were there some parts of the team that had to kind of catch up to speed to understand the subject to help with the development of the game?
I think the story came from you, Niels, in the first place.
I mean, we kind of like Hugo already mentioned it. So I think the story, like Hugo already mentions, is like a bounce between the different experiences the people on the team had. So we had a lot of talks about how we could like make this story work out and kind of like represent all of us. So it's not like one specific
person, right.
person's experience on the team. It's more like these like a combination of everyone's experience that we kind of try to merge into this through the problems that are kind of represented in the game. I think we should just talk 1 second about this stuff here. You can just go there. That's fine. So I talked earlier about open and closed-minded. So now we actually get to switch between the two. That's what Hugo's doing here. Hugo in the open-minded state, the reddish colored thing, and the yellow thing is the closed-minded state. So the idea is that the mind can switch it between open and closed-minded like automatically. It does. It usually just do it all the time automatically, but in this case something is wrong, so it can't switch between those two. And the idea is that closed-minded when you act upon your ideals, and open mind is when you take in stuff. So you need both those two, and that's kind of how we see the mind functioning. So in the first part here, we basically just use it to create fun little puzzles here, where you can see some things are open and open-minded, and some things are closed and closed-minded, and so on. And you have to kind of use this mechanic that represents a mechanic we also see existing in the mind to solve these kind of different puzzles.
The idea is basically that you need to be open-minded sometimes to let in new ideas and challenge your opinions, but sometimes you need to be close-minded to get things done and actually get moving. Ooh! As I said, worst player in the office, possibly in the whole of Denmark.
Now we meet the antagonist.
And that was actually like very interesting, challenging to like from a like design standpoint, like visual design standpoint, because we tried to design every object to kind of reflect those two mind states. So every object is kind of designed twice. So with like different symbols, like the eyes and the ears for open state, because you take in new information, and when it's like in closed state, I think it's more protective, closed off, but also moving forward, so you can see mechanisms, smoke coming out of chimneys, that sort of things, and basically as much as we could, we tried to put that kind of thought into every object of the game, basically, and that was really the best part about working on that game as an artist.
So part of the and this is a question to you, Hegel. Like expressing these ideas visually sounds like it can be challenging, because these are like hypothetical ideas, right, that you have to materialize into expressing to fit within the game's theme and visuals. What kind of exploration and inspiration did you draw from to kind of help with putting things on paper, essentially?
It basically comes down to breaking down each idea to like its simplest form, and like because there's only so many things that can clearly represent either space and what we want them to mean. So if you're like in open mind, then things have to be a receiver, basically, and in closed mind, objects are more like either protective or they protect something. And if you take and that makes already for a pretty good start. It's a frame, basically, and then if you add on top of that the function that we need in gameplay wise, because the designers needs those objects for some specific things, then you basically have actually a very limited don't die transition over to you. There's only so many objects that meet all of these requirements. So it's actually more a matter of listing all of those requirements and then finding the very few things that fit. And that's basically how I go about like finding ideas and deciding what should go where. It's like a matrix. You have all your parameters. You combine all that together, and hopefully, most of the time, at the end, you get like your object. Like it has to be a palm tree that turns into a parasol. And well, of course, because rules are kind of made to be broken, sometimes you just have a good idea and you don't know how or where from, but it just works, and then you roll with it.
Should probably also add that the game is a musical.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
It's very.
Yeah,
Did you
that's
come up with
one
all
of
the
the
music?
parameters basically. You have
How
the
did you
theme
guys approach
of the
this?
world. You have that. As much as we can, we like things to make interesting sounds. So if this or that object can be a musical instrument, then all the better. Then you've got, as I said, the gameplay function, and then it has to tie into the overall theme, open in a closed mind. So yeah,
So Niels,
I think
are you the main,
all of my.
Sorry to cut you off. So Niels, are you the
Sorry,
main
what?
composer for the game?
Yeah, I am. I basically did all the music.
Oh my god, that's a lot of work. It's impressive, man.
I guess it's been one of the parts of the creating this game that I enjoyed the most. Like, we spent a lot of time trying to make everything as musical as possible. Like, there's the obvious things as these fights where you actually have characters that sing to you while you fight, but then also throughout the entire world we have all these more background element kind of things that are dancing and singing along as you pass by them. Like Hugo already mentioned, have small things that blink on the beat and so on. So the entire soundtrack is always evolving as you play through the game, and we have all these things that are placed out all around that will kind of play along and just add their own track to the soundtrack. I can try to demonstrate down here.
Were there ideas, because this is so whimsical, so out there, where you guys explored and it was too out there that you guys had to take a step back? Any stories like that creatively in any of the disciplines?
Well,
there are probably some Freudian ideas that were better left cut out.
I think where we have to restrain ourselves the most is in pre-production, when it comes to adding stuff to what we have already. Like, when it comes to adding more content, like, hopefully we have more ideas than we need, and we have to cut some of those out. But when it comes to designing the in-game assets, I would argue that actually the weirder the better. Like, I don't recall a time where we did something like it's a callback to what I was saying earlier. I don't recall a time where we did something that ticked all the boxes, fit everything right, but was too crazy. Like, it's never been. Like, in theory, if it fits everything, like, then it's not going to be too much. Like, it basically writes itself. Not really, but, like, at this point in time, we're very familiar with the universe and the game. So I think we have boundaries, but we're not that conscious of them.
Yeah, I think that's true. So I just want to add here to what I said just before. As you can hear here, you have the music, background music playing, but then as you get closer to this eye thing, you can hear, like, every time his eye blinks, you can hear that he's actually playing a little melody for you when you pass by him. And all these layers are kind of added to the soundtrack as you explore, and I think there's some of these light bulbs as well.
Yeah,
they're playing along too.
In the tree.
So, like, as much as we could, we tried to put in all these small ideas of little extra pieces of or layers in the soundtrack that'll be kind of unlocked as you explore around the world.
I guess it's a pretty fun way to break the music loop in a dynamic way.
Yeah, definitely. So,
because, like, every game does that in to some extent, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's cool to have it basically the partition, the music sheet is the world, and it's cool as a for me as a non-musician to actually see like that music sheet.
That's
like,
actually a pretty
before
cool
my
way
eyes.
to put it. I never thought about that.
I hear it,
So,
Neil.
yeah, so
and I
you
see
kinda-
it, says the art director.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, actually, it's more like the other way around. It's like I draw something like, oh, I've got this idea, and then Niels comes to me and it's like, yeah, so could it do some music or something?
Yeah,
like how could it sound like?
I think that's actually that's a very good like illustration of that ping pong thing that we talked about earlier, where we kind of someone has an idea. Let's have a flower with an eye inside it to represent that it's open, like an open eye. It's taking in stuff, and then how can we make a sound? And I come up with a blinky blinky sound or whatever we can call this, and Hugo kind of adds eyelids to the eye, so it looks like it also says that it would give that sound when it's actually blinking. So that back and forth thing is kind of how the ideas evolve usually.
Yeah, the sense of collaboration is definitely admirable. I mean, just by simply watching you guys play the demo, I can tell, even without the commentary, how much fun you guys had working on the game. It just really shows and speaks for itself.
Thank you.
Try.
We try.
And try.
Barely trying.
But yeah, that's also something that we try to get across in like the dialogue and like in the whole whimsical thing is that it should also be fun. Like the out there concept of exploring the mind is something that just calls for slightly wacky metaphors and all these kind of things. So definitely, and it also fits our personalities too. I think it would be a bit harder for us to make something that was just like extremely serious.
Yeah, and also like from a very practical standpoint, you got to play your cards right. So like we know that on a technical level, there's no way you can compete with big names, AAAs, and even like big indies, and like so using our voice and our weird sensibilities, I guess, is also a way to organically stand out.
Yeah, definitely.
And at least that's what that's the business plan.
I want to spend a little time. Elisa, throw it out there to the viewers out there. This is a perfect time to kind of throw in your questions wherever you're watching this from, so I can ask these guys directly. In the meantime, I'll talk to you guys and try to kick this off. So Niels, you were mentioning about the audio aspect of it, and you know, I come from the art background. I'm an environment artist by trade. So when it comes to audio, I have no idea how it gets implemented. So you guys talked about the collaboration where it's like a ping pong effect of talking back and forth and coming out with the final result. In what state do you usually get a bunch of artwork, let's say from Hugo, where you're in the process of like composing something? Are you midway through like a demo such as what we shown, or what part of the process do you get involved where you're like expressing yourself, and then when you put it out there for the team, can you kind of talk about a little bit of that process? Because Figment seems to be very,
it's definitely
very
before we're halfway through. So since I'm both like the game director and the composer, I'm kind of like the music is always in my head from the beginning. And I think for at this point we had some concept art and we knew we wanted open and closed minded state thing they can change between, which kind of sets up some boundaries and some pillars of inspiration for the music. But I think we probably had the music before we had that much artwork actually for this thing. So I'd say it come really early here in the process.
I would also say earlier the better, and like they kind of both influence each other.
Exactly.
So like further into the game, there's that cave. At some point, I was like kind of setting up the mood, and the question was whether I can't make it like a wet, moist environment with drops and stuff. And to kind of like make that decision, I went to Nice and asked him what kind of mood he had in mind, like the soundscape of that cave, and that gave a direction to the visuals too. So once again, in short, like as early as possible, so that everything kind of like clicks together in the final product.
And also, especially for the songs that we have for our boss fights, where everything is kind of linked up to the music. Like we have to find the beat really early on. We have to find out how fast the song is going to be for. Like we have usually some very early gray box mechanics, like just boxes that move around and does this feel good? And then we find a beat, and then basically that's the time where we start to think about music. How should the music feel? How should it be double tempo, or should it be slow, or what should it be? And then try to find the tempo, and then from there on, maybe it's just like a drum track or whatever, and then we start to link up the gameplay to that. So yeah, in almost every aspect of the game, we're pretty early on with music in getting that at least some sort of rough idea of how the music should feel, and then later on, like with everything else, it gets polished and fleshed out, and maybe vocals are added on top of it and so on.
So Hugo,
so it's definitely something that we keep in mind from the get-go.
Right. So Hugo, can you maybe detail some a story during development where I know you guys draw inspiration from each other all the time, but an example that you can think of where Niels maybe wrote something that you listen to and you're like, oh wow, this is really helping me visualize this part of the world a little bit better just by listening and getting inspired from something he wrote. Peer pressure. Nothing inspires me, criminal.
Oh no. The first example that comes to mind would be that cave that we haven't seen today, but like I had in mind a few sounds that Niels had previously made for another project of ours, and we kind of like did the same thing where it's like, you know, drops coming from the ceiling, that sort of things that created a soundscape. And I had that in mind when I started sketching out the cave, and yeah, that was definitely inspiration. Like it was one of the main arguments for me to make something that was kind of like damp with the fog, with the drops, that sort of things. And that was my initial inspiration came from that soundscape, from that cave soundscape that he had already done. Well, later on, I went to him and asked him about that, and we decided to do something slightly different. But yeah, that'd be one instance where where I had a sample of what it could sound like, and that inspired me to like set up a first draft of the mood, of the visual mood this time.
I know you guys write.
And also.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I had another idea. It's like those little drums that you see in the on the floor. That's also like a pretty good example, because I mean everything is kind of tied together, but the idea is like being, you know, like in when in closed state, everything kind of has to move on. Everything is like working. So this idea of a marching band and then percussions was kind of brought up, and that's what like triggered this drum plant idea. So that's like another instance where percussions felt good in the music, and that's why we have drums, like plant drums, like on the ground as little flowers.
So the immediate team that works on Figment, you guys talk about how Bedtime Digital has multiple teams working on different projects. So you guys are pretty much knee deep throughout the development of the game. Were there times where other team members from other projects checked in with you guys, where gave valuable input where you felt like, oh wow, that outside perspective definitely helps with this one aspect? Any stories like that you guys can share?
Yeah, definitely. Like we discuss it a lot also with the other guys. One example I have from pretty early on in the story is that the initial idea for the story was that we have Dusty, the courage of the mind, and have him go around and beating up nightmares. And then we presented this guy, the nightmare that you play against that you saw here earlier. And the other guys said, couldn't be kind of cool if he was different? Like if he wasn't a nightmare, like could we come up with something else? Maybe he was just a part of the mind that had gone rogue, or something like that. And that kind of started a brand new discussion. Like that didn't come from us at all. That came from some of the other guys. And then suddenly we started developing this guy into something that I think ended up being way more interesting and also way less repetitive of the original Figment story. So that was pretty cool. I'm not going to spoil exactly what he ended up being, but because that's a big part of the whole story. But yeah, that's definitely a thing where it's like a very noticeable mark on the game came from some of the other guys in the office.
Especially since most of them had already worked on the first Figment game, so they knew what we came from and what we had done already. So not only they had like fresh input, but it was also relevant because they knew everything there is to know about the first game.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to have this kind of office structure, because we like every day we talk about all these things and it gets very ingrained into us what it's about, and we kind of convince each other that it makes a lot of sense, but then once in a while we have to kind of take it out of our little group and present it to the other guys, and they'll start to try to poke holes in it and try to come with their input and almost always see it from a different angle, or at least have some sort of critical feedback to it, which is kind of cool, because it hurts while while it happens, but it's pretty nice that we get to improve everything for the audience and the players in the end.
I think all of the big changes that we made throughout production were, most of them at least, were kind of triggered by an exterior influence. It was somebody from outside the team that either confirmed a feeling that we had, or just brought something completely new to the table, and that made us realize, that made us change things up.
Yeah, I think a lot of, when it comes to game development, your initial idea helps kind of jumpstart, and it's great to kind of stick to that vision as much as possible when you're developing the game. But like you said, you get inspiration from other teams, team members, yourself. You're experiencing new things every day that you're like coming back to the office and you're like, let's try this that we didn't think of. What was an addition where you felt that was made such an impact, where initially you guys didn't even really think about as part of the game plan? This is a feature creep type of thing, but this feature creep in particular actually was really good for you guys, if you guys have any of that type of story.
Was the ending?
We're still discussing the details about the ending. We are, I mean, I think we are feature creeping a lot, and it's not necessarily, at least not the way that we structure our production. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because if you see something that we're dissatisfied with, we kind of discuss it and try to find time to change it, or at least like put it on some list so we know that this is a potential thing that we can do better. And I think a lot of things happen like the way you describe it, as I wouldn't call it feature creeping when it's early on, but still like iterating on stuff and taking it to some state of development where it feels pretty good, and then testing it out on everyone, and then just kind of, couldn't it be way better if we did this? And like in the beginning, it's all that basically. When you just graybox, you just have ideas, throw all your ideas on the table and try to figure out what's best. But like it's I think we do it a lot actually, just when something is halfway done, like iterate all the time and try to test it out in the different states of the development.
The way I feel about it is that for us to call a feature kind of done is so that everybody in the team is convinced by it. So like, and be it art wise or gameplay wise or story wise, if there's, because we are such a small team, if there's one guy in the team that doesn't really buy it, then at one point in time, it's very likely that we're going to work on that one thing again. That's how it's been going so far, and it's exciting because like we all equally proud of what we're doing, but sometimes it may feel like two steps forward for one step backward, but we try to keep efficiency in mind despite that.
Yeah, it always sucks to have someone shoot your great idea down that you spend a week polishing up. But on the other hand, I think the final product is going to be better for it.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think this is actually a perfect time out there. We are at the hour, and I want to thank you guys both and Hans in the background setting this all up for us, for joining on part of this program of GDUX and walking us all through your fantastic demo and your game, Figment Creed Valley. So I'm going to throw the mic over to you guys to kind of shout out, give attention to tell people how to find you and when they can expect to start playing the game itself.
You do it.
I do it. So the game will be out hopefully winter 2020.
This winter.
Yeah, and it's already up for wish listing. So go nuts.
On Steam. Let's
Steam.
So it's gonna be on Steam this year and hopefully on other platforms after that.
All right. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining us, and I definitely will check out the demo myself and wishlist it. I've been a fan of you guys for a while, and everything that you guys produce has been top-notch, high-caliber stuff. So I want to thank you again for joining me.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
It was a pleasure to be there.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks a lot for having us.
Of course. Thank you again, and I'll chat to you guys soon after.
Sure.
All right. See ya.
Yeah,
Stay happy.
Yeah. Stay safe.
All right. Thank you. All right. Being a businessman myself, I can relate to the next Unchained report. Oftentimes, when developers make a jump in creating their own studio, they never intended to go into the industry with a business mindset. Hopefully, after Larry's presentation, that helped you a bit, or in most cases, a lot of us never bothered with business at all. So Ryan Kingsling, who I've learned from since the beginning of my career, is the CEO of Vertex School and is a vet for decades in the entertainment industry. So in this next pre-recorded clip, we will be learning more about his unique story and how partnerships can turn sour in the path of becoming an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is it's not been figured out, so I'm still failing, still succeeding. And I think you're right. It is something that it's hitting a lot of people in our industry now, is that they're heading off into education. And in many ways, it seems like that's the recession-proof approach. But once you get into business, you realize, business is business. It's been around forever. There's a whole physics to the way in which businesses operate, and that becomes its own thing. And it is not the same thing as being an artist. So you can quickly find yourself at odds with why you're doing it. And that's something that has to be kind of addressed. I got into business unintentionally. I'm an accidental entrepreneur by all means. And it was just, the company I worked for, the last company I worked for, where I worked for somebody who made me decide I would never work for anybody else again, was just a horrible experience. It was just a bad boss. And, he was going through his own crap. So, I'm sure what he was struggling with was real stuff in the middle of the depression. So all good there, but it was still a bad experience for me. And I, as a creative, realized how little control I had over my life and decided I was going to get control. I went off, I started freelancing, and I realized I was just, I was basically working the same hours plus more hours, drumming up work. And then my wife told me that she was pregnant and that we were having a kid. And I was like, I got to level my game up. How do I do that? And this was in the beginning of internet marketing and all this stuff. And, Jeff Walker had this class called Product Launch Formula. And that class kind of opened me up to being, we didn't have this word back then, but an influencer who's launching classes and builds a business around that. And I had no idea what any of that meant. I just knew that I had some standing in the community and I had the capacity to teach. I loved it. And maybe somebody might actually take a class or two. And we started with my own classes. We just were like, we're just going to offer this out. And nobody else was doing it. So it just grew gangbusters. We trained thousands of people. We brought people into it. We had partners, all this kind of stuff. And then more people started to flood into it. And then people were able to do this on their own through Gumroad. And so, right around that time, that's when it became more real. It became more of a business because competition was there. And there was more options for people to do stuff. So we had to convince people to go with us or do things on their own. And, we had to figure this stuff out. And those were very difficult years. And they were mixed right with just a couple of years before, I was really unhappy with my own artwork. And so, I had a team releasing classes and doing stuff, but I personally wasn't satisfied. And I was struggling to figure out like, what's my art? What's important to me? And what makes a difference. And that struggle, man, I mean, like there was the business struggle. And in the beginning, it was not a real struggle because we were in what they would call a blue ocean. So it was just, it was a free for all. And as long as you were adding value, it was great. When it got to a red ocean, we started to struggle. And that's where we're at today a little bit, is we're in a bit of a red ocean in terms of training, and people are undercutting pricing and everybody's trying to go cheap and they're doing normal business tactics. Right. And so, what I had to decide myself, and this is like, if we bring this back to how'd you figure it out? I'd say I haven't figured it out, but what I have figured out is, you just got to find what you want to do, right? Like what's the mission? What can you lead people in? And that's where I took 2 years, and I took Game Art Institute. I was working with a partner and we severed the relationship. I had a bunch of other teachers. I severed those relationships and I focused on just what I wanted to do, which was basically get somebody a job. I wanted to find a path where it's like, you can take that guy. Let me grab some water. I had a class right before this, so I was talking nonstop. I wanted to find that guy that was like working at Starbucks, or the job I had, which was, a night restocker at Costco. you know, and I mean, I've worked on an assembly line. I've worked in construction. I've worked in bookstores. I've worked as a pizza delivery guy. You know, I've done all those jobs, and I wanted to find that guy and give him a path to a job so that, you know, he goes from 20, 30,000, whatever this current job is, to 60,000, but not just that, but he's doing something that he loves that would have not been possible before. And that, in all honesty, I mean, traditional education is ill-equipped to prepare somebody for, you know. I wanted to make that difference in the world. And we did. We built the boot camp. The boot camp is the primary vehicle for that. And that's the thing that I feel I can lead people. And that's the mission of my life. That's where I could stand up. I can be in here with this, in this meeting with you, because I'm very introverted. Even though I'm on camera and, you know, I work on a persona and I project. If I don't have to do that kind of stuff, I don't. You know, I like to just kind of be behind the scenes. But that mission of getting that person that job, that was the siren's call that led me to kind of get through all the other crap, you know, I have to get through, which includes cash flow. You know, that's something you got to think about in a business, is how much money do you have coming in? How much I love to spend money. I'm an artist. You know, it's like, I want this guy's tutorial. I want this thing. Let me buy it. Let me get it. Let me work with this person. Right. But I got to think, you know, do we have the students? Is the cash flow coming in? And so there's these real business concerns. And the only way that I will invest myself, because I have to make tiny sacrifices. The only way I would invest myself is if it's a big enough, call to my mission in life, you know, which that is, you know, because I now know what that is. I know I have one focus: getting somebody a job that would not have gotten a job before.
It's hard to grab a beer with a friend that like screwed you over recently, you know. Like the trust right there is not the same when something like that can happen, because it really tests a relationship. I always kind of compared it to like a second marriage. It's like everything, it's just fast forward 50 years with the worst possible conditions, and you're just stress testing what you guys are made of, basically. And would love to hear your thoughts about that.
My wife and I went into partnership in the beginning, and that is one of the more painful things to experience. In fact, just yesterday we reincorporated as a C Corp in Delaware. Just because some investors, that's what they're requesting from us. And we exited my wife from the business. So all the shares just went to me, because it's too hard. You know, like, we had to make a decision. What's the better relationship? And obviously the better relationship is husband-wife than business partner. I mean, that was just an ancillary thing. But that's hard to deal with. And, you know, I think the primary thing that I look at now and that I like to help people understand is that as a creative, you're a business person, whatever. Doesn't matter. You know, you might be an employee, you might have your own company. Who cares? Either way, in today's industry, when the half-life of a skill is probably 2 years now, maybe 3 if you're lucky, and you're having to reskill. If you are focused entirely on you as an artist and what you are a specialist in today, you will be out of a job in 5 years. Hands down, guaranteed. I saw it. I experienced it. You know, the whole world of digital sculpting that I helped, you know, educate and I help, like, that world is still a very powerful, very thriving world, but it's much more competitive today. And so much of that has been moved to different geolocations that pay different salaries. And so that affects where I am here in California, in Laguna Beach, California, and you're Orange County. So, you know, this place is insane, you know? And so there's all these pressures and these things that kind of affect it. And I've spent a little bit of time today trying to educate my digital sculptors to the fact that they have to wake up to realize that there's a half-life to this skill. Like, digital sculpting will change. it will, and you got to be ready for what's next. It's still very viable. It's still lovely. It's if I have time to myself, I'm not spending that time. Oh, let's go in Substance Painter and do some stuff. I love Substance Painter, but if I have time to myself, I sculpt a face.
Yeah.
And because it's so, Ofer did such an amazing job of like making that a program that goes straight to your heart, and you love it. And he, God bless him. He spent, when I worked there at Pixelogic, he would call me at 12:30 at night, and he'd be working for another 3 hours after that call. I'd be asleep after that call because I was like, this is crazy. And then he'd be in the office before I was in the office at 7:00, right? So he gave his life to making this program that connects with people and changes their life. And, you get a sense of it in there. But all of these skills have a half-life. And we have to always be thinking about ourselves, not just as this specialist that somebody's going to trade time for dollars, but you got to think of yourself as a brand and a business. And how do you expand outside of that? And education is one part of that. So I like to tell all my boot campers, anybody who's in here, the worst case scenario for me is they get a job and they just grind on that job forever because now they're under the thumb of somebody else. You got to build a brand. Learn this skill, then go and teach other people this skill. And that's when you start teaching the community, you start engaging with the community. That builds your brand, that builds insulation, it builds connections. When this job doesn't work out, somebody's like, oh yeah, I learned this from you, right? Like one of my students, Corey Mullahan, he did this tutorial on gambesons, creating padded armor, basically. And that helped him get a job because he's in the job interview and they're like, oh yeah, you're that guy that did that padded armor, that Gambitson tutorial in Marvelous Designer. I used that on this project. And next thing you know, he's hired.
Yeah.
So we have to be thinking about ourselves as more than the skills that we have. And I think that's the problem that we as creatives have. It's actually fundamental to our existence because we must dive in deep into our skill, develop that skill, and then we bring all that capacity back up to the surface to say, hey, I can do this. But what we brought back up is not the core of who we are. That's just the end product. The core of who we are as creatives is we are somebody who will dive deep, who will put the time in, who will digest, who will go into that dark wood and discover new stuff. That's the core of who we are as creatives. And that's our core capacity. That's the capacity that's going to create a brand and create revenue for us and create future jobs for us when AI and machine learning now is doing stuff with 3D faces that blows my mind. And so are we in a world where Vimal and Hossein and these guys are going to be the best facial digital sculptors? Well, we are now. But what's going to happen in 5 years? Can I just feed a bunch of frames to the computer and it outputs Jean-Claude Van Damme?
The next presenter is with Mickey Benz. He will be discussing with us about breaking game art and how to deal with the breakthroughs and breakdowns on the journey of game art. So, Mickey, I believe I'm going to pipe you in now so that everybody can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent, thank you.
Perfect.
Are you seeing my screen?
I see you. We are, I believe,
okay.
Good to go. So I'll go ahead and let you take the floor, and thank you for joining us right now. I know you're where are you exactly? I forgot.
I'm in Hungary, Middle Europe, so it's midnight here.
Oh man, I thank you for staying up so late with us. But
yeah,
if
sure.
anything, I'll be here to kind of keep you awake. So whenever you're ready.
Nice.
the show floor is yours, and I'll be in here to kind of help you when we're ready to take in questions.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I will try and be, as fluent as possible. It's pretty late here, but I will, step up my game and try and speak English in an understandable way. So, hello everyone. It's my name is Mickey Benz, and today I'm going to talk about, the ups and downs and the journey and the process of like art and game art in general. So it's not like it's not much about what kind of brush did you use. It's more like the underlying stuff. So let's jump right in. Some of my works here quickly. I worked on Love, Death and Robots, which is on Netflix. As a character artist, I painted some textures for these characters on the initial blockouts for them. We worked on with Blur Studios to create this. And also this one here, the big giant bug that almost killed my computer. I couldn't handle all the textures, but I managed to pull through. These are some recent projects for Riot Games and Axis Animation. For the League of Legends universe, there were some animated shorts that came out not too long ago. I've worked on a bunch of characters here, and I worked on Ori and the Will of the Wisps, which came out not too long ago, which is fucking awesome. You should. Oh, can I swear? Not sure. So
Yeah, you can.
These are
whatever you want.
cool. Okay, nice. Some of the birds here, and some of my personal pieces will be scattered throughout the talk. So just jump right in. This is me at a really early age, and that's funny enough because the background drawing is by my sister. But anyway, so each artist, when we start out, we just go to this door and enter the race of art, the path of art. And when you join this path, you very soon realize that there are many people in front of you in this journey, and there are many people behind you on this journey. It doesn't really matter how talented you are or whether talent even exists or not, because even if you are really, really talented, then even then many people will be in front of you on this journey who have experienced much more, went through some of the challenges that you have not faced yet, and they overcome them. And there are some people behind you who are less experienced and haven't seen what you've been through. And for me, what was really interesting to realize that this state, that there are people in front and there are people behind you, is constant. This never changes. No matter how much you work, no matter how far you go, there will be always somebody with more experience and less experience than you. So being really connected and making peace with this state is key. I believe it's really important to have a peace of mind in this journey, because if you think that one day you will reach a point on this journey and then you will just hang back and chill out, that's not going to happen. The feeling that you have right now towards yourself will never change, no matter how much you work. So it's really important to realize that, I think. So once you join this thing, you separate from hobbyist and you become a professional. Because if you do this art as a hobby, you don't really need to improve. You just draw, sit around on your in your room and draw whatever you like. Nobody gives a fuck. You don't need to improve at all. You just need to have fun. But once it becomes a profession and you need to make this a living, then you realize that you have to compete with others, and that's when you realize the whole thing I talked about in the beginning, that some people are in front of you and some people behind you. So some this feeling of void sometimes can be a motivation and source for improvement. That the artist or me don't feel like we're enough, or that we deserve love, or we deserve attention, or that we don't have enough money, or whatever is that missing from our lives. We think that by improving, by getting further along on this journey, we will be able to fill this gap, this need that we have for money, fame, success, whatever the source may be. So yes, before I start this video, on this journey, because you see that the people in front of you have all the stuff that you don't have and you lack, and you really want to get that stuff. So you start to work really hard, and you start to connect what they have, with the art that they did. So it's a really curious thing. And for me, like a personal connection with one of my artworks here, I'm gonna just quickly start this. For me, this piece was, oops, sorry, oh my God, this was loud. So this piece for me was about a breakup, and I just went over the whole thing. It's really personal for me, all kinds of hints through my relationship is hinted here. And it was my own way to, deal with this stuff. But there were no money involved in this project. It was just about filling that void. I felt that something was, trying to come out and something was missing. And I made this video to kind of heal. So when you realize that the people are, some people who are further along the journey have all the things that you feel that you don't have, or you believe that by improving you will eventually get, you will start improving. You will, start motivating yourself that, oh my God, I need to get to that point towards the hill, or, another 10 miles in front of me, I will be happy there. It's always next 10,000 follower will make me happy. The next $100 per month will make me happy, or the next interview will make me happy. All kinds of source for motivation. So some unhealthy methods for improvement which I encountered and made throughout the years is constant comparison with others, in a not an inspiring way. Just ooh, I want to have what they have, and then you just compare yourself all the time to that artist, or what they have, or how bad this artist is, and how much more they earn, and stuff like that. It's just, I don't believe that it does any good. I think it should be, ignored and used in an inspiring way instead. And of course, overworking is huge for me, at least. Sometimes, if you're a motivated person and you can get stuff done, you will just run forever, and you will run until you run out of battery. And then you realize that you are made out of human, and then eventually your body will break down, or you will start issues. You will have issues with your back, or maybe with your forearm. All kinds of pain can emerge from your body, telling you that, hey, you're working too much. So yeah, that's not good. Don't do that. Self-punishment is also something that I, encountered a lot. Like when I was working, sometimes I got this kind of distracting voices, chatter in my head, which was like, you will never be as good as X artist. How shitty is this painting? You've been in this industry for 10 years and you can only make this painting after so many hours of working and improving. This is just useless. It's not good enough, and all kinds of negative stuff, just they start coming up, and they come up so much and so frequently that it's kind of motivating because you want to get rid of that voice, and you want to prove to yourself that you are that good, that you can get rid of this. And this is again connecting back to that, to accepting the state of art, your own self during this journey, which is constant. This will never change. No matter how many followers or likes somebody gets, those are, or money or fame or whatever, those are just patches on the wound. Those are only temporary solutions. So yeah, and I want to, now that we talked about the unhealthy methods, I want to talk about some healthy things, which I discovered. So finding fun exercises is key, I believe, just like when working out, like in real life, like push-ups or, running or whatever. You have many tools, many workouts, many different exercises that you can do. You can do bench presses, you can do push-ups, you can do squats, all kind of different exercises that you can do, which is really important, because if you one day you go running, then the next day you won't run that far, because you will have pain in your whole body. So you will need to do something else on the second day. And why it's important for art, I believe, is that we don't really see the art muscle because it's not on my shoulders or whatever. It's not visible. But I really do believe that this muscle can be just as run down and tired as my biceps or whatever, my necks or legs. We just don't see it. So what I really believe, that it's important to have like drawing, sculpting, painting, and all kinds of different fun exercises that you really enjoy to do. And if you have 10 of those, then guess what? You can pick one that you feel like most doing. And that way, you really don't have to fight resistance, and you don't have to fight anything at all, because you have 10 exercises. One of them will call to you on each given day, and you will just do that. And there is no force, and there is no need to, struggle. So that's really important, I believe, to have those. And focus while working is really important, I believe, like being mindful, like don't have the chatter in my own head is really important. It can be negative and it can be positive. Like if I paint something that I start to like, and I'm like, ooh, this kind of start looking good, then it can, quickly turn into like, oh my God, I'm going to be the president tomorrow because it's just the best painting ever. It's, everybody will like this. There's no point in making art after this one. This is fucking awesome. But that voice can be just as damaging, whatever, like the negative ones. So if I'm not present in the brush strokes, and I'm listening to music and distract myself with videos, then my productivity will fall off dramatically. I am the same person with the same skills, but if I distract myself and discard my attention to 15 different directions, I will be a worse artist just by distracting myself. So discovering new mediums constantly ties back to finding fun exercises. So discovering new mediums is really fucking important, because what I believe is the key here is having a professional velocity and perseverance, but a hobby like fun and engagement. And if you can combine those two together in a sustainable way, then you're golden. It's fucking awesome. So discovering new mediums really helps keeping the hobby aspect of art, because if you grab watercolor which you haven't used before, then your mind will enter into discovery mode again. You will be able to make new connections that you haven't done before, because you enter into a new territory which you don't really understand. So you need to have those discovery skills. You will bring them up. What's happening if I do the brushstroke like this and do it like this? Then maybe that discovery-like mindset will bleed over to your main discipline. So I think it's really important, and also it ties back to finding fun exercises. So the more mediums you try, the more exercises you will have that you will find fun. And yeah, developing good habits is essential. Like, be humble about it. I can only give you like a nice challenge here for the next month. Each day, get up and one point during the day, just leave one brushstroke onto the paper. And this is a humble thing. If you can start with one brushstroke and you can keep that up for 1 month, then you can say that, okay, you have that habit, and you can expand on it. Next time for the next month, you can draw through 2 brushstrokes, and that way, maybe you will eventually get to a habit that each day you will draw something each morning, which is, I think, it's fucking awesome. But it's important to be humble about habits, because someone can say that, oh, I'm going to do a 3D art every day for fucking 10 years. And that's just what I'm doing now. And then you sit down, and on the 3rd day, you're like, okay, I'm quitting. So be humble about it. I'm talking for experience. I fucked this up many times. And I'm running out of time. But whatever, I will just quickly rush through. So teaching is really important because it will help you crystallize what you learned and give them to somebody else, which is a fucking awesome experience in and of itself. Like, seeing somebody reaching their dream jobs because you helped them. Is this still working, by the way? Am I live?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, cool. Okay, awesome. I was just, distracted by the silence. So, yeah, teaching. And if you see somebody, grow up and reach their dream job because you help them in a small way, it's just a fucking awesome feeling, and it will help you a lot. So yeah, this is why I made this character texturing series, which you can find on YouTube. It's like Fallout 2 game art tutorial or something like that, and I walk you through the hand painting process. So yeah, this is really important here, I believe. Not sure if you see my mouse or not, but I have from during the journey in art, I feel like we enter different dimensions and different art styles. And from each of these art styles, I kind of took something with me. From the world of circles on the left, I took a half circle with me. From the world of boxes, I took a little box. And from the triangles, a little triangle. And, all sorts of stuff merges into one unique workflow, which is me at the moment. And throughout the journey, my art journey and your art journey, probably, you encounter all sorts of techniques, artists, tutorials, points of views, philosophies, and all of these, you can pick some stuff that you like and resonate with you and connect them into your own rule set, which will then result in a unique and fun, workflow. So this is the way, I believe, finding the way you like to create art is really, really important, because if you don't do art in a way that you like, then your whole journey will be pointless. 99.9% of the time you create. So if you don't like creating, then it's fucking useless. It's pointless doing this. So for me, the main priority became nowadays to find a workflow and the way of creating art which I enjoy a lot. Of course, there will be hard days and easy days, but just keeping it balanced. And that way, improvement is a byproduct of enjoyment and engagement. And so the more mindful and more unique and more personalized and more aligned you are with your own workflow, the more engaging and joyful it will be. And of course, honest and fun workflow equals engaging and unique style. So, which is my belief. So all of these come together in a big pot, and then something comes out that have never been done before in a unique way. Yeah. So I think it's important. And as the artist change, the workflow should change as well. So it's like an electron. The artist always changes places all the time. You change, you go through breakups, you leave jobs, or you do something too much and you get fucking bored of it. So you change all the time. So the self-reflection is not like I did it when I was 10 years old and now I don't have to do it anymore because I did it once. No, it should be a regular thing, checking in with yourself, like, hey, am I still loving this sculpting thing? And if the answer is no, then, maybe change it up a little. And this here is my own mixture of stuff, like the unique thing I talked about. My own journey came together with this game that I made called Captain Calculator, which is a mobile game, and it's like you solve math problems in your head really quickly. And I didn't know programming at all and stuff like that. I didn't do any art style on my own, but I really wanted to make this game, and just the passion for the project pushed me through all kinds of hardships and blocks that I would otherwise have. So this is the game, but it's not really about the game. It's more about the all sorts of stuff coming together in a new way. So like my love for drawing with ink onto paper, my love for programming, my love for 3D, and silly storyline or whatever, they all combined, and this came to be, the previous one, the Captain Calculator, which was really engaging, really fun to do, and it's it was fucking awesome to make. So yeah, this is the last slide here. This is an unpublished project of mine. I finished it today. There are some bugs in it, so sorry. But the story behind it, I'm gonna quickly share because I ran out of time. Is last summer I fucking broke as an artist. I was like sitting right here on this in this place, and I was painting one after the other, like some portraits, and I felt like I fucking hate being here. I don't want to do art anymore at all. And the voice that was like, the self-punishing voice that I already talked to you about, like, you fucking suck, this fucking sucks, you don't, it's not enough. Yeah, it's all kind of crazy voices and chatter. were too overwhelming, and I didn't deal with this inside me since I started doing art, and it haunted me forever. And it was unbearable at that point, and I was like, okay, I'm not doing art anymore at all if it comes with this voice. So I got up from the computer and I left for the whole summer. I didn't do any works, didn't do anything for the whole summer. And I was like, if I want to come back and if I feel like painting again, I will come back and paint again. But if not, I'm going to be a bouncer like I was before, or a security guard, more accurately. But luckily, the pen called once again in last September. I painted a few portraits. I rearranged some stuff, some personal psychological stuff, like I took a break, went through my own motivation and my own source of fuel, which pushes me through art. And so yeah, this is the thing I finished today. Yeah, there are some bugs here, but whatever, I will fix them. Don't worry, should be published in a day or two. So really quickly, the takeaway is like, I'm gonna do it in 1 minute, I swear. So constantly reflect on your connection with art, what you want to gain in 10 years and why, how it feels during the creative process and why. It's really important to reflect on what you feel when you make the art, because 99% of the time you make the art, and if you don't enjoy the process, you won't enjoy your fucking life. So you need to clean this up. It's really fucking important, believe me. I've been torturing myself for too long. This should be avoided. So look inside and check your motivation. Do you want money? Do you want fame? What do you want, and why do you want them? And art is a tool for it, or is art your enjoyment, or what's the relationship here? Discover new mediums and disciplines. Always refresh the hobby aspect of art and the childlike discovery. Yeah, it's pretty much self-explanatory. Really connect with the fun. Connect with the fun, because if you let go of the fun, you will burn out. Your main source of income will suffer, and young, eager, full of fire, young upcoming artists will demolish you because they enjoy it, they go after it, and they have the energy. So reconnect with the hobby aspect and fucking start discovering again, because it's really important. Develop healthy habits for improvement, prioritizing fun and engagement over final outcome. It's funny how I can't read, but whatever. So yeah, I think it's key to do this, but it's just basically the previous points all again. So yeah, I hope I didn't miss anything, and I hope somebody will be able to hear the voice to slow down and find the fun when it comes unbearable, even if it's in a job that you fucking don't like, in a game art industry that you don't like. Have the courage to leave, or connect with the love again, because doing art is it's really a blessing if you can make a living from it. So it shouldn't be a torture or a bad thing. The fire can be reignited, and it can be really fun if that's your focus. Yeah, so that's it. These are the things that you can find me at, and yeah, this is the thing I made for today, because I promised Abandon that I'm gonna do one exclusively for the presentation. So this is it, and I hope you enjoyed. Did I finish in time?
Yeah, you finish whenever you want to
Cool.
finish because you're that awesome, man. And I want to thank you for sharing your story and being with us today for G-Ducks to kind of uh, be very honest. I think burnout is something that every artist, especially someone as seasoned as you, we go through. Everybody can definitely empathize with. Even with the surprising thing, at least on a personal level for me, is that I always attributed burnout to games I hated or studios I hated, but yeah, it actually found me in different parts of my career, even on projects I really initially loved doing. I was just tired of it, and a lot of it had to do with understanding and balancing other parts, which you really illustrated here.
Yeah. Even the projects that people love can be, can lead to burnout. But I'm not sure exactly if it was a burnout. But of course, it was, combined together. But for me, I felt like it was based more in a psychological issue, like my connection and my relationship with art and my fuel. Because my fuel for the longest time was I'm not enough. And by doing a lot of good and impressive things, people will think that I'm enough, resulting in me believing that I'm enough. But it doesn't really work that way. You don't need other people's approval at all to feel complete and whole in art or in personal life for that matter. So yeah, and that combined together with the burnout, like the artistic thing. Yeah.
I just want to remind everybody, while I am going to ask you a lot of my own questions, that this is a perfect time for all you guys to kind of chime in here and have an opportunity to talk to Mickey through me, not directly, to ask your own questions. But selfishly, I'll go ahead and kick this off to kind of talk to more about you. I mean, with someone with your measure of work, your quality of work, and your uniqueness of work, like it is disheartening to kind of hear that you hit a wall sometimes where you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. And it's very relatable too, because a lot of people, I feel, and I think this is very unique, not unique with game developers, but I think the issue is if making game isn't fun, there's so many other things that us artists can do in other industries and get paid a lot more for. Right? If we're not doing it for the fun of making games or an experience, we rather do something else and basically be a robot. And it's just very. I think once you lose that passion, and I always caution myself from using the P word in the game industry, because people, when they say passion, they're trying to make you work more. So, but in the true essence of what the word passion is about, I really do feel when a game developer just doesn't have the will to kind of care about the product anymore, or what they're doing, that it's very hard to kind of reinvigorate and just find a reason anymore.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I've been to those places but I didn't really connect with what I was working with at all. Which is crucial, I believe, to the enjoyment of life in general, and in bringing out the best that we can, that we have in ourselves. If we don't have that in engagement, that kind of orgasmic connection with the thing that we are working with, then it's not going to be fun. It's going to be soulless and not enjoyable for anyone who eventually ends up using or seeing the artwork. And I think it's, it's not the biggest deal if it's a soulless shitty game, but I feel like there's more to life than just doing soulless things. So why not do something that's fucking connected with who we are or who you are as an artist? So yeah, this is definitely something that needs to be emphasized a lot. And sometimes I feel like these kind of obstacles cannot be prevented from happening. Everybody needs to go there. Everybody needs to experience that shitty job. Hopefully, when they are there and they remember some kind of talk or tutorial where they talked about not doing a shitty job, they will act 3 months before than they otherwise would have. But I don't think the experience can be saved in most cases. So yeah, it's part of the journey.
I feel, and I might thank you for sharing your journey. As we are here to talk about it. And a lot of what your talk was composed of is highlighting the alternatives that you found to kind of help balance your life a bit, to have some time away basically from the computer.
Yes.
So this is something, and you actually have a very interesting background. You were talking about you were used to be a security guard, in which seems to me to be a very opposite of sitting in a chair and working on things. If anything, you're outside, and you're somewhat interacting with people. Where exactly did you feel that you got kind of sucked into this trap of working hard and just concentrating all your effort into the craft? How long did it take for you to kind of snap out of that routine?
It's a really good question. I started with game art when I was 11 and years old. So I think around when I was 18, maybe, I decided that I'm gonna be the fucking best ever. But that's not really how it works. And you just start, and that's when the fire kind of started. It's like it's a two-sided blade. It has an upside and a downside. That I work a lot. I know I just fucking go after it and do, which is good. But of course, I cannot turn it off, which is not good. But for me, I believe it came from my father, who said, or resonated that either you do something that's best in the world, or what's the point on doing otherwise? So it's either the best or fucking quit. These are the two options, which is I think, of course, it's a good advice and a bad advice. So it's like a double-edged sword, because this helped me, really fucking no other options here. I'm just gonna do this work, even if it breaks me. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna go and do it. But I cannot turn it off. So it's a good thing to have, but I didn't see the dark side of it. And for me, this last summer helped a lot. I worked with mental health issue people. I don't know how to say it, BC, for like a week. And, I was volunteering there, and it's a really, really, really humbling experience. And you just fucking rearrange your whole spectrum of what's important and what's not important, and how you see life in general, and how art relates into the whole thing. So that was a really key factor for me to get a grasp of the shadow side of my motivation to being the best. So yeah, that was really important.
Mm-hmm. A lot of what you're saying, I don't know if you ever seen the movie with Will Ferrell called Talladega Nights, but there's a character
No?
on there whose dad gave him it's a comedy, right? I'm not trying to
Okay.
make light of it, but his dad gave him a very similar advice where it kind of haunt him throughout his adult life, which is if you're not first, you're last. And
Yeah.
so he had
Yeah.
like this ego that he built, and basically had a sore loser mentality where he wasn't sharing the
Mhm.
spotlight with anybody and became very selfish. So what you just said kind of resonated. It's very true. I mean,
Yeah.
at first, advice sounds great because you want to be great. There's a selfish mentality that you have to aspire to.
Mhm.
But in the end, this is a very collaborative type of industry, and if you think like that, it gets lonely, right? It gets really lonely
Yeah.
to be competitive all the time. And so I
Even with yourself.
Exactly. Even with yourself, your past work, because you're never going to be
Yeah.
satisfied, which is very dangerous. It's like,
Yep.
I can do it better.
Yeah.
Or you get tired really quick because your goal is a never-ending goal. You're
Yes,
constantly
exactly.
working.
That's
Yeah.
the trap. Yeah.
It's a trap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
like,
really it's
go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's just a trap, like not being aware that it's a journey, that it's not most of the things that you feel during creating an art will never change. It's it's really, really, really interesting. Like, okay, now I feel little. I'm gonna do a big artwork, so people will like that artwork, and I won't feel little. And then 1 week passes. Nobody talks about the artwork anymore that I made. And now I'm feeling little again. What should be the answer? I'm gonna make a bigger, even bigger art, so people will like it even more. And after 1.5 week, you feel small again. So it's like there is no this fucking. If that's the reason behind creating art, then it's not good. So for me, I really needed to change fuel. But of course, I'm saying these stuff that it sounds like these were my only motivations. But no, of course, I'm just emphasizing the bad side here because I believe that was the theme of the talk. So of course, I had many good moments and good motivations. I'm just trying to emphasize what I fucked up and what I improved. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real issue. It's definitely. I mean, the only thing that I feel bad about is that you seek help. It sounds like you're doing much better, but then we got into this whole quarantine where you're stuck at home again. How are you coping with this? How is it over Hungary? Are you guys as strict? Because we just had some presenters from Denmark, and they were back in the office doing just fine. What's the situation over there in Hungary?
Yeah, it's getting loose. Everybody's getting back to offices like in 1 week or something. And I already met with some people. Don't tell anyone. So yeah, we are kind of back in business. Like government regulations are basically non-existent at this point now. I mean, you have to wear a mask inside like grocery stores and stuff like that, but other than that, kind of life is back to the way it was before, or slowly. It's just like a new advancement in like a week or two. But like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, I mean 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was dead silent. Nobody went anywhere. But yeah, it was for me. It was pretty crucial to have it. It was
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm glad that you guys are getting to a place where at least the public is going back to normal. It sounds like, at least in Europe, you guys are a little bit ahead of us. Although we are opening up shops, at least in America, we're kind of going through another crazy time on top of the pandemic, with the rioting and looting over here. I mean, we're not a political show, and I'm not at all knowledgeable enough to speak on this, but having so many things happen consequently after each other, it can it's scary, upsetting, and daunting at the same time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how to say this, but best of luck or something like that. It's really like a challenging time for everyone, and I really hope that you will, find the solutions over there also, and kind of chill out a little bit after with these riots and everything. It's really, how do you say it? Alerting, maybe, yeah.
Well, I want to thank you, Mickey, for coming on to GDEX and sharing your story and sharing your great art. I'm always a fan. I mean, I've said this once before, like your work is one of those types that stands out from ArtStation, which is a huge undertaking, because there's new artwork uploaded every single second on ArtStation. Great art. But you found a style, you found a way to express yourself that is completely unique. And I, for one, am a huge fan and hope to kind of keep seeing a moderately healthy dosage of new work. I'd much rather see videos of you playing out in the field and relaxing, because I want you to, well, like you kind of mentioned, it's a marathon, not a race. So.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, I kind of rearranged my connection with all this. So even though the pace of the artworks probably won't slow down, but my relationship with how they are made changed completely. So I'm zen as fuck, one might say.
It's fantastic, man. It's a huge inspiration for us all to get zen and awesome. I'm glad, if anything, on that side, that you're gonna be able to see the sun, and it sounds like you're already feeling safe enough to kind of interact with people, and it gives us on this other side of the ocean a lot of hope, and something to look forward to as we're going through trying times on top of the pandemic.
Are you still in lockdown?
Yeah, I mean, we're technically still on lockdown, so I mean, I live in California, so on the West Coast, and we were basically starting to open up shops again, and over here, at least, a lot of people were maybe strict the first month, where the traffics and people on the outside was taking it seriously, but like soon after the first month, people already got bored and tired, and in large groups were outside and ignoring things. So the sentiment over here, we're getting to a point where people were seeing the numbers kind of fall down because of the social distancing, but they were just tired of being in the house. But then this whole situation happened. It kind of brought on a whole different aspect of this 2020. So as you can imagine everyone's not really social distancing anymore. They're out there in huge groups protesting, which we highly encourage. Of course, everybody wants. If anything, GDUX is built on providing a voice for game dev specifically. So in that aspect, I totally understand that there's a group of people that have been just not having that platform to be treated equally or fairly, right? So I empathize with everyone that's protesting and doing what they need to do to change. But yeah, this year sucks. This year really sucks.
Yeah, it's a hard start. But I wanna thank you, man, because it's a really cool setup that you have here, and I think you're doing a lot of fucking great things for game artists and who listen to the show and listen to your other YouTube videos and also on Discord. So yeah, thanks, man, for doing this. And I think times might be really bad, but probably the timing for this can it's good. I mean, like in-house presentations and everything, it's the perfect time for it. So yeah, thank you. I'm guessing the other talks will be available later on. Guess online.
Yes, exactly. So after I go through, we have about one more day of live presentation, but all the videos will be cut up and given out to anyone that didn't catch the live recording. So thank you for your kind words.
You're awesome, man.
Maybe next time. I know I'm stuck in a motel room right now. But,
it looks awesome.
Next time I'll be at a higher class hotel, be drinking wine instead of some cheap tea, trying to stay awake. But I want to thank you for
and I will have the room next to you.
Of course, I'll open up this wall over here.
Nice.
People have been commenting on my phone being too big, but the reality is it's just camera perspective, man. So it's
perspective.
Yeah, see, it's the right size, guys. Come on, I'm an environment artist. Give me some credibility. It's just closer to the camera. That's why it's bigger, okay? So
they envy the size.
Yeah, they never know which one's real. Look at this. This one's the real one. That's how integrated I am. This coffee cup is real too. Oh my god. It's always funny.
Next level.
But I want it next level, yeah. Unreal 5 powered right here. No, not exactly. But Mickey, I'm gonna throw it back to you. And maybe this is a great opportunity to kind of tell people out there. We do have Mickey in. Well, I'll invite you to the Discord channel. So if you have any follow-up questions, he'll be maybe spending some time over there. But where else can they find you? Just as a reminder, if they want to connect with you.
It's on ArtStation, it's Mickey Benz, and on Instagram it's Mickey.Benz because somebody took my name. It happens all the time. But and on YouTube also you can find many free tutorials that I made. It's I believe, it's Mickey Benz also. I have a whole series on texturing a character and a car, like this one here, which is like a sped up version of painting a whole car and stuff like that. And it's all free. Well, that's it basically, if you want to hang out there.
All right, man. So as I get set up, I want to thank you for your time, and as always, it's been a pleasure to have you on and talk to you. And good luck. I know it's super midnight, but you sounded super sharp and very impressive to kind of. I feel bad you talking about crunching. Pretty much, I'm making you crunch to kind of be here for GDUX. So I apologize.
Yeah, I did my best. I also timed the release of the thing for today because I promised you to make the debut.
Oh my god! Now you're making me feel awful. Now I'm making you. I've been making me cranky
No,
over
it's
this.
it was all fun. It was all fun.
Well, it's well
I
worth
liked
it,
it.
and I'm gonna link the hell out of it to make sure everybody to check your Sketchfab and your YouTube and everything. Check out your good work.
Thank you, man.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. So am I leaving now?
Go away. You can leave at any point.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Here we go. Okay. So give me a second as I switch and get a little set up, guys. And thank you for everyone to be joining us. We are going to have a slight delay with that last presenter, but I do have an Unchained report to kind of take up that portion while I sing and dance. So let me get that set up for you guys as part of the fun. My brain is kind of going blank a bit, so give me a sec as I get that going. It's no secret that Unreal Engine 5 broke the internet. The only videos that have outplayed the original launch reveal of Unreal Engine 5 were the countless amount of game devs reacting to the video of the reveal of the Unreal Engine 5 video. So last week, as I was prepping the GDUX room, I invited Ray Graham into my motel through the internet feed, right? We went in the whole motel together. I mean, social distancing and all. And I had a game dev discussion on what the next generation of AAA looks like. This is actually a sneak peek of next week's Game Dev Unchained podcast episode, but primarily talking about Unreal Engine 5. And as a reminder, he knows what he's talking about, and I'm just there to comment on it. So enjoy.
No, I think like no doubt it's incredible, right? Like the tech is a feat. It's a lot of work that went into it, and it looks great. Like there's no doubt here that it's really, really good looking, and it definitely sparked a lot of conversation on the internet. The marketing, everybody's talking about it. Everybody was going crazy, and definitely all the artists that I know, all the modelers and environmental artists, and all of them were just immediately, oh my God, this is amazing. What will happen with my workflow? How will I work? Oh my God, I can't wait. Right. So everybody's like super excited about it. And it's great, and it's a really good tech demo to show off that tech. PS5, I think it really shows the power, or what we could theoretically expect, that we could pump out onto a PS5, and it really gets me excited about that. The amount of detail and it's really the detail that I think is missing in a lot of games, that it kind of shows off. So I think that's amazing. At the same time, though, this is not planned to be out until like the end of 2021. Right. And there's still probably a lot of open questions and performance and like, how do you really make this content? What went into actually making that demo? How much work did it take? What the tools look like? What were the workflows? So there's a lot of unanswered questions around that part of it.
Some more time. So yeah, I mean, the first question is, of course, I kind of know the answer, but I want to make it clear out there for people who haven't seen the demo, or if you're watching this, I'm going to get the video going. So of course, how practical is that? Real? How much of it is real? How much of it is faked? I mean, I know we're near launch, And usually in that case, whenever a tech demo is near launch, it's pretty close, right? It's not like a fairy tale. But I want to hear kind of your opinion of, because there were new tech in there. The nanite, I believe, the lumen, the first time global illumination is really introduced in a practical way. And Unreal, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah. Like I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, definitely. Like I think Lumen is interesting, and how and definitely the approach that they're taking with it is super interesting. And there's a lot of other real-time GI techniques, but it looks like Lumen is kind of combining a bunch and really delivering something, and kind of also leaning on the fact that nanite is a thing to also help do some of the heavy lifting at a high detail level. But definitely real-time GI is a huge productivity saver for people that are making these levels, and I think that's really a big deal. Nanite on the other hand, though, I think there's so much implications in like having the budget and the artistic team to even be able to create assets of that quality. Some people are like, oh no, I don't need to create assets of that quality. I could just use Quixel or whatever, right? But then you don't want all the games to look the same, right? You want to be able to add your stamp and your artistic touch, right? So it's really a high bar for a lot of game dev teams out there to even be able to try to reach, right? And I have no idea what the asset sizes are on disk, and like there's so many unanswered questions there. But it's there's no doubt that tech demo is amazing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, let's try to break it down. I mean, there's two main systems, as we kind of discussed. There's the Geo one, and they were talking about how, I mean, I think I read into it a bit, where it's kind of like how virtual texturing was kind of introduced in Unreal recently. And the idea is kind of similar to how they apply it to geometry. Do you mind kind of talking more about what the theory is behind that and how they're applying it per pixel, a certain amount of triangles, and so it's just what you see is not exactly.
Like I don't know all of the details about, like, of course they haven't really released all the details either, right? Of how the GI system's working. They kind of detail the real. Let me see if I can even find that link again.
Mm-hmm.
But there was something about at a long distance, you're using a much more coarse representation of the scene, like voxel based geometry, or geometry that's converted into like a coarse voxel grid, and you use that to kind of do your traces against for the GI. And then when it's closer to camera, it's using more detailed information, right? So that's how you could kind of get a large distance on a large scene with real-time GI without like killing your performance, right? Because the further away you are, you use a more coarser approximation, right? So that part is really interesting. And every artist wants to do it with baking and bake steps. They just want to plop in their lights and it just works, right? The one thing to take away, it's one light source, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like usually with these kind of techniques, the more light sources you have, the slower it's going to go, right? But just doing one main light and having that give you real-time GI is a big improvement over having nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to real-time GI, I think that's really cool. And there's a lot of techniques out there for, like, there's Enlighten that does real-time GI, but that has a bake step. There's DDGI. That also has some type of baking involved in, where you have to kind of like bake some sort of occlusion or visibility calculation for the probes that you're doing the GI on. So like to have a system that's truly like no baking and you just drop some lights in, that's actually really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess,
and I don't know if it's even no baking, right? So because like I said, I don't know all of the details.
Yeah, the prep work behind it.
Yeah.
The one thing that scares me is how people look at this demo and just especially they haven't done game development, right? They see it as kind of like a skipping step for basically 20 to 30 years of game dev knowledge. It's like, oh, no LLD is done, I guess I shouldn't learn that, or how to optimize or any of that technique. It seems like I can just create something in ZBrush, drop it in, light it, call it done, which is foolish, right?
Yeah, I think that promise is a little bit of overselling, right? I think it's still to be known how much of this geometry can you have in a game where you're like, hey, my target is 4K 60 frames a second. How much of your game could be this geometry? That's unknown, right? And so I think people ready to abandon all of the things you've learned about how to optimize assets and LODs and all that, hold your horses on that one,
right?
And the other thing that was pointed out about this technique too, that I don't think anybody really noticed, is the environment's very static.
Yes.
Right. So when you want actual dynamic movement and stuff like that, it's unclear how this tech translates to that.
I think everyone.
Character artists are still like damn, I guess I don't have a silver bullet just yet. Right?
Character artists are already thinking this way in current gen, dude. The way they build their props. This is exactly how they are. This is how sloppy they are.
You're hating already. Damn.
Bro, the spoiledness of a character artist. At some point, I'm gonna write a book on it. It's just ridiculous, dude. I remember this one time where we were so constricted with our levels, where we were like, all right, this is the amount of textures, yada yada. And then basically the character artist would have 6 times that with a character. It was like, I'll just use one for a finger, another one for an eyeball, 2048 max. But that's just how they think. That's how they are. I mean, in a way, the characters are pretty close to camera. But it's just one of those things I feel. I think environment artists, just by the nature of what we do, have a little bit more care with how we optimize and make things work, because the impression of the environment, especially something like what we're seeing right now, making it run, making it look good at the same time, that stands up to a well-made character is very important to make it feel like one item, right? But well, I mean, this demo achieved what it needed to achieve, which was impress the shit out of everybody, and it set a high bar. I mean, you got to have these type of things to kind of stretch out, the possibilities, and even if you don't hit that mark every time, you'll still end up pretty close to it, which is in the end a better product for everybody, right? So.
Yeah, I'll say that like for like film and TV production, like this stuff is like really, really promising, right?
Yes.
For games, there's some promise there. It's still very unknown. Like in practice, like how will you actually use this?
How did you do it?
Yeah, and like how will our team, be able to get their vision across with this tech and not go crazy with huge ass assets and take forever to make them and all of that.
Yeah, this part they're just showing off right here. I mean, this is that's incredible. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's great.
This one have a demo.
Yeah, it's great. I would say so. Here's where I'll talk about some of my philosophical beliefs. We're coming into another generation, right?
Yeah.
Of console hardware, and we're showing absolutely amazing graphics, right? Absolutely amazing graphics. Look at these graphics. Look at the level of detail you could get. There's a big difference between these graphics and like say the games of last gen, right?
Yeah.
But character animation, character movement, all of that is still the same, right? they talked about in the video, talked about some advancements they did with like IK and the cloth, her scarf and all that.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's cool, but like it's not as big of a leap as these graphics. You know what I
Are
mean?
you saying those disciplines are lazy? Is that what you're saying?
No. No.
They don't do as much.
I would never say that, but what I would say is, and if you talk to gameplay guys or animation folks, they'll tell you the same thing. It's like we focus on every gen. We focus on graphics is it's the easy thing to sell. It's the thing that people could obviously see is better, and we don't really give a lot of love to some of the other disciplines, right? Although like there was a lot of talk in this as well about audio, right? Because audio seems to be something that people want to focus on this gen. And you know, you've worked on games. Every game, you know, audio team gets like, hey, you get 2%. Yeah, you could get whatever scraps you have left over in the memory for your little audio, right? And so like now we're talking about actual like real proper 3D spatial sound and all sorts of modeling of how you hear and the sound waves and all this kind of nonsense, right?
Yeah. Can you expand on that nonsense? Because when I heard that, I didn't. Like, what do you mean 3D sound? Don't we have that? Don't we have that already?
Well,
Can't I just hear where it's coming from? Come on, let's get back to the graphics, guys.
Well, exactly right. And I think even most people, unless you're like a serious audiophile, you won't even really notice.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have 3D positional sound, right? Sounds over there, it could be behind you, to the left of you, whatever, usually, right?
Yeah.
But then actually to be able to do proper reverb and it changes based on the room that you're in, and different smaller room has a
So we're talking about all the effects that used to be done in post-production, you know, same idea like any real-time applications, just to hear
or
it
if you
happen.
or if you were to do it like in a different gen, it would like take up a whole core or take up some of the main thread,
too much,
do a lot of those effects, and then you're like, no, audio guys, you got like you got like a half a millisecond or a quarter of a millisecond budget for this stuff, right? So you can't really do that stuff, right?
You got 2 weeks.
And this gen, there's a lot of talk about audio processing and audio hardware, specific audio hardware to do this in hardware, right? Yeah. And so it's an audio person's dream, you would think. And so hopefully, you know, more games like focus on that and lean into that as well, and not just the graphics, right?
I see. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I hear a lot of talk with, with characters especially. They're trying to like finally do something with hair. I mean, it's been the same technique for a few gen now. We're talking about hair simulation, actual physics with the hair, and really fancy stuff that the film industry have been pioneering for a while now. Same with the cloth, same idea. Cloth simulation.
Homegirl's hair is not doing anything special here, though, right? So, but also, this isn't really the focus of this demo either. Right?
Yeah, the characters in this one, especially, I mean, I felt like it's probably an art direction choice where it felt more like stylized, right? So it wasn't very. I've seen better characters.
This demo is definitely not about the character.
Yeah, it's all about the environment for sure. I mean, it's the most important department of the game pipeline. We make everything work.
Showing your bias. Showing your bias over there.
We create worlds, bro. The Matrix wasn't about. I guess it was about the characters. We were talking about the Matrix, though. Yeah. Anyways,
kids at home. Video game making is a team sport. Do not listen to Brandon.
Well, I mean, like the lighting system. I mean, you made a valid point too. You know, they really bragged about the GI solution, but it's from a single light source. They didn't really play too much with. This one they have one light source with one effect source, so 2 at most, and it seems like the rule still applies in next gen, where too many dynamic lights will kill your processors. So that hasn't changed.
Especially when especially if you have to trace, you're tracing rays around, right? So the more you have to do that, and you have to do more of that if you have more light sources, right? So
So this actually leads into my next piece of conversation. So ray tracing the last year and a half, especially starting with that Star Wars demo at GDC, was like the onslaught of the next wave, and we thought we were going to focus on that for the next few years, which we are. But then this whole Lumen system happened. What's your take on that? Is there going to be a combination of two? Is ray tracing going to be better because it's still struggling with just hardware limitations, right? There's not much we can do about that, or what's your opinion about that?
Yeah, I'm not really. Yeah, I think it's a big topic, right? But generally, I think like part of what Lumen is doing is ray tracing, right?
Yeah.
But just kind of like in software and compute, right? And kind of doing it in a way that's sufficient for this use case, right? And there is like straight up like DXR and NVIDIA demos that show like global illumination, right? But that technique, like doing straight up DXR rendering for the whole of your global illumination, is just not, like, the cost is still very high, even if you have a 2080 Ti and if you want to run it at like really high resolutions, it's a problem at high resolutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some technique like this, like Lumen here, where it's like kind of doing like a 3-stage approach to generating the GI, is a way of kind of like reducing the cost and getting a believable look, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm interested to see what more games are going to do. Like I know, like, Gears of War showed they were talking about what was that, ray trace reflections for Xbox Series X. So I'm curious what more and more games to what extent they do ray tracing on the consoles.
So, I mean, kind of going back to the original point, right? When people first saw this, especially newbies, I call them noobs, where they saw this demo where they're like, abandon every type of valuable knowledge that we built up the last 20 years. Forget it. Let's just throw all shit to the wall, right? They're talking like film people now.
I wouldn't say the news. Only the news were talking like that. Some veterans were super excited about that prospect as well, and some veterans were super excited about it, and then kind of joked about it, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, what do you mean? I can just take my ZBrush and drop it straight in? Amazing! I can't wait!" Right? So,
yeah. This is where Ronaldo's brain explodes. Gritting his teeth. He's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah. Oh, Ronaldo's super excited about this too. Like,
he is, right?
I think if you're into graphics and you're making video games,
this is awesome. Yeah, it's exciting. This is why we're in games.
You can't not be excited by this. Like this is really good stuff.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: like with the last tech demo, right? From all engines, right? Usually near launch for PS4. I feel like a lot of the games actually surpassed those tech demos. They were just kind of talking about Unreal, right? We're talking about Unreal right now. Like, I feel like a lot of the later generation, like Last of Us 2, all these other games that have been coming out, have been totally killing it. So do you feel by the end of PS5, maybe not that long, where we're going to see something like this in a playable way, where it doesn't seem so impossible?
Yeah, I think that definitely is a possibility, right? People also bring up like the PlayStation. What was it? Was it the PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 4 demo? The voxel clone tracing one,
right?
That never actually came out, right? That never came out in anything that was performant and actually usable. And that was also another cool demo from like way back, right? So like it's very possible too that you never see this in any game, or any game reaching this quality either, right? Or you see parts of it, right? You see games where a couple of hero pieces are using this technology, the that I am talking about, and I'm more bullish on Lumen being something that you can use across many games, right? Because I know there's a lot of people working on similar techniques for real-time GI, right? So yeah, like like I think you'll see something like this, and it's possible that this is the benchmark for games to strive to many years down the line on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, right?
Yeah. I will want to bring up this point. Like when people, there are general reactions to this is like, oh my God, this is exciting, right? And then there's another type of reaction, and let me just kind of call them burnouts. People who are kind of washed up from the industry, where they look at this as like, and there's a legitimate concern where they feel like the fidelity of what's expected from this type of demo from the consumer, from the publishers, where the team size is not exactly growing, right? And not everybody is sourcing mega scans that has readily available assets to kind of populate the world. They are very concerned with this type of demo and expectation. What's your feeling?
This is how all tech demos are, right? Tech demos are aspirational, right? But yeah, like you need a crazy talented and skilled art team to make this. Like you need that, and that is not the majority of the industry, right? This level of quality and this level of detail is not what all game creators want to make, right? So even though PS5 and Xbox Series X have way more GPU horsepower and way more cores and all this kind of stuff, right? Some people still just want to make. I'm just trying to figure like a game that's pretty simple, like Animal Crossing, right? Yeah. People still just want to make Animal Crossing, and Animal Crossing is making a killing, right? And it's not anywhere near this level of fidelity because it doesn't need to be, right? Because it's a different type of game, right? And there's still space for those different types of games, but those different types of games. And this is historically, I think, true, right? When you want to sell hardware, when you want to sell a console box, right? Nobody wants to see the new version of Animal Crossing to make that decision, right? They want to see what is the absolute maximum that this thing can do. What is the aspirational target of what this box can do? And that's why these tech demos exist.
Yeah. So it's best to kind of just treat this as aspirational and don't be the worry wart warning about the apocalypse of game development.
Yeah, and I think like if you looked at the Xbox event that happened a while back, all the third party games that are going to be coming out on Xbox Series X,
that's
none
the
of them are
majority.
at this quality,
right?
Yeah, none of them are at this quality level, right? And so like. Don't expect every game coming out on that console to look like this here, right?
Right.
I would expect more of what you saw in those Xbox demos
to be the norm, definitely. Yeah. I mean, that's a very interesting point. Like even with the first party publishers, like their Xbox team and their Sony team or whatever, that seem to have like more stability and infinite resources to kind of deliver these.
Well, yeah.
This is just going to be a special case type of studio to kind of deliver this, right?
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, right? I think Xbox. We have not seen the Xbox first party stuff,
right?
Really,
that's true.
We saw Gears, but we haven't seen Halo and all that other stuff, right? We haven't seen the heat that Sony's going to come with on PS5 first party, right? Like we have no idea, right?
Yeah, June what was it? June 3rd or something? That's they announced their event, so that's actually that's last week. If you're watching this,
did they actually announce? I heard that was like a rumor.
They just announced it today, where they're going to have an actual PlayStation 5 event. They're going to keep the what's the lead engineer Mark Cena as far away from the premises as possible.
His name is Cerny, by the way.
Mark Cerny. Yeah. Keep away from the premises of this presentation event. They're trying to get people interested, not lull people to quarantine sleep, right? So it's going to be I think that's when they're going to show stuff.
Yeah, I expect to see like heat. I expect to see stuff that looks really nice. That's what I'm expecting. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, all right, man. I mean, that's pretty much it. I think everybody was super. I'm kind of we kind of turned this into like a Slightly better than developers reacting to Unreal Engine 5. I've been seeing that pop up like every time you see that. It's like, oh my god, have we gone that low? This is more a discussion. This is I have a fancier
trust
set.
Me, trust me, I think when this video came out, I was in a meeting.
Yeah.
And then my phone was just vibrating. I was getting messages all over the place. Like people were freaking out. Like let's just be real. This
broke the internet.
Was a topic. Yeah. This was a topic of discussion in every single game dev studio around the world.
It's exciting.
On that
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't even think between PS3 to PS4 I saw a demo that was just this exciting. It's been a while for us, I believe. It just feels so out of grasp. And even with discussing this, we have no idea how they put it together. They haven't really shared too much details about it, except for maybe combining a lot of the techniques that you're saying that we have now to leverage the fakery, right?
I wouldn't even say how much of this is really fake. Like I think. Mm-hmm. Like it's just good. Like there may be some clever placement of things, and like so of course it's a controlled camera, right?
Right.
But it's just I can't say it's fake. I got to say it's really good.
It's really good. This is why everybody who makes a demo for a game needs to have that marketing guy in there, because I feel like they really nailed the beats. It's like, all right, here's a statue from ZBrush, right? I was like, oh, this is pretty cool, I guess. Yeah. Here's a room full of them. I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I know it's been a static environment this whole time. Let's just jump through it real quick. I was like, what the fuck? They really nailed it, man. I feel like the beats were awesome. They just upped it every 2 seconds. Yeah.
Marketing machine is on point for sure.
But it's not just the marketing. It's like it's an impressive. Like it felt like everybody was in the room to get their take, and I feel like a lot of these gameplay demos, unless the designer is really on top of their game and understand that side, a lot of people miss that. Thinking of it like music, right? Every like a minute or so, something has to happen to really keep you engaged. It's been a while since I've seen a demo like that, and they really nailed it.
Took a lot. It takes a lot to get everybody on the same page to deliver something like this, for sure.
Bam. My last presenter of the day is with Zach Rich. He is a legal consultant and works in Silicon Valley for major tech companies specializing in VR development. He will be discussing user-generated content. Is it a system seller or legal nightmare? So Minecraft, Dreams, Trove, and Roadblocks, what do these popular games all have in common? They all feature or are built around user-generated content. This talk will deep dive into the risk to developers and publishers when their game features user-generated content. Together, we will explore what legal tools are available to you and how each operates to protect yourself from copyright infringement claims. All right, I'm going to pipe you in, so everyone should be able to hear you now. Zach, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Brandon, how are you?
I am good, man. Now that you are live, let me pull this graphic off. So whenever you're ready to rock, I'll let you go ahead and let you take it.
How's it going, everybody? I think Brandon sort of led in there. My name is Zach Rich. I am a video game attorney located in Silicon Valley. I work right now with some of the largest players in VR, AR, and the gaming space. So today's talk, we're really going to focus on user-generated content, as Brandon had mentioned, and bear with me here because my webcam is at the top of my screen and my notes are on another screen. So if my eyes start looking all over the place, you guys all know why. So a little bit about me. I am an attorney in Florida and in California. I was formerly the lead for Press Start Legal from 2017 to 2019 when I made the move out to California to come to work for Amazon Games. My career has been focused mostly on intellectual property, privacy, and commercial issues within the interactive entertainment industry. I'm a member of both the International Trademark Association and the International Association of Privacy Professionals, or IAPP. You may have seen some of my work. It's been published on Gama Sutra. When I was running Press Start Legal, one of my ways of giving back to the community, and I believe that's the way how Brandon actually located me the first time, is I used to host an AMA called I Am a Video Game Lawyer on Reddit's game dev community, where for at least the entire day of Wednesday, at least twice a month, I answered questions from the community about various legal issues. But today's talk, we're going to focus on user-generated content. So let's talk about what we're covering today. We're going to talk about what is user-generated content. We're going to talk about user-generated content agreements, or for the rest of this talk, UGC agreements. Do you need them? What do they do? Where should I place them? How do I know that my users and gamers all accepted these terms? We're going to talk about the risks of UGC in your games, how you can mitigate those risks, and what you as a company, as a game developer, should really be thinking about if you're looking at creating a game like a Minecraft, like a Dreams, like a Second Life, anything that's going to give the users the ability to create what I'm going to dub the flying penis. It will have context, I swear, just bear with me. So we're also going to talk about how to navigate IP-related issues with user-generated content. How deep do these go? Because I allow users to create Sonic the Hedgehog using voxel blocks in my game, will Sega have a claim against me for IP infringement? And are there any protections from IP rights holders upset with user-generated content in my game that I can use today to protect me as my company and use it as a shield? And we'll get into that as well. But first, a disclaimer. Nothing in today's presentation should be considered legal advice. I know that's kind of counterintuitive, as I am a lawyer talking about the law. Everything discussed today is my general opinion based on current laws in the United States. The facts of your case may vary very differently from what we're discussing today, and different outcomes will come and affect your situation greatly. This presentation does not create an attorney-client relationship. I don't know you, you don't know me outside my floating head on this beautiful graphic that Brandon has provided. Moving on. So what is user-generated content? UGC, or some places you can see it listed as UCC, is user-created content, includes all types of communications, sounds, videos. It's the material that your users are creating within your game. They are uploading it, they are recording it, they are communicating, they are transmitting through your game. Now, these are all, of course, legal terms of art, but deep down inside, user-generated content can be anything from the songs that Beat Saber allows users to create, to worlds in Minecraft, create direct replicas of, right now, colleges because of COVID, but people have made the entire Middle-earth from the Lord of the Rings series. You've seen people create things like Hogwarts within Minecraft. There are a very big popular trend happening right now are games that allow you to make games. So a very popular game on PlayStation, Dreams, allows you to create games within games. These are all user-generated content. Of course, there's some not so obvious ones that we're going to touch on a little bit later, and one that one particular company, Blizzard, would wish they had thought about back then, which is StarCraft and Warcraft. Both have user-created scenarios, game modes, custom game modes, etc. And y'all remember Dota. That is a game mode that originally was created in Warcraft 3 and then spawned the entire MOBA genre. We're going to talk about ways that you can put phrases within your UGC license that you won't lose out on the IP rights to those creations like Blizzard did. Other examples, other games in the community out there, you're looking at Second Life, Roblox, Ark, The Sims, SimCity. These are all areas in which you are creating tools to allow your users to create content for your game. Your game is just a sandbox, and you're filling it with the content that your users are creating. One thing that we are not going to discuss today is anything that would fall under a community content policy. So for example, this is when users are using your game assets to create YouTube videos or spin-off comedies. For example, the Red versus Blue series that used Halo. And since we only have 30 minutes, we're going to try and stay away from this entire area of law and focus purely on user-generated content within a game and how that affects game development. So do I need a UGC protections in my terms of service? The answer is yes. If your game is going to feature user-generated content, you're going to want UGC protections in your terms of service. The big question, why? And we're gonna dive into this a little bit deeper, but at the highest possible level is because when you surface your terms of service at the start of the splash screen of your game that nobody ever reads and they scroll all the way to the bottom and click I accept, well, guess what? You just made sure that they accept a legal document, whether they read it or not. That is entirely on the user. They scrolled to the bottom, they clicked accept. The law treats that as you had an opportunity to read that document, and therefore you are bound as a user to that document. Now, these UGCs address a lot of very important issues, both in player usage rules, how will they use user-created content within your game, and it also addresses the IP implications of having user-generated content within your game. Typically you want to see different copyright licenses to reproduce, to distribute different UGC within your game environment and potentially allowed other players to interact with your UGC. Now, what I mean by that is if your dreams and somebody created a fantastic game, you want the copyright license to reproduce and distribute that within your platform. And we'll dive a little bit into what that actually means in copyright licensing in just a minute. But as a developer and a publisher, this is vitally important to you. And you want to think about IP ownership, IP licensing. Do you want an assignment of rights? Would you want the actual right to own the particular IP? So every game, every situation is going to be very different. And the question of why you would want a license over actual outright ownership really comes down to what your tolerance for risk is. For example, if somebody is assigning to you all their rights and ownership of content they've created for your game, but that content is actually derivative of another third party's IP. So for example, the Sonic the Hedgehog example, you don't want to own that. You want nothing to do with that. You want to be able to say that this violates your terms of service because it is someone else's intellectual property and remove it from your game. Or at the very least, have a license to reproduce only that UGC within your game environment. That way you can live within your game. And if in the event, Sega comes knocking on your door, you can then take down this particular content. And we're going to get through different mechanisms that you need to put in place to shield yourself as a developer from these issues in just a little bit. Now, UGC, as I stated, can contain different infringing content that may expose you to different liabilities. But if you take proper IP protections, different processes, different current legal issues, for example, it's very popular right now. It's been blast across the news. You've heard it. It's called Section 230 of the CDA. It's something right now that President Trump is aiming to take down. This is a tool that you as a game developer can use to protect yourself. There's also something called the Digital Millennium Copyright Act and the takedown process within that act. I'm sure many of you are familiar with that, either through YouTube or through other mechanisms, but this can actually be used for you as a game developer and a publisher to protect yourself from this content as well. Now, what you have to think about when I was talking about risk tolerance is if you take IP ownership of UGC, you potentially could have billion-dollar businesses created for you. And I know that sounds ridiculous because it is going to literally be a 1 in a billion chance that this happens. But I like to focus back to what we were talking about earlier. Blizzard lost and really never had the rights to Dota. when it was released. It was created as a game mod in Warcraft 3. Next thing you know, the developers are working with Valve to come out with Dota 2. You have a spin-off, which then created not a spin-off of Dota 2, but a spin-off of Dota, which became League of Legends. This entire concept of MOBAs was created as UGC in Warcraft 3. And if you look at Warcraft Reforged, which is the latest remaster of Warcraft 3, Blizzard actually changed their UGC agreement to own the rights to anything that is created with their game modes. Now, they are willing to accept that risk, one, because they're Blizzard, but two, because they're not giving free range tools like a Minecraft, like a Dreams, like a Roblox to create whatever users want. They have to create UGC within the confines of the game rules. So in the case of Warcraft, there's only so much you can do with the existing Warcraft models, maps, etc. You can't create, say, Pokemon outside of naming the characters within the game. That you can't change game models, etc. So these are the types of issues that you have to examine every time you're looking at what to do with UGC and how you can protect yourself from infringement claims with this type of content. Now, let's take a look at an example. This is a UGC provision that you would likely see within your own game. And there's a couple areas here that I want to highlight. So the first, and I'm going to give you all just a quick second to read this, and I'll read through it with you. You are responsible for all communication, images, sounds, and other materials and information that you record, communicate, upload, or transmit through the service. In this case, the service will be your game. You hereby grant Studio, you, and this is what I want to highlight, a worldwide, perpetual, irrevocable, sub-license, transferable, assignable, and non-exclusive royalty-free right to license, use, reproduce, distribute, adapt, modify, translate, create derivative works of, publicly perform, publicly display, digitally perform, make, have made, sell, offer for sale, or import UGC. That very long, massively run-on sentence that lawyers like to create basically gives you, the studio, the right to do whatever you want with UGC. You can create a game based off of it. You can create levels based off of it. Anything your heart so desires. If you get a popular character that is created within your game and you would like to remove it from the game and create a TV show based on it, if you want to create merchandise based on it, that provision gives you the ability to do that. Going further, we're going to highlight down here, you represent, warrant, and agree that UGC in its use may not violate any third-party rights, including intellectual property rights. Now, I know that Jessica Schrapen was here yesterday discussing intellectual property issues in video game development, but what this is basically saying, and it's giving you basically a knowledge out. And what I mean by that is you don't know, and you can't know, because in theory, your game world is so big, you have so many users, so many people playing, that you cannot police every bit of content. So you are taking it on face value that as a user who's agreeing to this provision within your terms of service, what they are creating, the UGC that they are creating with your tools on your platform, does not infringe on a third party's intellectual property right. And that's important for the next couple of slides. So how do you protect yourself from infringement claims over UGC? Well, as part of your agreement within your terms of service, you want to obtain those representations, the representation that we were just discussing. So you want to make it clear that the user is representing, or the player is representing, that they own the generated content that they're creating. That there's no confidential information within that UGC. And what I mean by that is the user is not creating something off of their day job. Say they work for Apple or Amazon, Facebook, EA, Sony, Microsoft, etc. If you're working at that studio and you're working on, say, an unannounced game, and you then create that character or that game level, that game mode, etc., in somebody else's game, in this case, your game, you want to make sure that this is not any type of confidential information. And so you're getting the players to warrant that that is not confidential. That's important in case the studio comes knocking on your door wondering why their next unreleased hit is appearing in your newest t-shirt. You want to make sure that the UGC does not infringe on 3P rights. It's what we were just going over, and that the UGC does not violate any part of the user's agreement. And this goes to what I was discussing with the flying penis problem. A lot of times when you give people the ability to create whatever they want, unfortunately, you're going to get some bad actors who are going to create things that you probably didn't intend. And they call this the flying penis problem. Is an issue that a past client of mine had to deal with their kids' version of Minecraft, for lack of a better term, and it was marketed towards a sub 13 age class. It was built around the idea of, similar to Minecraft, giving kids the tools to build whatever they want. And what ended up happening is their world was filled with user-created flying penises. And this is content that went against the rating of the game. It's content that would violate different child protection issues. And having this particular verbiage within their terms of service allows them to terminate the user's account, delete the UGC, and wipe their hands clean of it. But what about protecting it in the law? You have two current standing shields, let's call them, to protect your company. The first is the Digital Millennium Copyright Act and the takedown policy. This is why the verbiage that we discussed earlier about not having knowledge that the work being created is in violation of a third party's rights, because you want to not have this knowledge so you can then act as an innocent third party. You are just a service provider. You are not to be held liable for the content that is created on your platform. And in the event content that is created on your platform does violate a third party's rights, you have created a process to remove that content. Now, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act will not protect you if you treat UGC actively. And what I mean by actively, you're a curator of it. You're using it in other places. You're replicating it. You're creating game modes off of it. You're creating different series off of it, etc. If you are actively involved in managing user-generated content, you now have knowledge of what that content is. And because of that knowledge, you then can be held responsible for infringement. They would have to prove it, but it makes your case of defense much weaker. Now, there is a catch to getting this protection under the DMCA. One of those is you have to be registered as a service provider. There is a link on my presentation, copyright.gov/DMCA directory FAQ, where they walk you step by step on what you need to do to register as a service provider. This term service provider is used so broadly. So if you are a game that includes UGC, that has the ability for users to create accounts, to log into, to play your game, you are considered a service provider. The second, and as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, is something that you've definitely heard of recently. It's constantly being talked about, and that is the Communications Decency Act, and more specifically Section 230. And that states, no provider or user of an interactive computer service, and again, similar to the DMCA, this is extremely broad, shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. So what does that mean in plain English? That means you, the user, cannot be held, or sorry, you, the service, the interactive computer service, cannot be held liable for what your users create on your platform. Now, this has seen some recent gutting. There's a lot of calls right now out in Congress and in the Senate to gut Section 233 because of these protections. And I have been on both sides. I've used the CDA as a shield for my clients, and at the flip side, I have had it used against me. Other ways that you've seen this at play, right now you see it played out in the news right now, where Twitter and Facebook cannot be sued for what their users post. You'll see it a lot in countless user reviews. You see it in Craigslist host classified ads. It's literally everywhere. And it's impossible to see the internet exist today without the CDA. because if you could be held liable, your game, your platform, your website, for what your users are doing within your game, why would you create it in the first place? In fact, this was possibly the most influential law to protect the innovation that has allowed the internet to grow and strive. So wrapping up at least the presentation, and then we're going to take a Q&A, because I like to be very interactive with the people who are listening, hence the AMAs that I used to run. Games that feature user-generated content it's an extremely exciting way to get your users interacting with your game world. And there are so many ways to do it. You could take the Minecraft, Roblox, Dreams approach, where you are just creating the platform and you're allowing your users to run with it. You could go the StarCraft, Sims way of creating tools within your game and allow users to use those tools to create other game modes, other content, but it's very limited. There's so many different things to consider, but each has its own risks and each has its own protections that you have to put in place to make sure that you as a developer, as a publisher, are in it for the long haul and will not get hung up on an infringement lawsuit. My LinkedIn is on here, so is my Twitter. Please feel free to reach out to me, guys, at any time with any questions. I'm going to turn it over to Brandon. Brandon, I'm assuming you guys have some Q&A that we're going to do right now.
Yes, that is correct. I am still here with you. I want to thank you again for your time and walking us through this. This is actually a pretty new type of. I'm glad you're kind of introducing us to this topic and educating us on it, because like you mentioned, user-generated content is a blossoming industry, and in a lot of ways, it's actually refreshing to see. I wouldn't call them amateur game developers. I would just say more accessible game developers, using these systems to kind of get their feet wet with game development, and not quite making the plunge into college just yet, or learning complicated tools to kind of produce their idea creatively. But like you said, there are a lot of legality issue, and we saw that, I think, at the beginning of the year with Dreams when they first released, and a lot of hype was around that, because I think part of the marketing, I don't know if it was intentional on their side, was recreating a lot of classics. And I think naturally young developers lean towards fan art initially before creating something original. So that kind of was kind of like the perfect storm of at least with Zach and your lawyer friend sitting at the couch just laughing at this is going to be a disaster. So I want to kind of hear more insight about that, like as you were seeing that kind of blossoming.
Absolutely. So, for developers, young developers who are just starting out, to be able to create something like using Dreams is a godsend. These tools did not exist 5-6 years ago, even last year. Really, the ability to create a game within a game is really the best way to test your abilities to determine whether or not this is for you. Now, the flip side of that is provisions like the one I have up here, the UGC provisions. You don't own really the rights in what you're creating, so you want to be really careful when you're operating as an early developer within something like Dreams. Flip side of that, if you're creating a game like Dreams, the most important thing you can do is to make sure that you have a UGC provision. You want to make absolutely certain that if someone is going to create the next $1 billion game, you own the rights to it. If Blizzard could go back in a time machine to when Dota was first created on their custom game modes, and then send an update to their terms and conditions to be like, we want the rights to this, you best believe they would. I mean, they missed out on a massive opportunity. And, ask them how many people are playing Heroes of the Storm.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I think you're touching actually on a good point. I think the biggest game that initially played off of this is I feel like at least it's the same team as Dreams. It's the guys that kind of saw this as an industry, but which is a Little Big Planet, right? Just a lot of accessible tools, and though they were kind of locked within the Sony ecosystem, and I feel like for Dreams, it's suffering the same thing too, like in a way where I mean, they're owned by Sony, and of course they get a lot of resources from Sony, so they're not crying about it in terms of the amount of marketing and power that they're getting. But like, how much bigger would they have been? Honestly, if it was more like on my Minecraft level or Roblox, right, where it's accessible to all these other platforms and creators are freely able to create without having to own, have a buy-in, basically. And talking about Roblox,
Oh, they would be
Roblox is pretty
massive.
crazy too. Yeah, they would massive, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
if you could take Dreams out of the Sony ecosystem and say put it on PC similar to Minecraft or all platforms, make it completely accessible to everybody, you would have basically created the early stage game developer playbook. You could go out and market your opportunities to schools, to STEM programs, to developer meetups. Hey, come play our game and create a game within that system. They could take it even a step further, and I'm just spewing out ideas for anyone here who's listening and writing it down who wants to run with this. But you could create a platform where UGC is at the center of it and make that platform accessible. And then you could go one step further, where if you could go as restrictive as a UGC platform like the one that I had up on the screen, or you can go really loose and maybe have sort of a revenue share agreement. If you create something within my game that all of a sudden is amazing, and people are buying my game to play your game, you can do a rev share split and just build that platform. And then if that game spawns outside of your platform, maybe you take a stake in it. Maybe you invest in these developers. If you're a growing publisher, this gives you the chance to find new talent. And I'm going to get a lot of slack for saying this, but talent cheap, because they haven't really created anything yet. So it's an idea. It's growing. You see it now. So like YouTube was created because of user generated content. YouTube was just a platform, and look at where it's at now. And it's the same with social media. These were all platforms that, with user generated content, became what they are today.
YouTube is actually a great comparison. I think that's the first time where you kind of made that connection for me, where it started off very similar to a lot of these user generated type of creations or platforms. And as an example, Roblox, right? See, this is where I'm starting to age myself here, where out of the blue, suddenly I'm made aware of this, where it seems like every kid was playing it. And for me, at first glance, it's like, what is this subpar graphic output, like Flash level type of games? How are you guys playing this? But everyone was hooked because of the idea of creating their own levels and games and setting the rules and being a god, basically, at a very young age. And if anything, Roblox, I feel, is the closest to what you are speaking of, because I feel like their team is realizing it's a monetizing business. I feel like they at least make an effort with their content creators and working with them to not only produce but like really amplify a lot of the creation. And a lot of these guys on the Roblox universe, at least, a lot of them went on to, I think we're gonna have a guest a couple weeks from now on the Game Dev Unchained, who ended up paying for his college education just through the revenue that he created with his Roblox game, which is a 4-year
It's amazing,
That's
isn't
insane.
it? Like,
yeah.
if you look at when Roblox was launched, and this, although slightly related to UGC, slightly unrelated, and just a bit of general great advice to everyone who's tuned in. When Roblox launched, they were pegged as a Minecraft clone and had a decent user base, but nothing really to write home about. They pivoted and built this platform based on user-generated content to differentiate themselves from Minecraft. So we're not just a voxel-based, sandbox game world. We're giving users, and they appeal to a younger base, the ability to create something, and some of it's really like fascinating. I mean, these are when I was a kid, when we had computer class, we were playing around. I believe the game was like Magic Mountain, where you had to like solve math problems and climb up a tower in like 8-bit graphics on an old Windows 3.1 machine. possibly Macintosh, but these opportunities didn't exist back when we were all kids, and now someone created this platform, and you don't see too many challengers to it. I mean, you have Dreams, and there are other games that have been announced that seem to see this sort of spark and want to turn it into a full-fledged flame. But I think what we're going to see over the next couple of years, as VR expands, as AR starts to become more widely acceptable, more platforms that give the users these abilities will become more mainstream. And a great example, of course, I haven't played it yet because I believe it's still in closed beta, but just judging on the launch trailer by itself, Facebook's Horizons is going to be that. It's from what I've read online and what I've seen in the trailers, it's giving users the ability to create worlds within worlds, where they can create games within that world and do it now in VR.
Yeah, I mean, I think, fortunately and unfortunately, I think the visionaries are kind of being sparked by outside traditional game development studios like Facebook. Roblox, it's not like from the ground. They are a game development studio, obviously, but I feel like that the makeup of that company is more tech on the tech front. And it wasn't like as if a bunch of Call of Duty developers came together and came up with this idea. Same thing with Minecraft. It was created with originally a small, a two-person team, right? The funny thing with Minecraft is ever since they got bought by Microsoft, I feel like a lot of what they've been putting out is kind of like in the opposite direction. I mean, they're having more like official Minecraft experiences and less talking about user-generated content, which they were built off of, which is a very weird business plan. Because now they're.
But even with Minecraft,
the
the Java version, because I believe there's two versions. There's the Windows 10 version and then the Java version. The Java version is still extremely popular because it's the only one that supports mods. And mods are a form of user-generated content that you, as the creator of the mod, don't really own any rights to, based on, well, depending on a UGC provision within the terms of service. But Minecraft became popular because of the Java version mods, and it's still popular today. And these are great examples of how you can create a game and then give SDKs and the ability to create mods. I mean, look at all the different Half-Life games, Half-Life 2 games that were spawned based on mods. Day of Defeat was a big one. Totally blanking. There was a particular zombie. Team Fortress was one. Team Fortress 2. Not Call of Duty, the similar one, Counter-Strike. Can't believe I couldn't remember that. All these were Half-Life mods.
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
and all these were user-generated content.
That's very true. Like when I was growing up, how I got into gaming, at least my first steps, was through modding. And at that time, studios, I felt like, especially with Valve, they made an extra effort to make it as part of their launch to create tools or make their tools accessible to a lot of newbie developers, right, to kind of get their feet wet. And there was a long absence, I think, a period where that wasn't the objective anymore. I feel like at the end of PS2 era to PS3, that community was largely ignored. And then recently, like what you said, that has kind of been taken over, not officially, by games like Minecraft, Roblox, to kind of fill that need and void. But at the same time, it's kind of weird. Like the proposition isn't set so that you're not hearing a bunch of like top Roblox creators getting that job at Activision or Blizzard, right? I mean, they're
not
just
yet.
Simply not looking in that. Not yet, exactly. And I feel like a lot of that community is being ignored for the reasons of, well, they're not being real game developers, which is probably kind of like the attitude of what modding was before, but even more jaded now, because these guys, if anything, have such a bigger audience. They have the social engagement down to the point where they're being supported financially, but like being championed by their fans on a greater scale, because social media wasn't really a thing back then during the Counter-Strike days. So if anything, they're more amplified, but for some reason I feel like there is still like a foreign idea of like, well, those guys are a Roblox creator isn't a game developer, which I'm with you, man. I think
Well,
if
I'll
anything,
give you a great example. So, have you heard of the game Natural Selection? I think that's what it's called. I could
yes,
be
I was a
wrong.
huge fan.
So,
Yep.
it was a mod for Half-Life that gave you this third-person RTS with the first-person shooting elements to it. Well, they went on and created Natural Selection 2, completely on their own, totally built engine, etc. Not based on a mod. And Valve actually sued them because they technically owned the rights to the mod, and then owned the rights to derivative works based on the mod. Now, they actually entered into a publishing deal, which then resolved the lawsuit, but there is opportunity to create something within a game. If you're an early stage developer, you can create UGC and use it to build your portfolio. Just be careful with what you agree to. Read the terms of service, guys. I cannot stress this enough. If you're a developer who's creating something within a game, read your terms of service. If you're a developer studio getting ready to launch your game, hire a lawyer to create your terms of service, because you want to be the one who has these rights to this various content.
So you kind of mentioned before, even within your presentation, to kind of get these this type of thinking, because you never know when it's going to blow up, right? If anything, you want to have the ability to be flexible and make a living off of it, right? And really, there's no reason why the next stage or the next step after a successful Roblox creation, Minecraft creation, Dream creation, to want to go ahead and work for a major studio, right? Some people, sure, but for others, it's like you're a full-fledged game developer, and the goal, I think, for a lot of game developers is to work on their own ideas eventually, right? But if you're skipping that whole middle step, the roadblock, as you mentioned, is facing these corporations that have these terms of services that eventually own everything that you did, and you have no idea, because you're just not at that level where you're a seasoned vet to even know what that is, right? You're just mistakenly playing a game and creating it.
And that's where people like myself, where Jessica, we come in and we're lawyers who support this industry. We want to be able to help you and help people guide, sail through this relatively mess. One thing I learned when I first created Press Start Legal was the gaming industry. It's a massive, massive, multiple billion-dollar industry. I believe I saw a statistic the other day that the gaming industry eclipsed music and movies combined. And I think television was thrown in, but I don't want to overstate it. And one thing I learned from the legal side of it is that we have this massive billion-dollar industry that is just grossly underrepresented by legal. And you see things like 2 years ago, there was the big fight between Bethesda with Fallout and with HBO and Warner Brothers with the Westworld game that was almost a direct clone. And you see it every day, people making clones of your game and you not taking proper precautions to protect yourself. UGC in games that spawn, huge hits like Dota and League of Legends, and you guys being the ones who should own the rights to this are not thinking about it that far ahead. And then, of course, there's the flip side of that. If you don't have UGC provisions within your terms of service, and you have UGC within your game, you want to make sure you're protected from other rights holders from coming after you for infringement. You don't want Nintendo, Sega, Activision, Blizzard, etc., all knocking on your door, or various studios, Marvel, Disney, etc., tapping their foot at you, waving their finger, going, "Hey, what are my characters doing in your game? I want money now because you're infringing on our rights." And these provisions help and defend you against these types of cases. Of course, that's also a gross exaggeration, and I will point back to my earlier disclaimer that every case is different. But generally, having these provisions, following the DMCA takedown policy that you'll create, and as till it's completely gutted, you can use the CDA as a shield. These will protect you if you wanted to create a game like Dreams, Roblox, Minecraft, etc.
Yeah, and a lot of what you're saying, it comes from both ends, because even the sole developer who are working on these platforms don't think it's going to be a mega hit by the end of it. I think a lot of these companies,
are starting to think that this way, but like when they created these platforms, they didn't really think of it. Well, there's a lot of it's a lot like what YouTube was before it became YouTube, right? Where they just created a place
you never
to
know.
hang out.
And if you can't afford an attorney, there's different ways attorneys will work for you or work with you. I'll give you a fantastic example in a game that involves user-generated content. And this is the type of game that creates the tools and just gives you sort of a sandbox to build within. It involves dinosaurs. When the game was first coming out, nobody thought it was going to be as popular as it was, not even the creators. And they did a 5% rev share with the attorney who assisted them because they didn't have any cash to pay for one. And the game ended up blowing up. It was a huge hit. And they have a sequel out that has nothing to do with dinosaurs, but also uses user-generated content. And the particular attorney that I know who worked for this particular company is now sitting back collecting his 5% checks every month that are just, paying for his house up in Seattle.
Yeah. It works in mysterious ways, and I feel like a lot of game developers, on the popular side, it's more like, we're always leaning in. We don't know how well it's gonna do, but the percentage that actually does a surprise hit, it works the same way. It's like, oh wow, I had no idea it's gonna do that well. So a lot of it starts with creative inspiration.
Yeah, believe in yourself. If you're going to create a good game, whether it involves UGC or not, people will play it. Always focused on the first thing, which is I want to create a game that people are going to want to play. Everything else will come with that. You don't need to worry about multi-billion-dollar marketing budgets, et cetera. I mean, I'll use Anthem as a great example. I think, Brandon, you and I were talking right around when Anthem had launched, I think two years ago or a year ago. And you and I were both excited this was going to be a great new game. And it turned out to be a massive flop because it doesn't matter how big your marketing budget is. It doesn't matter how big the publisher behind you is. All that matters is that your game is fun and people want to play it. And that's what you should be focusing on first and foremost.
Yes. Game development is a very dangerous territory for everyone that's involved, and you never know because it plays into like any other entertainment, like the timing, besides your product, the people that you talk with, how you connect with people. All these mathematical variables have to work in unison for you to kind of put out something that actually has resonance. And if anything, user-generated content is. I'm glad that this industry is booming. I'm glad that there's a modding community now because the old modding community, if anything, has evolved into this, and I feel like there's a new generation of content creators finally that is echoing at least what the times are asking for. A huge involvement of social media, the ability to kind of amplify your own message, and having all the tools and social media sites to kind of work at your disposal. And it's exactly what GDUX is built off of, is like, how do you have an idea, express it, and sell it, and profit off it, and be successful at it? I mean, that's the whole cycle I feel like every game developer has to do. And user-generated content, if anything, removes a lot of the barriers of learning 1,000 programs that us game developers have to learn. And all the tools are super accessible, as we've mentioned many times before. I think it's a perfect formula, and like you said, we're already seeing the remnants of great success within those platforms. Like the Roblox, I feel like, is at the top of my list of a company that is realizing this and doing it really well. In Minecraft, even though they have a huge following at JavaScript, I'm not seeing that type of individual success as much. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I'm not hearing at least a single person on that side where it's like.
Well, I would say it's different success.
Right.
With Minecraft, its popularity is based on the user-generated content or the ability to create UGC. They give you an open sandbox, and literally you can do just about anything in it. And if you have the ability to mod or learn JavaScript and can create mods within that game, it's an open book. Whereas Roblox, it's a little bit more structured in the sense that your goal is to create something or play within something someone else has created. So you'll see sort of differences between the two, but both are wildly popular because of their respected differences in the way that they're used and played with people around the world.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, we're at the end of the hour, and I'm so glad that you're talking about this, because I feel like even with as a game developer and many colleagues, we're very much unaware of this industry, and only because I've been doing the podcast for so long and I'm talking to a lot of people that I'm learning more and more about this part. But it has one of those weird issues where everyone knows about it, but no one really knows about it, type of thing. And I'm glad you're shining a light in that subject, because I do feel like it's a sleeping giant that it's going to be a bit crazy in the next couple of years. And I feel like you're going to be behind if you're a game developer and not know anything about this industry.
Absolutely, and thank you for having me, Brandon. For everyone out there who's looking to learn more, I cannot recommend enough that you join the game dev community on Reddit, connect with your fellow developers, talk about what you're creating, collaborate, make friends, make partners. You're going to be stuck on an issue that someone else has solved, and this is use the community at your disposal to solve these problems. And if you're a troll who just wants to hate on people who have problems or issues, then maybe don't join Reddit. Stay out of the community. But there's one thing that I got into this industry because I love working with creatives and creative types, and there is just so much support within this community, especially with everything you guys are doing with Game Dev Unchained and with GDucks. It's just really amazing to see and watch it grow.
Well, on behalf of the community, I'm glad you're on our side to kind of help us through this, because if anything, words on contract scares us the most. We're very
they
visual.
Should do not sign something without reading.
yeah. In fact, I think in a lot of respects, a lot of the game developers sign things because they are intimidated by the words on the paper. But take heed, if anything, on Zacky's warning, and make sure to consult with a lawyer and do what's right and do the due diligence, because of all the pathways that I've seen within the industry, there's always a good percentage that's going to lead to success. So you do not want to be left out of that at the end of the road and be your pockets empty, basically. So
I can give everyone 3 great words of advice. 1, get a lawyer. I know they're expensive, well worth your time. 2, never sign anything without reading it. And 3, an email exchange back and forth is not a contract.
I gotta go back to all my emails inbox then. But, I want to thank you, dude. I want to thank you for coming on. It's always a joy. You're always schooling me on something. Every time I have you on, it's great. And I hope I'm sure everybody out there who are watching this or watching this later is definitely going to take a lot out of it. You're educating a lot of people and shining a light on a subplot of the industry that's actually quite big, which is what's fun about the game industry. There's always little areas where it's actually like its whole own beast. So I want to thank you for your time, and this is the moment where I just hand the mic over for you to kind of have you tell people where they can find you, follow up, and have extra conversations with you.
Absolutely. So you guys the easiest way to connect with me would be through Twitter at pancake232. That's 2 Ks. That's the easiest way to get in touch with me these days. If you're looking for fantastic legal advice, I cannot recommend Jessica Schraben, who was on here earlier. I think she was here yesterday. She has actually taken over Press Start Legal. So if you are looking for legal advice within the game industry, that is a fantastic resource to start. I also, again, want to call out the game dev community over at Reddit is a fantastic resource. And the fantastic people at Game Dev Unchained, Brandon, and everything he's doing, and GDucks, it's just, working as a community is the only way that you're going to grow and solve problems and do it in a way where you can learn and then help somebody else who might be in the same spot as you. So heed my 3 warnings and be nice to each other.
All right, thank you, Zach. And we'll keep chatting because I have some legal legal stuff that I always want to go over with you. All right, so have a good one, man.
Absolutely. You too.
All righty, for everyone. Oh man, it's a marathon every time. GDUX is always a fun event. Obviously, the funny thing is, it always starts out rough because I'm rusty, have the jitters going. But then as the event goes on, day 2, day 3, I am getting it down to perfection. And then we end it, and then I don't see you guys for another 6 months. So with that being said, this is the end of day 2. A lot of people are reaching out. It's like where they can see the recordings and everything. So let me rest. Usually after day 3 is when I start editing things together, putting it out there to the world in its own respective blocks. Like our conversation with Zach, it will exist on our Blue Champs YouTube channel. So if you guys are watching this or missed day 1 or the earlier parts of day 2, wherever you're streaming from, you should be able to go back and watch at a later time. Or if you want to go to one resource, go to youtube.com/bluechamps. But there's a lot of websites that I'm throwing at you. Just go to gdux.com and you should be able to find everything there. So this is the end of day 2. Hopefully you guys can see the type of quality, the type of content and variety that I bring you on a daily basis, at least for the last 2 days. So day 3 is going to be even bigger, crazier, and it's going to cap off the mid-year of 2020. I know the times out there right now has been crazy, especially within the United States. And if anything, how I started day 1, if GDUX is bringing you some type of resolve or at least some type of entertainment through these trying times, I'm really honored if it's helping you, along with, of course, your game dev career. So wherever you are, wherever you're watching, I thank you for tuning in. I hope to see you tomorrow at day 3. If you have a friend, if you have someone that you know that might be benefiting from this, we have a slew of presenters tomorrow that's going to bring on the heat, and it's going to be examining further issues and problems and solutions that we're going to bring you to make sure that you're set off for the rest of 2020 to rethink your career or think forward about your career. So thank you guys. I definitely am doing better today. I ate in between all the presentation, so I feel a lot more hyped up. Yesterday it was crazy, but you know, everything's working well. A motel is somewhat nicely hydrated, right? Everyone keeps making fun of my phone being too big, but like as I was showing Mickey earlier, it's the perfect size. Like see how the camera is actually the right size over there. So it's just perspective, guys. All right, everything is thought out here. So GDUX Day 3 starts at 10 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I'll see you there, man. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So we're gonna end it in a big way, in a fantastic way. And although I want to keep this on all the time, I do have to eventually sleep. So